Di bawah langit yang luas dan di antara hamparan yang hidup, kami memulai perjalanan kami. Bagi kami, setiap tetes minyak kelapa sawit yang dihasilkan mengandung masa depan. Masa depan yang kami genggam erat, masa depan yang menjanjikan keberlanjutan, inovasi, dan kemajuan. Komitmen kami tidak hanya sekedar kata. Dari para petani yang menanam dan merawat, hingga para teknisi dan ilmuwan yang menemukan teknologi baru. Setiap tangan yang terlibat mewujudkan komitmen kami pada keberlanjutan dan inovasi. Dengan teknologi terkini, kami memimpin masa depan kelapa sawit yang lebih baik. Setiap langkah yang kami ambil didukung oleh inovasi. Mulai dari pemantauan pertumbuhan dengan drone hingga riset berkelanjutan di laboratorium kami memastikan proses yang lebih efisien, lebih aman, dan ramah lingkungan. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan adalah prioritas utama. PAMCO terus berupaya mengurangi dampak lingkungan. Kami menjaga hutan, mengolah limbah, dan bekerja bersama komunitas untuk melindungi keanekaragaman hayati yang ada di sekitar kita. Kami percaya bahwa keberhasilan kami adalah keberhasilan bersama. PAMCO berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan ekonomi, pendidikan, dan kesehatan. Karena masa depan yang lebih baik adalah masa depan yang kita bangun bersama. The future in our palm, bersama PAMCO, kita akan terus merajut mimpi masa depan yang penuh harapan. Karena masa depan ada di genggaman kita.
Ini semangat Indonesia, semangat pantang mundur. Menembus badai sudah biasa. Asal berat sama dipikul, ringan sama dijinjing, dan sambung menyambung menjadi satu. Itu semangat yang memacu Telkomsel untuk selalu berinovasi, membuka ruang, dan lebih peduli, dan membantu gerak roda ekonomi untuk kemajuan bangsa ini. Telkomsel, semangat Indonesia.
Life is a journey, and discovery is the heartbeat. It begins the moment we take our first breath, and from that point forward, we embark on a quest filled with countless unknowns. Here in Indonesia, it's about infinite possibilities and finding harmony within ourselves, with the people we love, and in everything around us. From the comfort of personal space and place, to the meaningful connections that we bridge with our communities. Understanding unique heritage stories and embracing the culture and traditions, we discover the world around us, and most importantly, ourselves. As we navigate the intricate web of existence, may we find joy in the journey and revel in the beauty of discovery. Here at Ascot, Indonesia, we believe that life's true magic lies in the exploration of the unknown.
di tengah rutinitas yang monoton, setiap hari kita hanya fokus pada peran kita masing-masing.
Kadang kita sering melupakan hal-hal yang penting karena kesibukan kita.
하지만 오늘이 아무리 바빠도 난 힘찬 마음으로 내일을 준비해.
만디리가 늘 함께하거든.
만디리처럼 늘 함께해줄 그런 사람. 서준 씨, 저번엔 감사했습니다.
Sepertinya aku bertemu dengan dia.
만디리, always with you.
Selamat datang di dunia real food. Dunia yang penuh dengan bahan alami, sehat, dan diproduksi lokal. Yang penuh dengan kebaikan untuk tubuh, melewati 1210 percobaan untuk menemukan formulasi terbaik. Dan diproduksi secara steril. Yang paling penting, formula rahasia dari real food. Proses packaging khusus yang membuat setiap produk bisa bertahan 1 tahun tanpa bahan pengawet. Konsumsi selama 12 hari setiap bulannya untuk manfaat maksimal dari Fit with Real Food. Menjaga semua Real Food fam agar tubuh tetap fit. Ayo konsumsi setiap pagi dan menjadi fit dengan Real Food.
Forever yang kemasan baru, warnai harimu. Diperkaya 500 mg kolagen. Jaga cantikmu luar dalam.
Tapi, apa jadinya kalau aku tidak ada di antara mereka?
Yang namanya keluarga harus saling jaga. Gimana ya pas ketemu adiknya nanti?
Untuk menemani aktivitas anak,
Bantu jaga daya tahan tubuhnya dengan Real Food Stay Fit.
Untuk jadi spesial, harus konsisten. Seperti kopi kapal api Special Mix. Paduan 100% biji kopi pilihan dan gula, jelas lebih enak. Harum.
Ini spesial buat kamu.
Rasa khas kopi kapal api.
Aromanya harum.
Barang kopi kapal api Special Mix. Jalanin hari jadi lebih spesial.
Tunggu sayang, ingat.
Cuma kopi kapal api Special Mix jelas lebih enak. Kopi kapal api Special Mix bikin semua momen jadi lebih spesial. Ini kata mereka.
Tiap break kelas, kita selalu ngopi kapal api Special Mix. Jadi mood booster buat tugas, lembur, kita gas.
Bener kan? Cuma kopi kapal api Special Mix jelas lebih enak. Kopi kapal api Special Mix bikin semua momen jadi lebih spesial. Ini kata mereka.
Selesai makan siang, wajib ngopi kapal api Special Mix. Balikin semangat lagi dan fokus saat meeting.
Bener kan? Cuma kopi kapal api Special Mix jelas lebih enak.
Tidak semua air itu aqua. Aqua berasal dari 19 gunung terpilih, bukan tempat yang mudah tercemar. Sehingga terasa dingin tanpa didinginkan. Aqua Aqua 100% murni.
Jadi lebih sehat dengan Itoen. Lebih dari 50 tahun, Itoen konsisten membuat minuman teh tawar sehat berkualitas. Teh Itoen aman diminum rutin setiap hari.
Amazing, authentic green tea. Oi! Ocha, Itoen.
Menyongsong kebangkitan era informasi digital, Times Indonesia Network sebagai media online berjejaring terbesar di Indonesia hadir menjawab kebutuhan zaman. Data Dewan Pers menyebutkan terdapat ratusan perusahaan pers, puluhan organisasi pers, dan lebih dari 50.000 wartawan di Indonesia, dengan ratusan juta masyarakat yang menjadi konsumen pers. Namun, Times Indonesia Network memiliki misi yang kuat untuk tetap menjadi media yang membangun dan menegakkan jurnalisme positif. Perkembangan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi terjadi detik per detik, dan perubahan cepat tersebut menciptakan perubahan pola pikir masyarakat. Dari sinilah Times Indonesia Network yakin mampu membangun optimisme Indonesia mampu melewati darurat informasi. Dengan semangat kuat dan mengusung dasar trilogi Times Indonesia Network, Building, Inspiring, and Positive Thinking, Times Indonesia Network hadir tidak hanya dengan konsep berita regional dan lokal, tetapi juga informasi global. Konsep berita regional dan lokal tetap kami hadirkan melalui portal independen regional Times di seluruh provinsi dan kota di Indonesia, serta didukung jaringan citizen reporter di seluruh Nusantara dan dunia untuk menuju era ketahanan informasi nasional.
Menapaki era digital, Indonesia telah mendapat ancaman yang luar biasa. Proxy war lewat cyber war telah benar-benar nyata kita rasakan. Informasi di segala lini telah benar-benar membanjiri kita. Dengan banyaknya informasi yang memiliki kecenderungan negatif seperti yang dicatat oleh Google, maka saat ini perlu penyeimbang, yakni informasi-informasi yang positif. Tentu kami dari Time Indonesia mengajak bagaimana terus menyeimbangkan informasi-informasi yang negatif itu dengan informasi-informasi yang positif. Satu informasi negatif harus kita lawan dengan 100 informasi positif. Dan Time Indonesia bersama dengan segala komponen bangsa dan semua pihak ingin mewujudkan bagaimana informasi positif lewat jurnalisme positif yang kami bangun untuk menciptakan cita-cita ketahanan informasi.
Women TV merupakan salah satu komunitas televisi yang dipersembahkan oleh Universitas Multimedia Nusantara dan terdiri dari berbagai macam mahasiswa yang bergerak di bidang multimedia serta memberikan pengalaman dan pengetahuan terhadap anak muda tentang dunia pertelevisian. Mulai dari proses brainstorming, praproduksi, produksi, postproduksi, hingga tayang dan dapat dinikmati oleh masyarakat.
Di tengah tsunami informasi, hoax merajalela menjadi kanker bagi demokrasi Indonesia. Publik butuh informasi yang imparsial dan membuka perspektif. KBR Prime hadir sebagai ekosistem kolaboratif yang sehat. KBR Prime, podcast for curious mind.
Memiliki karakter yang kuat, karakter yang baik,
itu bisa membuat Anda lebih luas wawasannya.
Tapi juga berimpact pada fungsi-fungsi yang lain.
Problem solving yang paling gampang adalah
Yacht LP merupakan program dari Young on Top yang diselenggarakan secara gratis untuk membantu anak muda di Indonesia membangun leadership skills yang berkualitas di masa mendatang.
Di era yang harus terus berkembang, informasi berperan penting untuk mencerahkan diri. Informasi yang akurat membuat kita menjadi lebih bijak, tanggap, dan siap menghadapi tantangan. Bersama Kompas, jadilah versi diri Anda yang lebih tercerahkan. Mari arungi lautan informasi dengan penunjuk arah yang tepat. Kompas.id, multimedia mencerahkan.
Punya pacar, asoy-asoy, enjoy-enjoy, boy-boy, asik-asik, nyentrik-nyentrik, berduaan, soy-asoy.
106,2 FM
Benz Radio
Betawi
Bunyi Gaye.
Mediaindonesia.com bertransformasi. dengan wajah baru, membawa semangat baru. Dalam upaya untuk tampil lebih segar, menjadi referensi semua kalangan, kami menjunjung komitmen tinggi, menampilkan konten terbaik dengan visual menarik. Media Indonesia, suarakan Indonesia.
Hah?
Viral? Yakin viral?
Udah cross check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting.
Dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live jam 2 siang.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 22nd Economix at Universitas Indonesia.
Before we start, please remember to be considerate and maintain a conducive environment throughout the seminar.
Without further ado, please welcome our speakers for today's international seminar. Let's give them a big round of applause.
present to you the biggest international economic seminar, competition, and Model United Nations held by students in Indonesia. This is the 22nd Economics.
We'll welcome all of the speakers and participants with an outstanding performance of Indonesian traditional dance.
We present you Tari Piring Dance by Lab School Kebayoran High School.
Hello, good morning everyone. How's everybody doing? I hope everyone is doing well. To those who's coming here on site or virtually. Before we start today's seminar, we would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Davira Tala, a business administration student, batch 2022.
And my name is Sheila Sakina Putri, a public administration student, batch 2022. Together, we'll guide you through today's seminar as your master of ceremony. Economics is the biggest international event in the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. That is annually held by Canopy FEB UI, the student body of Universitas Indonesia undergraduate economics student.
Economics regularly serves as the platform for the discussion of crucial global economic issues. The three main events of economics are international seminar, MUN conference, and competition with participants from different countries all around the globe.
This year, in 2025, in its 22nd year, Economics returns with the grand theme of the search of technological power, engine for global economic change.
And the theme of this 22nd Economics International Seminar is Reimagining the Global Economic Landscape Amidst Technological Transformation.
We're pleased to announce that today's Economics International Seminar also serves as a guest lecture session for students enrolled in the class Public Sector Economy, Macroeconomics 1, and Population Economics. Throughout today's event, please do note that we have several rules and information that you should know.
First is that all participants are expected to attend the entire 22nd Economics International Seminar event until the seminar has ended. It will be a shame to miss out on such amazing insight.
For all participants, you are strictly forbidden from causing a commotion or a potentially problematic situation once you have joined the platform.
Please be considerate in maintaining a conducive atmosphere during the seminar, and please do not litter or leave your trash behind.
Before we start, we would like to cordially welcome our speakers, Mr. Kishore Babuyera Bala, the ITU representative for Southeast Asia.
Mr. Jonathan Marskel, Senior Digital Development Specialist at the World Bank.
Mr. Fahru Rozi, Acting Director General of Labor Inspection and Occupational Safety and Health Development, Ministry of Manpower.
Dr. Idewa Gede Karmawisana, Director of the Demographic Institute, Universitas Indonesia.
Ms. Simri Singh, Country Director for ILO Activities for Indonesia and Timor-Leste.
Ms. Tari Lestari, Director for State Finance and Monetary Analysis, Ministry for National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia.
Dr. Komang Budi Aryasa, Executive Vice President Digital Business and Technology of Telkom. Now, we open this event by singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
We invite all guests to stand to sing the national anthem. All guests are now permitted to sit down. Before we move to the next agenda, we would like to thank to our sponsors.
PT Perkebunan Nusantara for PAMCO,
PT Bank Mandiri,
PT Clearing Penjaminan Efek Indonesia,
PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia,
PT Kustodian Sentral Efek Indonesia,
PT Mandiri Manajemen Investasi,
PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia,
MPM Group,
PT Bank Sentral Asia,
Bank Tabungan Negara,
Ascot Indonesia,
Yellow Hotel Harmony,
Yellow Hotel Manggarai,
Grab,
LPEM FEB UI,
PT Asuransi Kredit Indonesia,
Pertamina Hulu Energi,
Telkomsel,
Real Food,
Itoen,
Kapal Api,
Health Skincare,
Aqua,
Fusion Flag,
Little Fairy,
Avitsi,
Amorvia Cosmetic,
and Ramuraga. We would also like to thank our media partners,
Metro TV,
Inilah.com,
Media Indonesia,
Times Indonesia,
Harian Kompas,
Young on Top,
and Geronimo FM. Now, let's move on to the opening remarks from our important stakeholders in the 22nd Economics.
First up is Ms. Nurhaya Kinasi as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economics. Please welcome Ms. Nurhaya Kinasi.
Better nggak ngomongnya?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to the Almighty. In moments of reflection, we recognize the blessings that have brought us together today. Good morning, honorable speakers, Mr. Kishore Babu Yarabala, ITU Area Representative for Southeast Asia, Ms. Simrin Singh, Country Director for ILO Activities for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, Mr. Jonathan Marskell, Senior Digital Development Specialist for the World Bank, Mr. Fahru Rozi, Acting Director General of Labor Inspection and OSH Development, Ministry of Labor, Ms. Tari Lestari, Director for State Finance and Monetary Analysis, Ministry for National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Idewa Gede Karmawisana, PhD, Head of Demography Institute of University of Indonesia, and also to our esteemed Mr. Kamang Budi Aryasa, Executive Vice President, Digital Business and Technology, Telkom Indonesia, and also to our esteemed participants. It is a great privilege for me to stand before you today as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economics Global Economic Challenges. After months of dedication and preparation, we are proud to welcome you to this year's international seminar where we will engage in discussions that hold profound significance for the global economy. This year's theme, Reimagining the Global Economic Landscape Amidst Technological Transformation, reflects the unprecedented changes we are experiencing due to rapid digitalization, artificial intelligence, and automation. Today, in this session, we will focus on a crucial aspect of this transformation, reshaping the labor market in the wake of automation. The exponential growth of automation and AI has significantly reshaped the global labor market, marking a transformation that is both disruptive and full of potential. The automation of repetitive tasks is displacing millions of workers, creating a polarized workforce where high-skilled labor is in high demand, while low-skilled jobs diminish. If left unaddressed, the rise of automation may widen economic inequalities, leaving behind workers who lack the necessary digital skills to transition into new roles. The key to balancing automation with economic stability lies in a proactive reskilling and upskilling revolution where governments, businesses, and educational institutions can collaborate to equip workers with the competencies required in a digital economy. The future of labor, therefore, depends on how effectively we integrate human talent with machine efficiency. So finally, on behalf of the 22nd Economix team, I extend my deepest gratitude to our speakers, moderator, sponsors, media partners, and especially our delegates from across the world who continue to make this platform a beacon of knowledge and collaboration. Let us make this session an inspiring and thought-provoking discussion that shapes the future of work for generations to come. Thank you, and Esprit.
Thank you, Ms. Haya, for the insightful welcoming speech.
Next up is from the chairman of Kanopi FEBUI, as well as a representative of economic students, Mr. Ariel Baskara Haposan Sihombing. Please welcome Mr. Ariel.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Kanopi FEBUI, I would like to welcome everyone to the 22nd Economix International Seminar. Firstly, let me extend my deepest gratitude to all our distinguished speakers who will be sharing their invaluable insights today. Mr. Kishore Babu Yerabala, ITU Area Representative for Southeast Asia, Mr. Jonathan Marskell, Senior Digital Development Specialist at the World Bank, Mr. Fahru Rozi, Acting Director General of Labor Inspection and OSH Development, Ministry of Manpower of the Republic of Indonesia, Ms. Simrin Singh, Country Director for ILO Activities for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, Director of State Finance and Monetary Analysis at the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Komang Budi Aryasa, Executive Vice President of Digital Business and Technology at Telkom Indonesia. I would also like to welcome our esteemed moderator, Mr. I Dewa Gede Karmawisana, Director of the Demography Institute at Universitas Indonesia, the representative of the faculty, Mr. Arif Wibisono Lubis, Vice Dean for Education, Research and Student Affairs at the Faculty of Economics and Business at Universitas Indonesia. Not to forget, Ms. Nur Haya Kinasi, CEO of the 22nd Economix FEBUI, and all the participants gathered here today. Ladies and gentlemen, every year through events such as the International Seminar, Economix has consistently provided an avenue for the discussion of the most pressing global economic issues. Through this year's theme of reimagining the global economic landscape amidst technological transformation, we will discuss how technological advancements through the years and its recent breakthroughs have affected and will affect the global economy in the upcoming decade. Certainly, we have all seen how technology has brought significant benefits to the economy. We have seen how technology has forever changed commerce and allowed businesses to access much larger markets. We have seen how technology has revolutionized the financial system, allowing more people access to finance and cross-border transactions, how technology has made people more productive, earn better pay, and improve their economic status, and many more. However, these benefits do not come without challenges. As we see along with these benefits, we have seen how many labor markets are trailing behind these technological advancements, leaving many workers at risk of being replaced. We have also seen how there is still unequal access to technology, and this has exacerbated economic inequality between nations and regions. We have also seen how increasing technological use have also increased our exposure to a new type of risk, which is cyber risks that can definitely impact our livelihoods, and many more. Seeing this, today's discussion has become increasingly more important. We have to be able to answer how technology will further impact the economy, and more importantly, how we can mitigate and solve the biggest challenges it brings. In closing, I want to once again thank our esteemed speakers who will lead our discussion, the dedicated committee members for their hard work, and finally, all the participants for participating in today's discussion. Thank you very much and enjoy the seminar.
Thank you, Mr. Ariel, for the inspiring speech. Now, we are going to hear the welcoming speech from Mr. Arif Wibisono Lubis as the Vice Dean for Education, Research, and Student Affairs of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Arif.
Good morning to all distinguished speakers, moderators, and also participants of the 22nd Economics. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Special welcome to our speakers and moderators, Mr. Kishore Babu Yarabala, ITU Area Representative for Southeast Asia, Mr. Jonathan Marskell, Senior Digital Development Specialist for the World Bank, Mr. Fahru Rozi, Acting Director General of Labor Inspection and OSH Development, Ministry of Labor, Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Idewa Gedeu Karma Wisana, Head of Demography Institute of Universitas Indonesia. Ms. Simrin Singh, Country Director for ILO Activities for Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Ms. Tari Lestari, Director of State Finance and Monetary Analysis, Ministry for National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Komang Budi Aryasa, Executive Vice President, Digital Business and Technology, PT Telkom Indonesia. On behalf of the Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Indonesia, I would like to thank all speakers, moderators, and also all attendees for taking your valuable time to participate in the 22nd Economics International Seminar. And I would like to extend a sincere apology from our Dean, Dr. Teguh Dartanto, because he couldn't welcome all of you in this special event, but he sends his warmest greetings to all of you. It is an honor for me to welcome all of you to the first session for today's international seminar. And first and foremost, let us thank God for His mercy in allowing us to gather here in this special seminar. I would like also to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of the sponsors who have contributed to making this event successful. You can see all of the lists there on the screen. A little bit of information about Economix FEBUI, which is the largest student health economics seminar, MUN, and competition. And in this 22nd year of presence, it is not a short journey. This year, the 22nd Economics International Seminar carries a grand theme of reimagining the global economic landscape amidst technological transformation. As we all know, the past few years have seen widespread implementation of robots and artificial intelligence, which have automated most industries, making processes such as manufacturing, finance, and commerce efficient beyond human capabilities. And of course, I can also share with you the challenges that we as an educational institution face with the emerging rise of artificial intelligence, robots, and etc. Economy is growing to be heavily reliant on digitalization for rapid growth, and such advancements may have disproportionate effects between developing and developed nations. Therefore, the 22nd Economics strives to simulate an opportunity for participants across all disciplines to communicate, discuss, uncover suitable solutions to current global economic concerns. Because of that, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, I hope that you can give great attention to today's speakers, and I'm sure that this seminar will provide new insights to make you more knowledgeable and sensitive towards the current trends. I welcome you all once again and hope that you have a great time and hope that everyone can take the best advantage of this seminar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Arif, for the remarkable welcoming speech.
For our first speaker of the day, we'll be hearing the opening remarks by Mr. Kishore Babuyerabala.
With over 30 years of experience in telecommunications and ICT, Mr. Yerabala has led national and global initiatives in technology, policy, operations, and international relations. He currently heads the ITU office in Jakarta, supporting Southeast Asia member states, industry, and academia, and is the focal point for telecommunications policy and regulations in Asia-Pacific region.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Kishore Babuyerabala.
Thank you very much. In fact, the enthusiasm as well as the youthfulness here, it is taking me back, I should say, 35 years back of my college days. Thank you very much. Pak Faruroji, Ministry of Manpower, Pak Arif, and Pak Deva from University of Indonesia, Miss Simran Singh, ILO, Mr. Jonathan, World Bank, Pak Kumang, Telecom Group, Ibu Tari, and all the beloved students, organizers, and partners, what you have shown there earlier. Something what caught my attention, when I was sitting there, you were showing, some moving waves on the screen. Do you remember the dots moving? I don't know whether I should call it as, tall tides of digital transformation or tsunami of digital transformation. In fact, we all are either direct users or beneficiaries or contributors to the digital transformation. And I'm sure the students who are here must be from different walks of, the disciplines, commerce, economics, arts, technology, sciences. We all know that, everybody is either directly or indirectly using the digital transformation. So are you, is there any question about, who is not part of the digital engagement? Is there any question for anybody? No, right? Everybody is part of this digital engagement. So thank you very much. And I'm sure this particular event and as well as the theme is very apt at this moment. And during these times, how technology is able to, contribute to every walk and every part of our life. So with this, I want to, begin my address. Very good morning and greetings from International Telecommunication Union to all of you. And especially, we want to once again thank University of Indonesia and as well as all the partners and especially all the youth who are present here. It's a honor to stand before you today as we celebrate the remarkable milestone for ITU, which is the 160th year of international telecommunications establishment in 1865. For over a century and a half, ITU has been at the forefront of connecting the world, fostering innovation, and shaping the future of communication technologies, where we stand today as we moved, the technology revolution from telegraph in the last century to mobile telephone as well as satellite telephony, what we are doing now. To the global digital and ICT community, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. All of you together, all of us together, with your tireless efforts, have transformed the way we live, work, and interact today as we communicate with our digital technologies. The ITU is the UN specialized agency of digital technologies, which is established in 1865 to facilitate international connectivity in communication networks. With a history of spanning 160 years, we have played together a pivotal role in shaping the telecommunication landscape from the telegraph era to the digital age. Some of you may be aware that ITU's mission is to ensure that everyone, everywhere benefits from digital transformation as well as digital technologies from the power of ICTs. We operate through three key sectors, which I thought we should be able to introduce as well as the work what we are doing in UN as one of the specialized as well as the agency for digital technologies. Apart from sharing the theme, I also want to introduce and invite your partnership in many of the engagements what we are doing together. So we operate through three key sectors, which we call a radio communication sector, which manages global radio frequency spectrum, satellite orbits, standardization, which develops technical standards to ensure interoperability and innovation ICTs, and the development sector, which works to bridge the digital divide by promoting affordable and equitable access to technologies. ITU's work spans a wide range of areas, including setting global standards for 5G and the upcoming 6G, IoTs, quantum communication, cybersecurity, and also policy, regulatory aspects of ICTs in every way of applications we use, and organizing global forums, including AI for Global Summit, which is for good, and fostering capacity development through ITU Academy platform, which I'm going to dwell a little bit more as we progress, how as students, faculty, how it is going to support you. Additionally, we also champion some of the initiatives, Girls in ICTs, to mainstream youth as well as young women, girls into the ICTs to promote STEM careers as well as utilizing opportunities what are being offered under ICTs. And another important initiative from ITU is about Partner to Connect Digital Coalition. If you look at investment in building infrastructure, which is the, I should say, bedrock of digital transformation, requires a lot of investments. How do we create that kind of resources? Rolling out telecom networks. In fact, I'm happy to see one of our members, the telecom group who is here, they're kind of operators, government together, partners. They roll out all the telecom networks and ICT networks and digital platforms, which we don't even know the important role, what is happening behind. Okay, so together, all these initiatives which come under Partner to Connect Digital Coalition, we would like to drive as well as support sustainable digital transformation, where as part of this session, I'm also going to share a few slides at the end of the lecture to show you about what are the different opportunities and engagement as students, youth, faculty, you can engage further. So the theme of our discussion today, the reimagining the global economic landscape amidst technological transformation. It could not be more timely, as I mentioned. We are living through a period of unprecedented change, driven by the fifth industrial revolution, the rise of artificial intelligence, robotics, IoTs, and as well as rapid expansion of digital connectivity, which is a kind of the core engagement for the digital engagement for all of us. But as we embrace digital transformation, we must also address its challenges, the widening digital divide, the risk of job displacement, and also the ethical dilemmas posed by emerging technologies. As you all know, that as the digital transformation is progressing, we also see different forms, different colors, different shapes of digital divide. That's also one of the key areas what we need to address together. Today, I will take you through how digitalization is reshaping the global economy, the collective role of ITU and other organizations with your active participation in this digital transformation journey, and what we would like to do to ensure that future is inclusive, sustainable, and beneficial for all of us. Let us begin with the fifth industrial revolution. This era is defined by the fusion of advanced technologies, like, of course, we all know that AI, robotics, quantum, IoT, of course, they're all driven by human creativity as well as ingenuity. Automation is no longer a distant possibility, it's here. It is reported that by 2025, automation may impact 85 million jobs, but it will also create new horizons of opportunity by creating 97 million new roles. These are some of the reports from the UN and other organizations. Industries are being restructured, business models are rethought, innovation is being infused, where we all know what is happening on AI front. And the AI adoption is growing 37% annually, and IoT connections, which are going to connect everything, every part of physical as well as the other world, to reach around 29 billion by 2030. But this transformation, as we mentioned earlier, is not without challenges. Workers in traditional industries may have an impact as skill gap is widening. In fact, 54% of global workforce lacks the digital skills needed for this new era. So it provides a big opportunity as well as a challenge how collectively we can build the digital capacities, the necessary capacities which can drive us together. The question is, how do we harness the potential of these technologies while ensuring no one is left behind? This is where our collective collaboration as well as your leadership is going to help to bring in new initiatives into play. As I mentioned earlier, ITU is driving on two critical objectives, I should say strategic objectives, mandated by the member states as well as stakeholders. One is to forward universal meaningful connectivity. Second thing is not just digital transformation, but sustainable digital transformation. So we are working together to ensure that to bring people into the connected world. 3.7 billion people, nearly half of the world population, still lack internet access, primarily in developing countries. The initiatives, as we mentioned, we aim to bridge the gap by mobilizing resources, building partnerships, working together to connect the unconnected as we progress and move forward with the different generations of connecting technologies. Under sustainable digital transformation, we are committed not only that digital transformation is remain isolated, it is inclusive, but also sustainable. So through our three sectors, development, standards, and radio, we are driving innovation, setting global standards, and ensuring equitable access to digital technologies where the institutions and industries, like for example, academic institutions, industry, they play a very important role where ITU offers both academia as well as industry membership and partnership, how you can become part of our collaborative efforts. So the impact extends far beyond policy making. It is actively shaping the future of industries, academia, and communities. You might have heard about 5G, but you may not have heard about IMT 2020. That is the technical name of 5G standards, IMT 2020. And similarly, now we all hear about 6G, what is going to happen. So which technically we call as the IMT 2030. These standards are shaping up to bring in a lot of new opportunities and connecting the world and unimagined opportunities in industry as well as in labor markets. For example, the ITU work, especially with regard to rollout of 5G networks. We all know that 5G as a technology is available, but however, the rollout is taking time. Different countries and different regions, they are progressing at different speeds to accelerate its adoption because of many factors. One of them is about how do we enable policy, regulation, making available necessary resources in partnership with the government. And coming to the specific, annual event where you are all invited to contribute, which is called AI for Good Global Summit. ITU works with more than 40 UN partners and as well as stakeholders. It provides a platform for, how we can collectively plan and envision, AI as an opportunity and also addressing its challenges and how it can support in all our initiatives, would be healthcare, education, skill development, etc., etc. And I mentioned earlier about ITU Academy. This is an online platform which also offers many of the free courses, and also many of them are self-paced courses. So I invite to venture as well as to look into this ITU Academy. If you Google, you will get access to that, where all of you can look at opportunities for intermediary, moderate, or I should say the beginners as well as advanced courses we can take benefit of. When we discuss about technology revolution as well as technology adoption, another important area is about cyber security. I know that there is a kind of growing concern how we can remain safe so that with the trust and confidence and safely we can use ICTs. Here comes some of the ICT and ITU's products and solutions. One is about Global Cyber Security Index, which we have released in 2024, which provides an opportunity for organizations, the governments, as well as individuals to look at, to build competencies and as well as gain confidence in use of ICTs. And I can see here a lot of girl students. I'm very happy to see. Annually, ITU also hosts something called Girls in ICT event, which is International Girls in ICT event. This year it is going to be April 24, where we collectively bring attention of the youth as well as girls to all the partners in the world who are driving for a digital transformation journey, to promote and support through mentoring classes as well as showing the opportunities how you can take part in this particular important journey of digital transformation. And through these collective efforts, I'm very confident we can take this big opportunity of digital transformation. And while this digital transformation is providing important opportunities, I can see that a lot of talk is happening about circular economy, how we can reuse the devices as well as the critical components as well as critical resources while taking note of the e-waste as well as considering not as a waste but as an opportunity. Okay. You can see that the annual smartphone shipments, it seems they have been doubled since 2010, hitting around 1.2 billion last year. Similarly, IoTs from 2023, it is going to touch 39 billion in 2029. This data from 43 countries, it shows that E-commerce sales grew by 60% to reach around 27 trillion. So to fully realize the potential of digitalization, we must bridge the digital divide. You know that in a country, as well as among the region in different countries, the digital transformation is not same everywhere. You know, there are some areas where still there are efforts to roll out 4G networks, and there are areas where they are looking at 6G kind of models, where 5G being fully deployed, and as well as skills. So this is the digital divide what we are speaking here. This is not just a moral imperative, it's a kind of even economic as well, because focus is about economy and job creation. Investments in digital infrastructure are already paying off. What we have seen in Africa, for example, internet penetration has increased by 20% since 2020, thanks to all the targeted initiatives with all the partner support. But we have seen connectivity alone is not enough. We need global collaboration to harmonize digital trade practices, faster innovation, and ensure that benefits of digitalization are shared equitably. For instance, the cross-border e-commerce now accounts to 30% of global trade, and digital platforms enable SMEs to access international markets, contributing to almost 40% of the global trade. We have seen during the COVID times how SMEs, startups, industries, they switched to the online platforms and how they got benefited from the biggest challenges what they faced almost for 2 to 3 years. So this is where we are looking at a resilient and connected world, which the industrialization can take advantage of the digital transformation. So in conclusion, what I want to also mention is that the digital revolution is shaping the global economic landscape in ways we are only beginning to understand. To be honest with you, there are a lot of talks, there are a lot of what's called long-term views about how this digital transformation journey is going to shape the way we work, the way we act, the way even we behave, for that matter, okay? So while providing the unparalleled opportunities, yes, we also need to prepare ourselves to address these challenges. The UN Global Digital Compact and our initiatives offer a blueprint for navigating this transformation, but our interest is to prioritize universal connectivity, ethical AI, digital skills, and global collaboration to ensure that benefits of digitalization are shared by one and all. And this is not just the responsibility of governments or international organizations, it's a call for action for all of us, businesses, educators, policymakers, and as well as individuals. Together we can build a future where technology drives not just economic growth, but also inclusivity. Next month, ITU will be hosting a regional development forum and a regional preparatory meeting in Bangkok. I was sharing with my colleague from World Bank. This particular platform is going to give an opportunity for the stakeholders to come together to plan for actions for the next 4 years ongoingly, especially under the leadership of development sector. These events will set the stage for the World Telecommunication Development Conference, which shortly we call WTDC, which is scheduled in Q4 of 2025 in Baku this year in Azerbaijan. The WTDC is a pivotal global platform where the policymakers and industry leaders, they come together to discuss and to deliberate what should be the blueprint for next 4 years, especially to take this journey of digital transformation a step higher. As we reimagine the world and the global economic landscape, let us remember the future is not something that is happening to us, it is something we create. With this, I also want to share with you a few slides to give you an idea about how you can become part of the ITU engagement. Let me jump over to the slides which may be of interest to you apart from this data. When I mention this data, actually, I also invite you to look at and use. There's something called, a lot of reports are available from ITU, which we call, ITU Data Hub. There are a lot of economic students here. Perhaps you may take advantage of, especially the digital development and digital penetration in different countries and as well as communities. So these are some of the key areas what you can look at, how you can engage, which are important to us. It could be about, how we can engage ourselves, not just in 5G, but also in 6G. Artificial intelligence, space communication. You know that today the building digital divide, one of the key, the technology solution is about using the low Earth orbit satellite connectivity, connecting the islands, connecting the remote areas. That is one area where you can take part. and also building resilient and affordable, meaningful connectivity for all. And you can see we are also coming with the ASEAN Digital Agenda. ITU is working with ASEAN with a priority cooperation network, or framework, I should say. So you can look at these are the different areas where you can be part of the engagement. If your interest is about participating and contributing technology standards in building the technology ownership in Indonesia, capacity development, policy regulation, and even other areas. These are all the various activities on AI in ITU. So you can always pick and choose about where you want to contribute depending on your interest. And this presentation we are anyway going to share with you. So you can look at and how you can contribute. ITU and other UN agencies, collectively we are working on this Global Digital Impact Compact, and where, how it can impact the communities, countries, as well as societies. This is the annual event on AI. I'm sure it must be of interest for many people, not just policymakers and technology companies, but also the users. World Summit on Information Society, which is an annual event which discusses the actions from all the governments as well as partner agencies. Girls in ICT event. This time I invite perhaps University of Indonesia to take a big role, how you can celebrate together the triumph of the girls and young women in the digital transformation journey. This is another important resource what ITU offers to the global community. This is called broadband maps. How different countries as well as communities are connected through the infrastructure, which also provides a single platform where countries can look at how the digital transformation as well as the connectivity is evolving. In fact, thanks to World Bank, together we are working on something called a digital regulation platform, which is also offered as a policy toolkit for all the researchers, faculty, as well as policymakers. This is the ITU collaboration as well as the regulatory framework. Every country is assessed that what is the regulatory status as well as they can be assessed on different pillars with regard to collaborative regulation as well as the regulatory tracker. And this is Global Cybersecurity Index. It may be of interest to the faculty of the students from the science background about what are the measures, initiatives the government as well as individual stakeholders can take and take part in this global cybersecurity strengthening. These are some of the initiatives where you can take part and you can contribute about developing a strategy and policy on cybersecurity, skill development, online safety. This is also another important area. And in fact, a few years back, ITU released this Child Online Protection Guidelines in Bhasa, which is available online. This is a capacity development platform, which is a very important one. I request and invite all of you to take use of it. So with this, the presentation is available to you all. So we are available to support you. And in fact, we thank once again the government of Indonesia for hosting ITU for the last 40 years. From 1984, we have been supporting through this office the entire Southeast Asia and as well as supporting other countries in the region. Thanks once again, and we wish you all the best, bright career and prosperity, and you being part of the digital transformation in a successful manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yarabala, for the amazing opening remarks. Now, before we continue to the next speaker, we would like to give an appreciation to Mr. Yarabala.
Therefore, we kindly invite Ms. Nurhaya Kinasi as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economix to give the placard.
We would like to express our gratitude once more to Mr. Kishore Babu Yerabala. Next, we will hear some remarks from Mr. Jonathan Marscal as the representative partner from the World Bank.
Mr. Jonathan Marscal is a senior digital development specialist at the World Bank. He oversees the World Bank digital development initiatives in Indonesia and Timor-Leste, while also offering expertise in digital identity and digital public infrastructure projects throughout the East Asia and Pacific region.
Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Jonathan Marscal.
Thank you very much. Selamat siang, everybody. I realize I'm wearing the same batik as I was for that photo. Please allow me to begin by acknowledging the hosts, Pak Arif Wibisono Lubis, Acting Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Ms. Nur Haya Kanasi, the CEO of the 22nd Economix competition, and Mr. Ariel Baskara Haposan, Si Hombing, Chairman of the Students Association of the Faculty of Economics and Business. On behalf of the World Bank Country Director for Indonesia and Timor-Leste, Ms. Carrie Turk, we would like to thank the Students Association for inviting the World Bank to be a partner for the 22nd Economix. I had the good pleasure to evaluate some of the papers that were produced, and I learned a lot and was very pleased by the quality of the research and the analysis and the recommendations that were produced. So this is going to be a very exciting set of results of the winners. And likewise, as was laid out by previous speakers, including Kishore from ITU, the topic of the impact of technology and digitalization on economics could not be more timely. We've all used ChatGPT and various AI tools, and it's changing the way that we do things. But certainly here in Indonesia, technology has been transforming the economy and society for a very long time already. And the impact on people's lives, on jobs, on growth, on new sources of innovation and productivity is very exciting. But at the same time, there are a lot of risks. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we face in terms of digital divides. So hopefully this works. Okay, good. The World Bank is undergoing our own transformation. On the left-hand side here, you will see that previously we had four pillars: people, planet, prosperity, and infrastructure. And digital was part of infrastructure. Of course, it makes a lot of sense that when you build roads, railways, that you build fiber at the same time. It's also relevant to think about data centers and all the physical infrastructure that we need for digitalization. But in recognition of the fact that digitalization now is much more and is incredibly important for development and for the functioning of economies and societies, we graduated from being part of infrastructure to being our own vertical. This means, of course, that the World Bank in the coming years is going to be doing a lot more on digitalization in the world and including in Indonesia. This is our conceptual framework on digitalization. You'll see that there's cybersecurity and data protection at the bottom, broadband, data centers and cloud, digital public infrastructure, and then the three themes of digital government, digital economy, and digital society, and then all these impacts. And I'm going to focus today on broadband and digital public infrastructure. Okay. On broadband, some of this research I'm going to show is from a recent publication that we released called Services Unbound, the impact of digitalization on the economies of East Asia and Pacific. Now, what you see here on the left-hand side is the gross market value of the digital economy in the select ASEAN economies. And obviously, you can see an exponential growth between 2015 to 2019 and then to 2022, predominantly from e-commerce. You'll see in the other forms of digital economy, there hasn't been as much growth compared to e-commerce. On the right-hand side is a database, is data from Thailand that shows where is venture capital going into. And you can see overwhelmingly it's in telecoms, fintech, and e-commerce. So these are really the drivers of the digital economy right now, at least in Thailand, but I think this can be extrapolated also to Indonesia. I mentioned earlier about digital divides, and within countries we see several types of digital divides. Firstly, on the left-hand side, rural versus urban. The red are the rural, is the rural percentage of people living in rural areas who have access to internet. Orange are the urban populations. And you can see a significant gap across all the countries, but you can see a significant gap, particularly in Mongolia, Vietnam, and to a certain extent Myanmar and Indonesia. And then we see a digital divide in terms of the highest level of education that people have compared to across these countries. Those who have more advanced degrees are overwhelmingly more likely to have access or to use the internet. And if we consider that these that the people who are not using internet are missing out on education, economic, social opportunities, information, etc. What this means is that if these divides exist, if these discrepancies exist, then it will exacerbate other divides in the countries. We also see a gender divide. Kishore was talking about Girls and ICT Day. This is partly why it exists. In Indonesia, Myanmar, Cambodia, Japan in particular, we see a big gender gap between women and men who are accessing the internet. In particular, in Japan, it's quite significant, actually, quite surprisingly, not just in terms of access to internet, but also access to devices, which you'll see on the right-hand side. Unfortunately, Indonesia also has a significant digital divide when it comes to internet access and digital devices. And then we see a digital divide across countries. On the left-hand side in the map, the purple dots are the higher speeds of internet and the green dots are lower speeds of internet. What you'll see quite obviously here is in Indonesia and rural parts of Thailand, Myanmar, China, Cambodia, there are very significant discrepancies in the speed of fixed broadband internet. If Indonesia wants to become a high-income country by 2045, Indonesia Emas, then this is going to be one of the challenges that needs to be overcome. Likewise, on the right-hand side, you'll see the amount of data consumed per month in select ASEAN economies. Again, you'll see Philippines, Indonesia, Cambodia quite far behind Malaysia, Vietnam, and Thailand. Again, if Indonesia wants to transform the economy, boost productivity, boost competitiveness and investment, increasing the consumption of data, especially for productive purposes, is going to be important. These are a set of indicators on the state of internet across ASEAN. On the left-hand side is mobile internet. On the right-hand side is fixed broadband. I've highlighted Indonesia here. You'll see when it comes to mobile broadband, there is high coverage and access in Indonesia, but relatively low speeds, but good affordability. When it comes to fixed internet, we see Indonesia perform, unfortunately, quite poorly, equal 8th in ASEAN with Lao PDR in terms of access. In speeds, it's the 9th in ASEAN, and affordability, it is also performing fairly poorly. When it comes to mobile internet, the main challenges are related to spectrum. There's inadequate spectrum allocated to mobile internet in Indonesia. When it comes to fixed broadband, of course, the challenge of Indonesia's geography is obvious with 17,000 islands, but nonetheless, it's a relatively low competitive market. And so as a result, there's not much investment in rollout and prices are high. The impact of this is that 78% of schools and madrasas in Indonesia have inadequate internet. 75% puskesmas, the district health facilities, do not have adequate internet. And among the kantor desa, 38% have no internet whatsoever, and this impacts on the quality of public services that are delivered. The next topic I will try to talk about quickly is digital public infrastructure. Now, this is, once you get people online, how do you get them to use that internet access productively, right? So to create jobs, to access services, to gain access to economic opportunities. So how do you get them from A to B? So all these services, telemedicine, e-government, online banking, hopefully this works, there we go. Cash transfers, social protection, jobs platforms, etc. It is the digital public infrastructure. So these are digital ID, data sharing, and digital payment platforms that we believe are the middle link between internet access and productive use. I'm going to focus on digital ID. Sorry, I'll skip this slide in the interest of time. So, what is digital ID? On this slide, you'll see the vertical axis is the economic value of transactions that people do on a day-to-day basis, and the horizontal axis is the number of such transactions. You'll see on the bottom left here, you may recognize that is a KTP that was issued by a village several decades ago. Historically, Indonesia, these KTP or various forms of kartu has been issued by local governments since independence. And then at some point, there was the introduction of a uniform form of KTP. You'll see the current blue card, which I'm sure you all have by now. Now, that serves a certain level of economic transaction. And as the economy grows, there'll be more transactions. But as we move into the third part of this diagram, the digital economy and digital society, a physical card is not going to be very useful when you transact online. You can get a fake card. You can manipulate it on Photoshop or with AI using deepfake, etc. And so we need new mechanisms to prove who we are, right? And so these come in the forms primarily of smartphone applications. Now, what are the problems that digital ID is trying to solve? First is limited trust in online transactions. With the emergence of AI and cybersecurity threats, it's fairly easy to impersonate someone, to create a deepfake video of someone prominent and to pretend to be them. Likewise, in Indonesia, I'm sure you've all had to take a selfie of yourself holding your KTP to open a GoPay wallet, to open a bank account or whatever. That is very inefficient. The FinTech Association says that around 60% of those transactions fail and have to be intermediated by a human on the back end, which is costly in terms of time and money. Likewise, because of all the data protection risks that exist today, these existing mechanisms of verifying identity online are not very secure. So across the East Asian Pacific region, many countries are now moving to digital ID systems. Singapore and Korea are obviously leaders, but we see Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Mongolia who are moving up into developing digital ID, closely followed by Malaysia and Cambodia, and then Brunei and the Pacific moving up the chain as well. So we see a lot of momentum around this topic of digital ID, and this is really going to be helpful for improving access to digital services across the region. Thank you very much once again for having us, and we look forward to deepening this collaboration further.
Please remain in the stage, Mr. Jonathan, and thank you for your exceptional opening remarks. Before we continue to the Keynote session, we would like to give an appreciation to Mr. Jonathan Marskel.
Therefore, we kindly invite Ms. Nurhaya Kinasi as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economix to give the placards.
we would like to express our gratitude once more to Mr. Jonathan Marscal. We now move on to the first keynote speech of the day from Mr. Fahru Rozi.
Mr. Fahru Rozi is the Acting Director General of Labor Inspection and Occupational Safety and Health Development at the Ministry of Manpower. With extensive experience in labor administration, he has served as an expert staff in international labor cooperation from 2023 to present, Inspector 4 on 2023, Secretariat of the Inspectorate General from 2022 to 2023, Director of Productivity Development from 2019 to 2022, and Inspector 2 from 2018 to 2019. His career reflects a strong background in labor inspection, productivity development, and international labor relations.
Please welcome Mr. Fahru Rozi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guest speakers, moderator, ladies and gentlemen participants. First and foremost, actually, I just like to extend our apologies of our Excellency Ministers because he could not attend this very important seminar because actually he would like to attend by himself, but due to some agenda, he can attend this meeting. And he asked me to present his presentation, this very important seminar this morning. Then the themes are what we are going to present and during the 22nd Economic International Seminar is reserving the future workforce and amid technological transformation. First, actually, I just like to present the employment challenge in digital area. If you look at the picture here, we are facing the challenge in terms of achieving the objective of future workforce. Look at here, actually, to achieve the future state of workforce in the future. Actually, we look at the picture here. Actually, the ship going into the future state, but we have trying to look at from the sorry. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I just like to explain that the employment challenges in digital area, trying to look at from the FUCA concept. This concept actually introduced by the Army study, actually from the U.S. Army School, that the introduce of FUCA. FUCA, actually the abbreviations of the fertility, uncertainty, complexity, and a big and ambiguity. Actually, first challenge what we are facing in terms of workshop, actually how to assess, respond to the changing on the government development. This is the first challenge of workforce in the future. Actually, we have to make clear and focus the objective of the development of the future employment. To look at and to focus the employment workforce, future workforce in the future, actually we are using the FUCA concept. In this concept, actually, we know that the problem that we are facing, actually, fertility, rate of change, and based on the experience and current condition, we trying to develop our focus on the target on the future of workforce. In short, actually, first challenges of workforce development in digital area in the future, actually, how to make focus the development of the workforce development. The second challenge actually mismatch higher education graduate with the priority industry needs. Indonesia is still faced with mismatched significant gap between competencies of higher education graduate and the needs of industries. It is indicated by the less than the optimal absorption. If you look at the picture here, actually, if you look at it, the proportion of higher education graduate who work in priority industries in percents, actually they are still low. It's about 5% that the higher education who work priority industries is still low. Another thing, actually, the proportion of STEM graduates work in priority industries is still low. That's below 50%. Then year by year, it's decreasing up to 35 or 5%. Education and health services are still sectors with worker high skill, much higher than the sector included in the priority industries. Jadi Bapak, from this slide, actually we can see that our challenges here is mismatch higher education graduate with the priority industries. I mean the high educational background, if we look at in this picture, the who work in the priority industry is still low. If we look at the core skill, what needs to be developed to support future workforce, percentage of companies that assess that skills become increasingly important in the next 5 years. And if we look at this picture, actually in the digital area, hard skill as AI top the rankings, which is considered increasingly important. Core skill what needs to be developed to support the future workforce. It means that core skill in the future that develop or support the future workforce. If we look at here, the AI and the big data and the network in cybersecurity dominated in the core skill, and the future is dominated by, needed by two skills, right? Core skill would need to be developed to support future workforce. Percentage of companies that assess the digital skill workers continue to increase rank world digital competitiveness in Indonesia 2018 to 2024 continue to increase from 62 to 43. However, in terms of the capacity, if we compare between the developing countries and developed countries, especially Indonesia, you look at that 19% of the number of workers have digital skill compared to the developed countries, 58 to 64%. Indonesia only 16%. Then for the amount workers with shown skill digital level advanced, Indonesia only having 6%, while the developed country is 14% to 22%. Sorry, it doesn't work. Of course, this is concerning there is a large gap between needs and supply digital talent in Indonesia. If you look at here, gap between the need and the existing conditions of the digital talents, here the gap like gap between the need of digital talent and the supply digital talent. If you look at here in 2024, the need of digital talent actually 10.733, but the existing actually is 6.551. It means that if we look at by 2030, it predicted that we need 12.9 digital talents, but the display would be 9 for 34. It means that in 2030, Indonesia is estimated to have a shortage of 3 million talent on the digital. Three main factors of transformation in digital era. The first is artificial intelligence, the second is digital access, and the third is robot autonomous system. From three of them, actually there are percentage of companies stating that these factors drive business transformation. About 86% artificial intelligence is percentage of companies stating that these factors drive business transformation are about 86% of companies said that artificial intelligence is very important. Meanwhile, for the digital access, there are companies stated that 60%, then robot and autonomous system is 58%. How does it impact to the business? As tool productivity strengthening, processes decision making, and create various innovation opportunities, and so on, right? Future challenges, technology-driven transformation. If we look at here, that the future challenge and technology-driven transformation, top fastest declining jobs, actually concerning the postal services, bank tellers, and so on. Then the top fastest growing jobs is like big data. If you look at on the slide here, there are 10 top fastest declining and top fastest growing jobs. For the top fastest declining job, we need reskilling for workers with jobs that are vulnerable for loss, and for the top fastest growing, we need upskilling of the workforce with jobs will grow in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, in this slide, actually, will the future need? If we look at the percentage of the companies that assess the companies that also become increasing important in the next 5 years, there are all AI, big data, network, technological literacy, resilience, flexibility, creative and skilling, closely life, talent management, leaders, and social, analytical, thinking, environmental world. In the digital era, technical skills as AI and big data, as all the network and cyber security ranking skill is considered increasing important. But various recognition and interpretal skill remain important to develop. Actually, this is development needs, skill, the balance. Development needs skill, the balance. Although technical skill important, however, 7 of the 10 core skills needed in the future are included in cognitive and interpersonal skill. If we look at here, from 10, there are 7 skill on the futures are needed. The 7 actually concerning the cognitive skill and interpersonal skill. Meanwhile, for the technical skill is needed out of the TEDSERV. The light bulb wasn't invented by continuously improving the candle. It means that we cannot continue the things with the continue, the exactly present is existing available. Changing a fixed mind into growth mindset. Fixed mindset, we in facing the future workforce, the challenge of future workforce, actually we need to change our fixed mindset into the growth mindset. It means that the desire to look smart and avoid failure, challenge, and ignore criticism into the desire to continue learning so that you are ready to accept challenges. Do not give up easily, not afraid of failure, are willing to accept criticism. In the future, actually, we need this changing of fixed mindset from a growth mindset. Growth mindset is key. Men adapt with change, need competency, skill, as well as change working time from. In the future, actually, there will be 39% core skill will change, and 92 million jobs will be lost and automated by 2030. Here actually the paradigm first on the future workforce going to human potential. As we know that the changing from the labor into the human potential, this is important in facing the future workforce. If we look at here, from task-centric into people-centric and purpose-centric, it is needed in order to shift future workforce going into the human potential. I mean, in order to facing future workforce, actually this paradigm is important in order to cope with the challenges that we are facing in the future. This is a human source model plenary. We need at least 4 points: intelligent spiritual, intelligent emotional, knowledge, and skill. To achieve the purpose of human potential, atau to maximize human potential in order to support the vision of the organization or the development, it is needed to look at this for human resources model plenary. Yeah. To realize human potential through balanced skill development and through the mindset, we always to look at combine 3 areas. The first thing is technical skills, interpersonal skill, and cognitive skill. All those things actually we always make it balanced and always to improve it as a part of the development of future workforce. This all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Please remain in the stage, Mr. Fahru Rozi, and thank you for your wonderful keynote speech. Now, before we continue to the moderated session, we would like to give an appreciation to our keynote speakers.
Therefore, we kindly invite Ms. Nurhaya Kinasi as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economix to give the placards. To our honorable keynote speaker, Mr. Fahru Rozi, we invite you to receive the placards.
Once again, we would like to extend our thanks to Mr. Fahru Rozi. Before we move to the next agenda, we would like to thank to our media partners. UMN TV,
Provoke Youth Club,
Jules Community Indonesia,
Metro TV,
Tagar News,
Inilah.com,
Warta Ekonomi,
Media Indonesia,
Kata Data,
Times Indonesia,
See Today,
Gox,
Valid News,
DDTC News,
IN Today Media,
Kompasiana,
Harian Kompas,
Okezone.com,
MNC Trijaya FM,
and Young on Top.
We would also like to thank our sponsors,
PT Perkebunan Nusantara 4, Palmco,
Ascot Indonesia,
Yellow Hotel Harmony,
Yellow Hotel Manggarai,
Grab,
Real Food,
Aqua.
and Omorphia Cosmetic.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now enter the moderated part of the seminar titled Reshaping the Labor Market in the Wake of Automation. The session will be moderated by Dr. Idewa Gede Karmawisana.
Dr. Idewa Gede Karmawisana has been serving as the Director of Lembaga Demografi at Universitas Indonesia since 1999. Previously, he has collaborated with institutions like the Asian Development Bank, Johns Hopkins University, and the University of Illinois at Chicago, contributing to national and international policy discussions, including the G20 Employment Working Group. Now, we gladly hand over the next session to our moderator, Dr. Idewa Gede Karmawisana. To Mr. Dewa, we welcome you to the stage.
Okay, good afternoon, participants for the 20 seconds economics. So while we are waiting for the last chair, I would like to welcome you again for this event and thank you very much for your participations. Just to give you an introduction, so it will be nice while we're waiting for the chair to be arranged. Since we are talking about digital today, I would share with you a very funny story based on my daughter's story. Because I think it's related to the topic today. It's about digitalizations or how the job transitions actually will be impacted by digitals, you know. I have a daughter, 7 years old. The funny thing is about 3 days ago or 4 days ago, in the middle of my transit from home to office, she sent a message to her mom saying that, "Mom, my Roblox apps somehow being uninstalled. I tried to install it again, but I don't know how to sign into that Roblox account." That's a funny thing because we know the access, we know how to do it. And later she sent a message with voice message and the voice actually sounds very worried because she cannot play the Roblox because he only able to play Roblox on the weekend. And then my wife, so her mom told me like, what should we do? Should we tell her the access? I said, wait, we need to finish our trip first. Before that, after that we can call her. But right after we arrived in the office, suddenly she sent a message again and then saying that, I know how to do it. And I played Roblox now. Can you guess how she did it? She asked ChatGPT. Okay, so can you imagine 7 years old already able to use ChatGPT to solve digital problems? So anyway, that's the story. I thought that it would be interesting to trigger you with this kind of experience because 7 years old already able to prepare herself how to transition to a new digital job in the futures. So I would like to, again, introduce myself. My name is Dewa. I will be your moderator for today's event, this 20 Seconds Economics International Seminar. I would like to welcome today's speakers who will join us today for the moderated discussion. Our first speaker, Ms. Simrin Singh, assumed her role as Director of the ILO Country Office for Indonesia and Timor-Leste in February 2024. She previously served as Director of the ILO Country Office for Sri Lanka and the Maldives since 2017 until 2023. Since joining the ILO in 2000 in Tanzania, she has worked on child and forced labor elimination across Africa, South Asia, and globally. She later served as senior specialist on the fundamental principles and rights at work since 2008 to 2017, at the ILO regional office in Bangkok. Please welcome Ms. Simran Singh. Welcome. For the second speaker, we would like to invite Mrs. Tari Lestari. She's currently served as the Director for State Finance and Monetary Analysis, Ministry of National Development Planning, Republic of Indonesia, or Bappenas, since 2022. She has previously held positions as the Deputy Director for Financing and Monitoring Analysis since 2017 until 2021, and Planner in Economic Policy in 2008 until 2016 for the Ministry of National Development Planning. Please welcome Ms. Tari Lestari. So the third speaker, last but not least. Oh, okay. Last but not least, because I need a man to accompany me, otherwise there will be a girl power here. The third speaker is Dr. Komang Budi Aryasa. He was appointed Executive Vice President Digital Business and Technology, or EVP DBT, in 2023 at Telkom. Prior to this role, he served as Deputy Executive President Digital Business and Technology since 2015 up until 2023. Aside from his career at Telkom, he is the founder of Data Science Indonesia, where he now takes a role in the board of advisor. He also a member of Asosiasi Big Data Indonesia, an organization he took part in initiating. So please welcome Mr. Komang Budi Arsana. Welcome, Pak Komang. So, once again, thank you very much and welcome to our distinguished speaker today. Before we start our discussion, I will explain to all of you the flow of our Q&A session. Just briefly, our Q&A session will be held after the discussion has ended. And during the Q&A session, participants are allowed to raise their hands to ask questions directly. And also participant will be chosen directly by me, the moderator, who will be asked. And hopefully you will pay attention and catch up some of the details presented by or response by our speakers today. And the mode of our today's discussions, I would like to trigger a couple of questions to each of the speakers here regarding our topic today. Okay, and there will be allowed like 3 part of the questions or discussion that we will initiate. Okay, so first we'd like to start with issue about automation. Again, just relate to my daughter's story. How can she, like 7 years old, already automate herself, finding solutions through the internet? And we expect that the automation to have significant impacts on the labor market in the future, affecting different sectors and economies in various ways. So I would like to ask the first questions to Ms. Singh. How can we ensure that the integration of automation in the labor market leads to inclusive growth and minimizes job replacement, especially for the vulnerable sectors? Please, Ms. Singh.
Terima kasih, Pak Dewa. Notable panelists, thank you for that very important question and asking the ILO to provide a perspective on this. I think the first thing I wanted to just say is that a lot of the narrative around automation and what's going to happen in the future is almost sounds like doomsday. Like everyone's going to lose their jobs to machines and robots, and ChatGPT is going to transform everything, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's something that we need to really take with a grain of salt, a pinch of salt, because that's not what actually the reality is. The ILO did global research in terms of what was the scale, perhaps, of job loss to automation. And honestly, it's just 2.3%. 2.3%. So while you get all these, blazing headlines in the social media, wherever else, it's really not an accurate thing. But what it also shows that is only 2.3% of global jobs will be perhaps changed entirely, taken up by robots, automation. But 13%, only 13% are supposed to be transformed a bit. So we're not really looking at a huge segment of the labor market in a way. But what becomes more and more important is to really have that foresight planning to see how the potential can be used to create a better labor outcomes and livelihoods and community economic outcomes for those. You saw in Rosie's presentation, in terms of which jobs are going to go, it's pretty much clerical jobs. So I was saying post office. I mean, I've been looking for a post office in Jakarta, and it was kind of difficult. I don't even know if one exists. Everything is done electronically. But anyways, yes, clerical services are going to be disproportionately, about 25% of those jobs will have very high automation potential, and about 58% medium exposure. And it also varies. There's also nuance between whether you're a high-income country, you saw what the access was, versus if you're a low or middle-income country. Some low-income countries, the impact is going to be not even 1%. High-income countries, you see an impact of over 5%, close to 6%. So there's a lot of variation and nuance, and there's not an exact science. And I'm sure you've heard so many statistics from my colleague in the World Bank and from Rosie, now from me as ILO. Let's just focus on the basics and not get carried away again by either headlines or all these varying statistics that are going on. I think that the main point here is that we are really looking at a transformation potential that can really equalize and has potential for the labor market, especially for women, because they are definitely more disproportionately affected. So I'm so happy to see so many young women here. I think this is a very important investment to be made, and to see how we can workforce plan to be able to harness the potential of these technologies instead of feeling like we're going to be bulldozed over and lose jobs, etc. So I think there's some very critical steps that can be taken, but I think it's important that we really look at this as a transformational point instead of one that is the death of jobs. Another thing which is interesting, at least from Indonesia's perspective, is the labor market is such that rarely do you have one person doing only that job. And also, the other interesting aspect that no one has really talked about is that we are in a constant climate of vulnerability or crisis with external factors, whether it's the monetary markets, whether it's health crises like COVID, whether it's, everything. So political, geopolitical crises. There's a lot of stuff that is not in the control. So we have to bear our analysis in terms of what's happening in the macro environment, the fact that the labor force is already kind of diversified, and in times of crisis, what ends up happening is people go back to the safe place, agriculture. Now, how can we use AI? And I think there's been some fantastic developments in helping farmers, agricultural services, also to use those tools to be able to produce better stuff, deal with climate-related issues, etc. So the sphere of things that can be harnessed is quite immense, especially also for women. And we see how we can use it as a positive force as opposed to one that is doomsday and destructive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sim. And yes, it's very good reminder, everyone, that we are not necessarily to focusing on what things like so scary, the doomsday scenario. Sometimes we also need to find a bright future scenarios that we would like to look forward. And then before that, we would like to ask the second questions next to Ms. Tari Lestari. So, what are the key challenges, opportunities, and risks that different industries face in adapting the automation-driven changes in the workforce? What do you think about that, Ms. Tari, please?
Yeah, thank you so much. That's very interesting questions. But before, let me explain that. Like I'm here, if you see, I'm a director for State Finance and Monetary Analysis, like so far from digitalization. So right now, I have a responsibility to be acting director for macro planning and statistical analysis. So that area that one of them coverage like productivity, labor market. So maybe that's the relation why I'm here, representation from the Ministry of National Development Planning. Related to the risks and prospect of digitalization, of course, this automation brings a huge potential for us. From my view as an economist, I believe that the automation will improve productivity and hence it will create more GDP and product output per economy. As I have prepared my presentation here, maybe can next to the slide. Next slide. Here, please stop. This is the figure. We can see, next slide, please. The impact of automation into economic growth. Next slide, yes. This is, we can see that overall, that the automation can boost the GDP by 0.4% approximately. And most of the advanced economy will reap the benefit. Can you please help me to next slide? I think this is not the slide. Yes, this is the slide. The US GDP, for example, rises to be 13.1% above the baseline if introduced with automation. And also the South Korea will gain the benefit from the automation. The GDP will increase by 11.7%. Also in China. This shows us that with introducing automation in our economic activity, it will boost productivity, it will double people to have transaction, it will make people easy to access each sector, for example, health, education, so thus the value of economy will increase significantly. And however, in Indonesia, we still have challenges to reap the optimum benefit from the automation. Why? As explained by Deputy Minister from Labor previously, Indonesia, the education of people in Indonesia is still low. From the data, from the statistic, I read 55% of people still in primary education, which is not really introduced so much into the technological things, into the automation things. So the challenge is how to prepare the human resource ready to adopt the automation itself. The second challenge is infrastructure. In Indonesia, as we know, as the large archipelago countries, having more than 17,000 islands, we have not equal infrastructure facilities in terms of internet, in terms of computer access, kind of thing. So I think this is a huge work for the government to striking the balance between preparing the human resources and also preparing the infrastructure so that we can create the whole ecosystem for the country to optimizing the automation itself, like in other advanced countries, for example, Korea or US. Maybe that's from my view about the challenges. And maybe from the sector, I think each sectoral also faces different level of challenge. Maybe one sector that will really utilize more about automation is retail sector. Sectors that dominated by repetition skill will change and will adopt robotics thing quickly rather than sector which implement more soft skill things like, for example, communication skill, leadership skill. That's not changeable by the robot things. But sector like retails with repetition will change by AI easily. I think that's my view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Tari. And again, it's really interesting to see that there is an opportunity, yeah, everyone, that it will contribute to the economy. But at the same time, the challenge actually we need to ensure that the adoption of this kind of technology will be, access and be able to be adopted by everyone in this country. But however, there is a gap there. We are still having imbalance on how to be able to create this equal access to the technology. Very good point, Bu Tari. So next to Pak Komang. So what do you think about, how can the policymakers, businesses and educational institutions collaborate to prepare the workforce for the evolving demands brought by automation? Is there any strategic framework, as you know, in place to support this kind of transition? Please, Pak Komang.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation on this conference as a panelist. It's not because I'm Balinese and Pak Dewa also Balinese. So he put me on the same stage today. I accept this invitation because I'm very proud as an alumni of FEB. So I studied doctors here for almost 5 years. It's quite a long time actually from the average doctor graduate in University of Indonesia. If that time we already have ChatGPT, DeepSeek, I believe that I can finish it less than maybe 3 years. The presence of generative AI today is tremendously very fast. So make also our corporate redefine their strategy. So how to catch up with the pace, very speed pace of development of artificial intelligence and also automation today. On every conference, conversation, and discussion, always there is a question whether the employee like us, a corporate employee, in the future will be disrupted by AI. The answers today is quite simple actually. Based on my experience in the working in corporation like Telkom, so there is no massive yet the replacement of the employee from automation or from AI. So it's nothing worry about the replacement of the jobs because of the presence of the AI. Because until today, I didn't see any massive replacement. So in the future, we have to prepare because the repetitive job like Bu Tari mentioned, it will be very easy to replace. Like today, on every development of our application like My Telkomsel, My IndiHome, we always embed the capability of AI inside of the application. It's made easier for the customer to engage with the services. Asking any question and directly the system, the application will answer any concern that customer has. And the question also is how to collaborate with education, with government. with campus, every year we accept thousands of new employees coming from campus. Every year we also accept internship coming from campus to collaborate with us, working with us, just to put the knowledge of the practical knowledge on the student. And with the government, we have various cooperation with them, helping government to do digital transformation. One thing, the collaboration with government is creating the policy of AI in Indonesia. Like the government designing national strategy of AI, so we involve on this design of the strategy. We also helping government to do digitalization, developing any application and system to make them more efficient on the public services. That's the question from the first question from Pak Dewa.
Nggih, matur suksema Pak Komang, terima kasih banyak. I'm really sorry guys, we use ethnic language, so just to spice up a little bit, not only talking about digitals and apps, but again, to sum up a little bit about what had already been shared by our three speakers. Like first, we are not seeing this as a doomsday scenario in terms of adapting the technology. But again, we also realize there are some challenges on how this kind of technology will be able to adopt by all workers from different groups of workers here in Indonesia. And we already heard from Pak Komang that the collaborations to enhance and speed up this kind of adoptions actually already done by governments, by education sector, and we saw this kind of approach in the framework of the policies as well. So, follow up to that story from Pak Komang. We have this situation in Indonesia where the informal workers actually quite huge in Indonesia. Just like in any other developing countries, we have this informal labor force, low skill workers. Yet we will see how this upcoming labor landscape affecting by this technology, that it may favor more to those who are high skill laborers, right? So do you think what kind of structural change or policy intervention we needed so much to equip these informal workers with what so-called the future-proof skills in this transition? What do you think, Pak Komang?
Okay. So since there are so many informal workers also in this country, so we encourage actually not only for informal worker but also for you as a future leader. So try to use any various of AI tools available now in the market and be familiar with it. In the future, the people who more familiar with the tools, AI tools that are available, will win the competition. It's not because of the developing of the tools, but it's about the using the tools. Because so many tools is available right now, you have to familiar with it. You have to know how to use it for your productivity. Otherwise, you will be left behind with other people that more familiar with the tools. That's one thing that you have to consider. And the second one is to occupy the informal worker with more productive. We have to develop, we have to make tools, AI tools available for them. So make them more efficient to do their job. That's one thing we have to think about. So for example, we are developing right now one of two marketplace running by the government, one for small medium enterprise, one for government e-procurement. On those platforms, we always embed AI to make small medium enterprise easy to do business in Indonesia. Easy to do business with government, easy to do procurement with government. So try to make tools from the provider point of view, try to make tools that easier to use by the people that not very familiar with the technology. That we are developing right now and helping them and make them, hopefully make them more productive in the future. That answer.
Thank you, Pak Komang. And probably it's also follow-up questions to Bu Tari, especially from the government perspective, yeah, or if you already have some ideas on how this kind of policy will be driven forward. Please,
Sure.
Bu.
Yeah. This is a technological issue. Automation disruption is one thing that we consider in development planning, of course. And when we are drafting and already established now the long-term document for 2045, we highlighted several policy intervention to internalize the challenge so that Indonesia ready. 20 years ahead, Indonesia ready to become an advanced country that adopt automation. First is to, as been mentioned earlier, reskilling and upskilling. For formal sector that should learn as easiest and fastest as possible how to use the new technology. Even they are informal or even they are primary education, government have responsibility to train them to understand the new technology that they will help them to survive in their business. For example, in informal sector, in seller or, for example, enterprises, medium enterprises, kind of that. They use technology, they distribute more product easily by using the technology. So in the development planning, the reskilling and upskilling has been mentioned. That's one thing. And another thing is, this is like what I've learned when I talk with the government of Singapore, how they can so fast catch up with the technology. They create a hub between the government and the university and the industries. They create training hub system so that the government provided the correct, the appropriate or the needed skill for the workers that industry needs, and the syllabus or curriculum inserted in the university. So the whole collaboration works there. That's also will do by Indonesian government right now. Indonesia encourage university to insert it as much and as earlier as possible technological things, AI, learning about Python, for example, how to create the machine learning, how to create modeling, for example, for the economy student, how to predict the behavior of one variable by using the so-called random forest model. That's using machine learning. If you can understand and can use the new methodology and the new tools, latest tool in technology, you can survive later on. So this should be started from the educational system as early as possible. That's the second thing. And the third one, this is important, is always collaboration with industrial sector or the private sector. What they do really need for Indonesia to really catch up with the automation. Because from the educational side, we provide the supply for workers, and from industrial side, we encourage the demand for workers. So we create the ecosystem that supply and demand meets in balance. And the government provide incentive, provide regulation, provide certainty, so that both private sector and education as a place for the workers to meet can grow up healthy and can grow up conducive. The environment can be so conducive, helped by the government running the correct regulation, running the supervision, and implementing the facilitation through the training kind of thing. And yeah, I think the third things that highlighted already in the document planning, and what I was mentioned earlier also, the infrastructure is also important. Government should invest a lot on the infrastructure, like the internet things, computer also, the Wi-Fi, the broadband, because it's not really equitable in Indonesia. So government should make sure the access in Java should be the same in access in Sumatra, and should be the same with the access for people in Papua. It will work if we provide equitable infrastructure and also provide them with the appropriate education in technology. I think that's the intervention from the government to provide more balance between the supply and demand side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Budari. And next to Ms. Singh. Again, about the informal workers, right? What do you think, how to we can strike the balance between this rapid economic transformation and safeguarding the protection to these vulnerable workers?
Thank you. I think you said it right, just the last thing you said, and I was going to start by saying that. It's about striking that balance between the supply and the demand for labor in a very volatile, potentially unpredictable macro environment as well. So we do the best we can. Now, how do we do the best we can? We try to be as comprehensive as possible in whatever policy interventions we collectively invest in. And I must say that, sometimes it gets too siloed. You only look at it from the digital lens. How do we improve access? And, how do we get more people on e-commerce, get more that literacy? And then, you forget about some of the really human side of it. And then you look at it maybe from GDP growth rates and say, how can we actually up the numbers and use it for that? I'm calling, as ILO, labor organization, for a very human, practical, yet comprehensive approach to all of these things, not to discount the need for supply in terms of access and increasing demand. It's not to diminish any of those things. But there's a few critical elements, I think, that one shouldn't forget. First is really know your labor market. You need that evidence. If your supply of people in this and with different demographics of the labor market, there are also the locations, the regional disparities. Get to know them. What age are they? Where are they from? Do they have access? What are they doing? What is their education level? What are their aspirations? So really evidence base is key, and I think it's very important that those that work with data do, and you are a digital data person, so you would know how valuable it is. And obviously you have labor force surveys. They're very good, and in Indonesia it's fantastic because you collect quarterly, so you have almost real time, but it's still not truly real-time data. So I think when we look at capturing data going forward, we need to think of also how we can create that real-time data on the supply and demand dynamics of the labor market, not just of products and services, but of the people involved. I think also a system to manage individual cases. I think that sometimes we get lost in statistics and demographic definitions and forget about individual case management. And that individual case management system sometimes needs to start at the higher, even secondary school level, because that's the critical point where students have to make that transition from school to work. So individual case management systems for all forms of workers starting at that level. Certainly financial support is needed, giving access for those that are starting their businesses, small enterprises. Most of the labor market indeed is small, medium enterprises. So they might only employ one person. They might have fluid workers coming in and out. They might not, they're not, that typical manufacturing factory model or the typical formal sector office model. It's a very dynamic, closing, opening. They need financial support. But not just financial support, it's really important to invest in hand-holding financially as well. Because I haven't talked to the OJK, Financial Services Authority, that are trying to digitize, increase access. The biggest problem is how the aftercare, during care, how do they keep these industries and these workers involved? Certainly retraining programs for industries that, might be going forward. Good example is Indonesia wants to exit coal, right, for a greener future. Enter renewables, so all of a sudden, the kind of energy needs, renewable energies, palm oil, solar, whatever it might be, there's really a demand for jobs there. So how do you retrain perhaps exiting coal workers, as one example, for just transition to a better thing? Certainly job search assistance. I know Ministry of Manpower has programs, but also several other. Pakerja is another one that also trains and combines a lot of these elements here. And again, to remember that a lot of the jobs are created through entrepreneurship and self-start. So it's not, again, that factory model, not, again, that model of, office jobs. Really, it's how do you start your own business? How do you handhold? How do you thrive? How do you create that business that then employs more people, that increases productivity, brings in more revenue, harnesses the potential of digital things, all to make it a win-win success story. Since I'm also ILO, I have to really emphasize one thing that sometimes is often forgotten, but really should not be, because this is the key. The key is involve the essential labor market actors. It should not be a policy that's top-down, coming from a government bureaucrat, sorry, Ibu, or a tech company or whatever. It has to involve a combination, or academia. It has to really bring in a combination of those that represent the workforce, those that represent the hiring, the private sector, the employers, with government. Because it takes at least, at minimum, that trio to be able to identify what are the needs. And that has to be discussed, because yes, there are those that might lose their jobs. There's others that might not, right? So how do you do this proper workforce planning together? How do you invest together, including using the private sector that know where the demand is and what they need to do some of the training, so that it's not all academic route, it's not all vocational training route, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is a very important aspect. I'm going to stop there with just one last thing, which is also extremely important, which is social safety nets. Because no matter how hard we try to be as comprehensive and dialoguing with the right people and coming up and having real-time data, there will be those left behind, and it is our obligation to leave no one behind. So in that sense, some very targeted, dedicated social protection safety net programs are essential, especially to bridge, tide over workers that simply can't transition like this. So for a period of time, to have what we would call unemployment insurance schemes, et cetera, that help them tide over that very critical, vulnerable period, so that they can use that maybe to reskill, to reinvest, to start new businesses, and bring back and be active members of the economy, productive members, so to speak. So I will stop there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Singh. And the trigger questions too actually have a lot of things you all need to digest. Transition from school to work, we need to prepare for that, because the technology running so fast, but the way we transition from school to work, there's still some ways, very slow somehow. Adoption of technology. So we raised the questions about or how to do skilling strategy, reskilling, upskilling, and so on. Pak Komang already mentioned about how individually we need, to put more initiative on how to embrace these new learning ways, in order to adopting technology. From the government perspective, we already heard about a lot of proposed strategy as well as framework of policy that trying to be operate. We need to look forward how this policy will be working on, what kind of things we can evaluate, or the outcomes that resulting from this policy. So many things, guys. Okay, you need to pay attention on it. So let's move to the next part of the discussion today. Okay. Now we put these things into the global situations. Okay, the rise of automations, serving both opportunities and challenges. We already mentioned about that, and we also need to understand how potentially any job losses or increase inequality in terms of access or in terms of outcome due to this technology. I would like to ask questions first to Bu Tari. Yeah, what kind of policy or strategies that government now implement to integrate this automation or digital technology to, the keywords is about job creation. Is there any framework or things that related to job creations and sustainable economic growth?
Okay, maybe we can also see the slide I have prepared for the government intervention. The committee, could you please, the slides number 7. How to integrate, number 7, next slide. Government intervention, next slide. And so, next slide. The long-term document, as I mentioned, what government do here is to coordinate all the stakeholders that has been mentioned by Ibu earlier, that private sector and education, practitioners, and also the labor market itself. We bring together and hear all their input so that we can arrange the appropriate policy how to survive in the era of automation. And as I said, preparing the capacity from Indonesian people since the beginning, since the primary education is important. So in the planning document, government mentioned that in the primary school, in the secondary school, should introduce curriculum about the automations earlier. That's how we can change the long-term and medium-term capacity of Indonesian people, so that when the automation comes, they will ready to adopt. That's the policy. And from the government side, it's also regulation is important, and sometimes because the regulation is not there, the automation can be optimizing. So government always highlighted how they can provide the enabling environment for the automation works, both in the educational level, both in the private sector industry and the labor market itself. So I think the government is kind of what I should call orchestration for everyone, for every stakeholders can play their role optimally. That's the main function of government. But maybe I will highlight it also that in terms of optimizing automation in Indonesia, because Indonesia very diverse, the asymmetric policy should be implemented. We can't run the symmetric policy in each region. For example, the approach how to make people aware of digitalization in Papua will be different in Java. So we really highlighted in the document planning, asymmetric policy should be adopted by Indonesia in any kind of intervention. Include the automation things, technological things. So we know the appropriate approach, how to make people eager to use the new system, for example, in Java, in Sumatra. And this is things that also in my field, because I'm in monetary area, the payment system is the easiest example of the digitalization and automation. How we can reap the maximum benefit from QRIS, for example. That's the example of automation. But how many people in Indonesia can use that? Not all Indonesian people. For example, my parents not use QRIS yet, but we can understand the benefit, and with the intervention of the local government, for example, the approach to the elder, how can they really understand to use newcomers of technology, that will be also very crucial to be highlighted. So the coordination, very comprehensive between government, local, and also national, and yeah, start from the micro, start from us, start from the students, start from the family, using any kind of facilities of digitalization. I think that's important to start from us, start from small. I think that's the message. Thank you.
Thank you, Butari. And just to continue with that, because one key statement from Butari actually about the local governments, about local people, how to also identify and recognize, the variations of our local people and how to respond to it. So in relation to that, because Pak Komang is from the industry sector, from the telco company, I would like also to hear your opinion, Pak. How can businesses balance the need for automation with the responsibility to preserve traditional industries and the local employment, Pak?
So I'll give you some example how automation result great productivity within the company. The first example is when we try to identify the quantity of TKDN. You know TKDN, right? Tingkat kandungan dalam negeri. The quantity of domestic stuff whenever provider want to sell their product to the government. So before the automation, we have to provide so many people to check whether the TKDN is more than, let's say, 60% or less. But after AI come in, and especially optical character recognition technology, so we are very easy to identify the quantity of TKDN whenever small medium enterprise want to sell their product to the government, and government want to recognize how much actually the quantity of TKDN on the product they want to buy. That's the first one. So the second one is when we do new employee recruitment for BUMN, state-owned enterprise. There are 10,000 maybe applicants that we have to check whether their KTP is correct with their school certificate or something. Huge of document, we need to check the validation and also the requirement meet with the standard of the requirement in any state-owned enterprise. Imagine when there is no AI help us to do that. So many people we have to allocate to check many documents. And now we do it very simple. We put it in our platform and then the result come in very fast. 10,000 documents, they can possible to process very fast. So that the beauty of automation make us more productive. And the last one, from our perspective as technology provider, we're developing any application. Under myself, we have around 2,000 application developer. Before we know Copilot, if you know Copilot, we have to assign one developer to one project. And with Copilot, the programming doing very fast, and the quality of programming also better rather than without Copilot. And right now, one developer, we possible to assign with 3 projects. So means the productivity is getting higher, but of course we didn't lay off our workforce or employee. We need to allocate the vacant employee to another job. So more project can be done with the automation, with the help of automation. Those 3 examples conclude that the automation give us more productive in the way of working and complete the task. That's the example from my point of view.
Okay, thank you, Pak Komang. So, well, the last one probably too missing in relation to international labor standard. How we can those standard guide the businesses in developing economies to implement automation in the way that can also gain some efficiency, but at the same time it's also fair for the employment.
Okay, so the ILO is 105 years old. It preceded the United Nations, and we are a standard-setting organization when it comes to the world of work. So we have some 190 standards, labor standards, and we are working very hard with the world of work actors, the workers, employers, governments from across the globe to come up with a standard on the platform economy. And that's something also with Indonesian authorities trying to come up with that. And this is a very important thing because technology and everything has been moving so fast. It's not typical sectors anymore, and everything, before you get to point A, you're already at point F or G, so you really need this to be a very real-time thing. But we are hoping the next year or so, maybe even this year, to be able to come up with some guidance on a standard to even the playing field and to not create situations of more exacerbated inequality. There's really not much case history. I mean, there's been stuff in California, UK, Germany, spattering of things when it comes to issues related to the use of tech or misuse of tech, exploitation of workers. Usually you're finding it mostly with these, the transportation workers. And actually the Indonesian authorities are focusing, first step is to those that are working in the transportation sector, the Gojeks and everything that you have here. But another critical sector to think about, especially for countries as they age and still have a young population at the same time like Indonesia, is care sector workers. Those providing services for the young and for the old, and transitioning and allowing for the productive age workforce, including women, to be able to take part in the labor force. So I think protections also for those in the care sector are very important to focus on to alleviate some of the risks. I mean, the idea is to have a balanced approach, to be well informed by what are the dynamics in the labor market and try to put in place as many safeguards, voluntary safeguards, but also those that are coming through law or policy, because you need to be moving at a pace that's not traditional anymore. So the more safeguards that are built, the more checks and balances are built, not necessarily a top-down one, but an organic one across the industries, I think is an important area to follow through. I just wanted to maybe respond to one point made by Pa Telkom, which was, it's true, I mean, you can deal with a lot of quantity issues with this, but one of those things that need to be safeguarded, we're finding, which is a danger when it comes to a standard that you asked, is how algorithms can be misused and create and exacerbate more inequality. And we found, especially with regard to women or those that are from far out areas or from classes of society that are not so well off, there's really a very serious danger because the algorithms, do a pre-selection. You might not even make it, with a disability, you might not even make it to the interview, especially if you're looking for formal sector employment. So I just wanted to give a word of caution on that, especially for those of you or others that are working in the human resources domain, that to be very careful about how this could be misused, or not intentionally, but even unintentionally, just because it's moving so fast. So we've got to be a bit ahead of the curve. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Singh. So I would like to highlight one terminology, like you may need to rethinking again, the unintended consequences. The one that we already discussed in the third trigger questions, actually about how we respond to this kind of, safeguarding, protecting, the fair employment in the wave of, big wave of this new technology transformation that changing the workforce as well as the job, as well as the task and many other things. But the unintended consequences also we need to consider, Bu Singh, we may find our job getting easier, but then at the same time, there are other aspects of our job that might not be protected well enough, may not be paid well enough, may not be considered our human being, livelihood well enough. So, to continue with our discussion, it's very interesting, a lot of things being mentioned by our speakers today. So we are now moving to our Q&A session. We will open to questions from the audience here. If you have any questions, we have two. It's a bit too bright over here. I already saw one from here. The other two guys, you have to wait, but I already saw that guy, Bapak with batik clothes, next to lady with the hijab. The second one, the third one from this side, that lady in front. Okay. So I mentioned two, but I already asked three, so it's okay, committee, it's fine, Okay. So the first one from there, that guy, that gentleman over there, and please mention your name and ask briefly, okay? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dewa. My name is Rizky Darwan, graduate student of International Relations. I want to ask a question to Butari from Bapanas, if I'm not mistaken. Government talks a lot about artificial intelligence, AI, robot, automation, and etc., etc. But are we really ready to have a job with AI, a robot, and kind of that? I mean, just like Cortex from Ministry of Finance just launched a few weeks ago, but today we see the result. We got difficulties to report our tax through that apps. My question is, are we really ready to face technological transformation in our country? And the second question is, how do the government and also the campuses, universities prepare the students to face the technological transformation? Butari said that infrastructure was built by the government to reshape the transformation in technological. But today, government cut the money for makan siang gratis and any kind of that. Do we really prepare for that technological transformation? Thank you.
What's your name again?
Rizky.
Rizky, okay, thank you very much, Rizky. The second one, should we collect the questions first, Bu Tari, Okay, thank you, Bu. The second one over here. Bapak yang baju batik, yes. Thank you. Microphone, please. Please mention your name and your questions briefly, please.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Joko Susilo. I'm from University of Indonesia, Faculty of Law. I've got some, to be honest, I'm working on the legal field at the moment. And this is a kind of interesting topic to say that automation might shift the legal field as well. My question is, as automation and AI increasingly influence the workforce, how should policymakers and global organizations like the ILO or maybe Bapanas as well ensure that ethical decision-making roles such as judges, lawyers, or even political leaders remain guided by human values rather than algorithms? And what measure can be implemented to balance efficiency and ethical responsibility in highly automated societies? Maybe that's my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Joko. So the question will be to Bu Tari and Ms. Singh, yeah? Because ILO already mentioned that. Okay. The last questions, and please be brief. Mention your name and the questions, please.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Faith. My name is Faith. I'm from the University of Isahana Circulates from the Philippines. So my question is directed towards Ms. Singh from the ILO. Good afternoon, ma'am. So the question is, in terms on the rise of automation, how can the ILO ensure that international labor standards are adaptable and integrated enough to protect workers' rights? Because, for example, in international law, we have the doctrine of incorporation and the doctrine of transformation, but then International Labor Organization is an international organization, so this does not work. However, how do we make sure that these protectional standards are adapted and integrated enough, so much aside from data gathering, while at the same time we do not meddle with these infant industries while protecting these labor's rights?
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to allow Bu Tari first to respond because I guess you have a bunch of questions, interesting one.
Okay,
Please, Bu.
thank you so much. I am amazed with the enthusiasm from the audience, actually. And this is from the first question from Rizky, really good questions, because it's related to the Cortex system, which is it's also my area about the fiscal policy. Yes, actually, to be honest, Indonesia is not that in the condition ready to run for the automation. We still have the gap. If we saw the data, I also prepare in this slide 10. Maybe you can help me to present. Indonesia still have the gap from the human resources, not in a rural area, but also in the government. So when the Cortex system introduced, actually still a lot of homework to be done by the government to prepare the officer, to prepare the society, because I, as stakeholders, work with the Ministry of Finance. I suggest that do the more socialization to the private sector and also to the public, because not everyone understand what is the core system. Even me in the government, I'm not using the Cortex system yet, Pa. So I can understand if the public cannot use that. So the nearly mitigation offered by the legislative and also the government, we are in the transition path to use two systems in this year, for example. I think that's a wise mitigation because not yet ready to use so advanced technology like provided by the Cortex system. Then during the time, the government should socialize more, should talk more with the public and with the private sector, what kind of system, what kind of animal will that Cortex system, so everyone can understand that. And yeah, because we humbly admit that Indonesia not ready yet, so that the government still need intervene with huge incentive, for example, with the spending. And you mentioned how come the government cut the budget, and is the automation still the priority for the government? I could say yes, because if we see the link between the makan bergizi gratis, when prepare the human resource to be healthy and to be like ready to become more competitive human being in the future, if we take the link, maybe the result not tomorrow or next week or next month, it's a long-term process when Indonesia should prepare the human resources to be ready, to be smart, to adopt the technology itself. So if we discuss with the President Prabowo team, the philosophy of the makan bergizi gratis is to elimination the stunting, to combat stunting issues, and to improve the quality of human resources in Indonesia. And I think that's the necessary condition for people to adopt automation. So make the people smart first, because it's not easy to understand the Python, to understand the machine learning. Should be smart people, right? So we prepare the fundamental issue first, and I also, with the Ministry of Finance, discuss this budget cut is not budget cut. This is efficiency. We reallocate the budget, and we are now still in looking what kind of priority agenda in the government should be served. And the automation, digitization, still the priority. The evidence is in our ministry, the Ministry of National Development Planning, the new deputy minister this year with the new structure is economic digital, which is the previous structure. We don't have the economic digital. That's, yeah, it's like an evidence if we still the priority, we still put a lot of attention on digitization, on automation, because President Prabowo and team also highlighted efficiency is to make the government more effective, not waste the money, for example, for something like not creating impact directly to the people. That's the budget cut. And I can assure that digitalization, automation still in the priority despite of this budget agenda. That's my answer. And for, I don't really get another questions. Maybe the general response is how to make this policy from government inclusive for the social in terms of automation is to government should be listen more. I think listen more. Bottom-up policy, we promote bottom-up policy in any kind of development process. We come to the lowest level of the government, like in Indonesia, Rakorbang, in daerah, Rakortek, we hear directly from the local people, Pak, to hear what they want actually from the government and what kind of intervention that really want from the government. Maybe that's my response, I think. Yeah, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Butari. Ms. Singh, you may respond, please. Yes.
I saw there was a lot of interest on the legal side from both questions there was linked, and then the politician's side of things. I think, maybe it's really important to understand the fundamentals of the labor market and convene the right people to the discussion before any actions are taken. We see problems in navigating issues if not enough of a balance and not enough of an inclusive process has been followed. So for the question on lawyers and everything and politicians, I mean, they really don't like demonstrations out on the streets. There's a lot of demos since I've come to Indonesia, and by students actually these days, but it's not something that is good. They want sort of harmony. And so I think in a way to try to avoid them, there's not just, the police services, the enforcement services, or the high court and things, but there's also labor courts. There are other things at the provincial level and mechanisms that can be used to kind of deal with these issues. I think another thing to remember here is that it's not all resting on a special law or standard only on platform work or only on the digital work or on AI. The fundamentals of any labor market and labor standards require certain elements that Indonesia already has in place in law. Whether it's a way of coming up with wages, whether it's a way of making sure more women are not discriminated, people with disability are not discriminated. There's already forums that allow for the freedom of association, the right to collective bargaining between workers and employers. These are all enshrined in your laws and legal system already. It's holding it up and not getting blindsided by the fast pace of this platform work and digitalization and everything. So key is really to manage that transition. And here to manage that transition, you cannot just look at the government to do it, or for somehow private sector to manage it. It really has to be also inclusive with the workers' representatives. I gave the example of the coal transitions, like textiles and apparel is seeing part of it because of the global market and supply chains and things that are outside of the control of Indonesia or any province of Indonesia. But they are declining. How do we manage that transition before it becomes too late? And use technology as a way to build that potential of them. Because if we just go the legal route, also I want to say it's not right formula. Because you're always catching up and reacting as opposed to a proactive measure. And that's where that balance really is essential between enshrining the rights, guaranteeing the rights, living true to the rights of workers, of employers, but also ensuring productivity, growth. It has to be a win-win on both. And this is where international labor standards try to strike that balance between the views of employers that are very keen on productivity, also governments often on productivity because it means greater GDP growth and they have to adhere, and then the issue of rights, making sure that the rights of those vulnerable are protected and not left behind. So it's not easy process in the ILO to come up with standards. Some of them we've spent a long, long time, and some of them member states don't like to sign off on. I can name a few, but other hand, it's really an important process that does reflect aspiration. And one more thing I want to just say is that with labor standards, they're the bare minimum. They're the minimum standards. We're very happy when member states go further and beyond, above and beyond that, and do these things right. So again, as perhaps future leaders and people looking at this, do keep that in mind. It's good to meet the bare minimum, but let's see how we can thrive in a very challenged world now by taking that to the next level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Singh. So, is it end? So we don't have one more? No? Okay. So the committee already gave a sign. So I'm really sorry, guys, if you have more questions, and you may keep it for this moment, and later you can raise it in the other occasions. So I would like to thank again to the participation of all of you for the questions, and also thank you for our amazing speakers today. This is really remarkable and fruitful discussion. Again, we would like to respond properly to the change in the futures. We may not need to focusing on the doomsday scenario about all of those negative impact of technology. Probably we need to find a way how to find a good way to hug it, how to embrace this technology and collaborate together to adopt, to use, to utilize, and to put more benefit on this kind of technology to our today's generation as well as to the next generations. So again, thank you very much. I'm Dewa. Thank you very much for all of your attention and participations, and I will return back the chair to the committee here, to the, what do you call it, Master of Ceremony? Yes. Thank you very much again, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Idewa Gede Karmawisana, for guiding the moderated session. Now, we would like to give an appreciation to our main session speakers and moderator.
Therefore, we kindly invite Ms. Nurhaya Kinasi as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economix to give the placards. For our first moderated session speaker, we invite Ms. Simri Singh to receive the placard.
We would like to express our gratitude once more to Ms. Simrin Singh.
On to our next moderated speaker, we invite Ms. Tari Lestari to receive the placard.
Once again, thank you to Ms. Tari Lestari.
On to our third moderated speaker, we invite Dr. Komang Budi Aryasa to receive the placard.
Once again, thank you to Dr. Komang. And finally, to our amazing moderator, Mr. Idewa Gede Karma Wisana.
Once again, we would like to express our most sincere appreciation to our exceptional moderator and main session speakers. Before leaving the stage, we would like to commemorate this moment with a documentation session with all moderated session speakers.
Okay, I'll help to count down this documentation session in 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again, I'll do the countdown in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you to our moderated speakers. You may return to your seats. We will now be moving on to the line brand session. All attendees are expected to remain seated. The attendance form QR code will be shown after the special session concludes.
To guide us through this session, we're pleased to have Ms. Bestari Bellaverina from the Business Intelligence and Operations of Line Indonesia.
Please welcome Ms. Bestari Bellaverina.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope everyone is still in this place before we start the presentation. Let me introduce my name. My name is Bestari Bellaverina. You can call me Tari, and I'm from Line Indonesia. I hope everyone here is familiar with Line. Anyone here familiar with Line Indonesia? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I hope after what I share here this afternoon, more people can more familiar with Line Indonesia and also can create more expression using Line Indonesia. Okay, should we start? Okay, so what I want to share here is how we can monetize our creativity by earn money with Line stickers in Line application. Next, please. Okay, so Line is not just ordinary messenger apps. So in Line, we create a space that users can express or even create the expression what they want to use in the app by creating stickers. And this is the demographic that we have for now for Line Indonesia, that 90% of our users is from Gen Z and millennials across Indonesia. As we can see that 61% of our user is male and 39% is female, and the age range is within 15 to 24 years old. And the user from Line Indonesia itself is distributed to most of the big city in Indonesia, but focusing mostly in Jabodetabek and Bandung area. But we keep improving to make it more distributed to another big city. And we also trying to expand the business to make our app is more relevant to the community. Okay, next please. Okay, so one of the features that we have for now is line stickers. Maybe if you are already using the line apps, you also familiar to line stickers. And if you don't know yet, I hope you interested with it after this. So you can create a line sticker by yourself using our platform Line Creator Market. So you can also monetize the idea that you have by creating the line sticker and sell it into the market within the line application itself. And for the numbers, we have 1.7 million stickers sent per day, and totally around 500 million stickers sent in a year. So as you can see, all of the IPs that we show here, it's from a local creator. So the creator is from Indonesia, and you can also sell your sticker globally in our other business areas, such as in Southeast Asia country, and also in US and all of the country that we serving using Line app. Next. Okay, so how to create your own sticker and become a creator? You can access to Line Creator Market, or later on I will share the QR and then you can scan it to discuss deeper with our team how you can be a part of our creator. And this is for the example that if you are a part of an event or a community, you can also create your own community stickers, such as this one. We have a JS Goes to Campus. And the other example is from the other university. They also using Line Creator Market as one of the channel that they use to promote their event. Okay, next. And then the step is really easy. It's only 4 steps. The first one is register as a creator, enter all of the necessary information, and then submit text and image. And then the team from Line will review all of the content that you upload in the website, and also start selling. So you will get revenue by selling your IPs through Line Creator Market. Next. And you will get 35% revenue share as a partner. The more you sell, the more revenue you will get. So it's an easy step, I think, and it's super quick. All of the process you can do it by yourself. And then next, please. Okay, so you're interested to become a creator, you can contact our team for support. You can scan the QR code, or you can add line ID of one of our college, Reza, and she will guide you how to sign up to line creator market and start selling your idea. Okay, we can next, please. So we have a booth here downstairs. So we have a really cool merchandise that we bring from the office to here. I hope you guys can come to the booth and let's play together in that booth and get a chance to have our official merchandise that's not sell everywhere, and it's only we bring it only to special occasion like this. So please come and play with us. And before we close this session, I will show you the VT about our line stickers. Thank you. Okay, that's all from Line for today. Thank you for your attention, and I will give the space to the MC again. Thank you.
And with that, we have reached the end of the first part of the international seminar. We are very pleased to guide you through the opening ceremony and today's inspiring seminar sessions.
But before we close this session, don't forget to fill out the presence form by scanning the QR showed on the screen. Also, for the students attending the seminar for the guest lecturer session, don't forget to fill out the presence form in our registration table.
The 22nd Economix was able to be held because of the support from our media partners.
Metro TV,
Inilah.com,
Warta Ekonomi,
Media Indonesia,
Kata Data,
Times Indonesia,
Harian Kompas,
Young on Top.
and Geronimo FM.
We really hope that today's discussion will give you beneficial knowledge resulting in new ideas to overcome the global economic challenges.
Thank you for the audience, especially our distinguished guests, speakers, and participants of the 22nd Economics International Seminar.
As we move on from the first session, we will be having a break until 2:30 p.m. for the second session. Attendees are asked to clear the whole area during the break.
Do note that the lunch will be provided for the first 500 attendees with bracelets at the same registration area as before. And please remember to re-register by 2 p.m. should you be joining us for the second session. Thank you everyone for your attendance in this year 22nd Economics International Seminar.
We would like to bid a farewell. I'm Dafir.
And I'm Sheila.
See you on the second session of our international seminar.
The 22nd Economics
Aspirate.
we proudly present to you the biggest international economic seminar, competition, and Model United Nations held by students in Indonesia. This is the 22nd Economics.
depan yang menjanjikan keberlanjutan, inovasi, dan kemajuan. Komitmen kami tidak hanya sekedar kata. Dari para petani yang menanam dan merawat, hingga para teknisi dan ilmuwan yang menemukan teknologi baru. Setiap tangan yang terlibat mewujudkan komitmen kami pada keberlanjutan dan inovasi. Dengan teknologi terkini, kami memimpin masa depan kelapa sawit yang lebih baik. Setiap langkah yang kami ambil didukung oleh inovasi. Mulai dari pemantauan pertumbuhan dengan drone hingga riset berkelanjutan di laboratorium kami memastikan proses yang lebih efisien, lebih aman, dan ramah lingkungan. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan adalah prioritas utama. PAMCO terus berupaya mengurangi dampak lingkungan. Kami menjaga hutan, mengolah limbah, dan bekerja bersama komunitas untuk melindungi keanekaragaman hayati yang ada di sekitar kita. Kami percaya bahwa keberhasilan kami adalah keberhasilan bersama. PAMCO berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan ekonomi, pendidikan, dan kesehatan. Karena masa depan yang lebih baik adalah masa depan yang kita bangun bersama. The future in our palm, bersama PAMCO, kita akan terus merajut mimpi masa depan yang penuh harapan. Karena masa depan ada di genggaman kita.
Ini semangat Indonesia. Semangat pantang mundur. Menembus badai sudah biasa. Asal berat sama dipikul, ringan sama dijinjing, dan sambung menyambung menjadi satu. Itu semangat yang memacu Telkomsel untuk selalu berinovasi, membuka ruang, dan lebih peduli, dan membantu gerak roda ekonomi untuk kemajuan bangsa ini. Telkomsel, semangat Indonesia.
Love is a journey, and discovery is the heartbeat. It begins the moment we take our first breath, and from that point forward, we embark on a quest filled with countless unknowns. Here in Indonesia, it's about infinite possibilities and finding harmony within ourselves, with the people we love, and in everything around us. From the comfort of personal space and place, to the meaningful connections that we bridge with our communities. Understanding unique heritage stories and embracing the culture and traditions, we discover the world around us. And most importantly, ourselves. As we navigate the intricate web of existence, may we find joy in the journey and revel in the beauty of discovery.
Here at Ascot, Indonesia, we believe that life's true magic
Lies in the exploration of the unknown.
di tengah rutinitas yang monoton, setiap hari kita hanya fokus pada peran kita masing-masing.
Kadang kita sering melupakan hal-hal yang penting karena kesibukan kita.
하지만 오늘이 아무리 바빠도 난 힘찬 마음으로 내일을 준비해.
만디리가 늘 함께하거든.
만디리처럼 늘 함께해줄 그런 사람.
서준 씨, 저번엔 감사했습니다.
Sepertinya aku bertemu dengan dia.
만디리, always with you.
Selamat datang di dunia real food, dunia yang penuh dengan bahan alami, sehat, dan diproduksi lokal. Yang penuh dengan kebaikan untuk tubuh, melewati 1210 percobaan untuk menemukan formulasi terbaik. Dan diproduksi secara steril. Yang paling penting, formula rahasia dari real food. Proses packaging khusus yang membuat setiap produk bisa bertahan 1 tahun tanpa bahan pengawet. Konsumsi selama 12 hari setiap bulannya untuk manfaat maksimal dari Fit with Real Food. Menjaga semua real food fam agar tubuh tetap fit. Ayo konsumsi setiap pagi dan menjadi fit dengan Real Food.
Forever yang kemasan baru, warnai harimu. Diperkaya 500 mg kolagen. Jaga cantikmu luar dalam.
Tapi, apa jadinya kalau aku tidak ada di antara mereka?
Yang namanya
Untuk jadi spesial, harus konsisten. Seperti kopi kapal api Special Mix. Paduan 100% biji kopi pilihan dan gula, jelas lebih enak. Harum.
ini spesial buat kamu.
Rasa khas kopi kapal api.
Aromanya harum.
Barang kopi kapal api Special Mix. Jalanin hari jadi lebih spesial.
Tunggu sayang, ingat.
Cuma kopi kapal api Special Mix, jelas lebih enak. Kopi kapal api Special Mix bikin semua momen jadi lebih spesial. Ini kata mereka.
Tiap break kelas, kita selalu ngopi kapal api Special Mix. Jadi mood booster buat tugas, lembur, kita gas.
Bener kan? Cuma kopi kapal api Special Mix, jelas lebih enak. Kopi kapal api Special Mix bikin semua momen jadi lebih spesial. Ini kata mereka.
Selesai makan siang, wajib ngopi kapal api Special Mix. Balikin semangat lagi dan fokus saat meeting.
Bener kan? Cuma kopi kapal api Special Mix, jelas lebih enak.
Tanpa didinginkan. Aqua 100% murni.
Jadi lebih sehat dengan Itoen. Lebih dari 50 tahun, Itoen konsisten membuat minuman teh tawar sehat berkualitas. Teh Itoen aman diminum rutin setiap hari.
Amazing, authentic green tea. Oi! Ocha, itoen.
Menyongsong kebangkitan era informasi digital, Times Indonesia Network sebagai media online berjejaring terbesar di Indonesia hadir menjawab kebutuhan zaman. Data Dewan Pers menyebutkan terdapat ratusan perusahaan pers, puluhan organisasi pers, dan lebih dari 50.000 wartawan di Indonesia, dengan ratusan juta masyarakat yang menjadi konsumen pers. Namun, Times Indonesia Network memiliki misi yang kuat untuk tetap menjadi media yang membangun dan menegakkan jurnalisme positif. Perkembangan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi terjadi detik per detik, dan perubahan cepat tersebut menciptakan perubahan pola pikir masyarakat. Dari sinilah Times Indonesia Network yakin mampu membangun optimisme Indonesia mampu melewati darurat informasi. Dengan semangat kuat dan mengusung dasar trilogi Times Indonesia Network, Building, Inspiring, and Positive Thinking, Times Indonesia Network hadir tidak hanya dengan konsep berita regional dan lokal, tetapi juga informasi global. Konsep berita regional dan lokal tetap kami hadirkan melalui portal independen regional Times di seluruh provinsi dan kota di Indonesia, serta didukung jaringan citizen reporter di seluruh Nusantara dan dunia untuk menuju era ketahanan informasi nasional.
Menapaki era digital, Indonesia telah mendapat ancaman yang luar biasa. Proxy war lewat cyber war telah benar-benar nyata kita rasakan. Informasi di segala lini telah benar-benar membanjiri kita. Dengan banyaknya informasi yang memiliki kecenderungan negatif seperti yang dicatat oleh Google, maka saat ini perlu penyeimbang, yakni informasi-informasi yang positif. Tentu kami dari Time Indonesia mengajak bagaimana terus menyeimbangkan informasi-informasi yang negatif itu dengan informasi-informasi yang positif. Satu informasi negatif harus kita lawan dengan 100 informasi positif. Dan Time Indonesia bersama dengan segala komponen bangsa dan semua pihak ingin mewujudkan bagaimana informasi positif lewat jurnalisme positif yang kami bangun untuk menciptakan cita-cita ketahanan informasi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Tari. I'm from Line Indonesia. I will try to introduce the product of Line Indonesia, which is Line Creator Markets. Is anyone here is familiar with Line? Anyone? Or, okay, you familiar with Line apps? Thank you. So I will start the introduction of the product. Let's the PowerPoint started. Okay, while we're waiting for the presentation to present here. So, Line Indonesia currently is, maybe some of you already know that Line Indonesia is a messaging app, but it's not just a messaging application, but also we create a space to make our user can express their emotion using either the text or also the stickers, emoji, and also can change theme. And we want to introduce as well that all of the user can monetize the user's creativity by joining the Line Creator Market website and earn money with Line stickers. Okay, please, next. Okay, Line Indonesia itself, currently the user is mostly of young users. 90% of our users is from Gen Z and millennials, and 61% is male and 39% is female. The age group of our user is between 15 to 24 years old. And the user is distributed to all of the big cities in Indonesia. Also, we are global apps, and the user from the other markets, such as Japan, Taiwan, and Thailand, also use Line as their primary messaging apps. And also for the other Southeast Asia country, Middle East, Australia, and USA. So, please, next. So, one of our expressive product, and the one that main feature that we have is Line stickers. And in Indonesia itself, 1.7 million sticker cents per day. And totally it's around 500 million cents in yearly basis. So the opportunity is really big to join as our creator. So Line sticker itself is digital stickers used in chat on the Line app, and we have a huge collection of stickers that users can use to express themselves freely. As you can see, we showed some of our top IPs that we have. All of that IPs is from our local creator, which is a creator from Indonesia. And currently they also sell their product to other markets, such as Thailand and also Taiwan. That big opportunity also open to all of you here if you join our Line Creator Market. Next, please. And if you're interested to join and earn money from it, you can create your own sticker and become a Line creator. So, as we can see here, if you make stickers or IPs for personal use, we also can accommodate
But if you are from a community or event or a club, you can also use a line creator as your channel, such as here we can see for Jess Goes to Campus event. We also partnering with the committee, and they also create the stickers to be sold on their event. And also from the other university, we also partnership with them, and the euphoria is quite good for this kind of event activities. Next. And how to publish your sticker and start selling. You can access to Line Creator Market. It's web basis, and also it's only take 4 steps to become our creator. The first one is register as a creator, and then you can enter all of the necessary information there. The second step is submit text and image. So there will be a guideline too in the website, and you need to follow the guideline, upload it. And then the team from Line will review it if you already follow the guideline. And the last step is it will start selling. So it just takes 4 steps to publish your sticker in our Line store. Next. Okay. So for the revenue sharing, the creator itself will get 35% of revenue. So the more you sell your stickers, you will earn more money from it. Next, please. Okay, so if you are interested to become one of our creator and want to try to enter a global market and sell your creativity and idea, you can scan this QR code or or contact our support team, Line ID Resa Masela, so she can help you to onboard and explain to you in a more detailed way how to become a creator, and also we can share some tips and tricks how to make your IPs globally. And then next, so on this event we also have a change to join the booth downstairs, and the participation is really good today, thank you. I don't know if we still have some merchandise downstairs, you can go downstairs. But since this morning, the participation is really good. Thank you, much appreciated. And I think this is the last from me and Line Indonesia. And we can see the short 50 for Line sticker. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 22nd Economix at Universitas Indonesia.
Before we start, please remember to be considerate and maintain a conducive environment throughout the seminar.
Without further ado, please welcome our speakers for today's international seminar. Please give them a big round of applause.
Model United Nations held by students in Indonesia. This is the 22nd Economix.
We'll welcome all of the speakers and participants with an outstanding performance of Indonesian traditional dance.
We present you Tari Piring by SMA Lab School Kebayoran High School.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing? I hope everyone is doing well. So before we start the second session of the 22 Economix International Seminar, we'd like to introduce ourselves. My name is Davi Ratala, a Business Administration student batch 2022.
And my name is Shah Sakina Putri, a Public Administration student batch 2022. Together, we will guide you through today's seminar as two masters of ceremony. Economix is the biggest international event in the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, that is annually held by Kanopi FEB UI, the student body of Universitas Indonesia undergraduate economics student.
Economix serves as the platform for the discussions of crucial global economic issues. The three main events of Economix are International Seminar, MUN Conference, in competition with participants from different countries all around the globe.
This year, in 2025, in its 22nd year, Economix returns with a grand theme of the search of technological power, engine for global economic change.
And the theme of this 22nd Economix International Seminar is Reimagining the Global Economic Landscape Amidst Technological Transformation.
We're pleased to announce that today's Economix International Seminar also serves as a guest lecture session for students enrolled in the class Public Sector Economy, Macroeconomics 1, and Population Economics. Through today's event, please do note that we have several rules and information that you should know.
First is that all participants are expected to attend the entire 22nd Economix International Seminar event until the seminar has ended. It will be a shame to miss out on such amazing insight.
Participants are strictly forbidden from causing a commotion or a potentially problematic situation once they have joined the platform.
Please be considerate in maintaining a conducive atmosphere during the seminar, and please do not litter or leave your trash behind. Before we begin, we would like to cordially welcome our speakers. Also, we would like to regretfully inform you that Mr. Muhaimin Iskandar will not be able to join us today due to unforeseen circumstances, and he will be represented by Mr. Amin Muzakir.
Now, we would like to welcome Mr. Amin Muzakir, Senior Researcher at Badan Riset dan Inovasi RI,
Mr. Hazremi Hamid, Senior Officer for Digital Economy at the ASEAN Secretariat,
Ms. Dia Haroro Esti Widya Putri, Bachelor of Arts, Master of Science, Deputy Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia,
Ms. Rahma Alia, Anchor of C Today,
Mr. Niall Saville, Senior Advisor at Tony Blair's Institute,
Mr. Heru Sutadi, Executive Director of Indonesia ICT Institute,
Mr. Ilham Akbar Habibi, President of ICC Indonesia. Now, we will open this event by singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
We invite our guests to stand to sing the national anthem. All guests are now permitted to sit down. Before we move to the next agenda, we'd like to thank to our sponsors.
PT Perkebunan Nusantara for Palmco,
PT Bank Mandiri,
PT Clearing Penjaminan Efek Indonesia,
PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia,
PT Kustodian Sentral Efek Indonesia,
PT Mandiri Manajemen Investasi,
PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia,
MPM Group,
PT Bank Sentral Asia,
Bank Tabungan Negara,
Ascot Indonesia,
Yellow Hotel Harmony,
Yellow Hotel Manggarai,
Grab,
LPM FEB UI,
PT Asuransi Kredit Indonesia,
Pertamina Hulu Energi,
Telkomsel,
Itoen,
Aqua,
Christian Flag,
Little Ferry,
Havitsi,
Omorvia Cosmetic,
Ramuraga,
Kapal Api,
Hell,
and Real Food.
We would also like to thank our media partners, Metro.com,
Inilah.com,
Media Indonesia,
Times Indonesia,
Harian Kompas,
KBR Media,
IOI,
Benz Radio,
Yang On Top,
Tempo,
and Liputan 6. Now let's move on to the opening remarks from our important stakeholders in the 22nd Economix.
First up is Ms. Nurhaya Kinasi as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economix and a brief presentation as the voice of Economix UI students. Please welcome Ms. Nurhaya Kinasi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, honorable speakers. Ms. Diah Roro Esti Widya Putri, Deputy Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Amin Muzakir, as the representative from the Coordinating Ministry of People's Empowerment. Mr. Heru Sutadi, as the Executive Director of Indonesia ICT Institute. Mr. Ilham Akbar Habibi, as the President of ICC Indonesia. Mr. Niall Saville, as the Senior Advisor at Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Mr. Hazraimi Hamid, as the Senior Officer of Digital Economy at the ASEAN Secretariat. And Ms. Rahma Alia, as the TV anchor for See Today as our moderator today. It is a great privilege for me to stand before you today as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economix Global Economic Challenges. This year, we gather under the theme Reimagining the Global Economic Landscape Amidst Technological Transformation. In today's session, we will focus on two essential sub-themes: promoting digital inclusion for nationwide development and bridging technological collaboration to improve global trade. Digitalization and technology are at the core of how economies function in the modern era. However, this digital revolution has not been experienced equally by all. While some nations thrive in the digital economy, millions remained disconnected. Digital inclusion is not just a challenge, it is a tremendous opportunity. When governments, private sectors, and educational institutions work together, we can create an ecosystem that enables individuals, businesses, and nations to thrive in a digitally connected world. Beyond digital inclusion, we must also recognize the role of technological collaboration in shaping the future of global trade. The rise of AI-driven supply chains, blockchain-enabled trade finance, and digital platforms has lowered trade barriers, enhanced efficiency, and made global commerce more accessible than ever before. However, with these advancements come new challenges. At Economix, we believe that these conversations are not just discussions, they are catalysts for action. We are not here simply to observe the changes happening in the world. We are here to shape the future of digital inclusion and global trade collaboration. Finally, on behalf of the 22nd Economix team, I extend my sincerest gratitude to our speakers, moderator, sponsors, media partners, and most importantly, our delegates from across the world. Let us seize this moment to redefine the future of digital inclusion, technological collaboration, and global economic growth. Thank you, and Espirit.
Thank you, Ms. Haya, for the insightful welcoming speech.
Next up is from the chairman of Canopy FEB UI, Mr. Aril Baskara Haposan Sihombing. Please welcome Mr. Aril.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, on behalf of Canopy FEB UI, I would like to welcome you to the 22nd Economix International Seminar. Firstly, let me extend my gratitude to all the distinguished speakers today. Mr. Amin Muzakir, representative from the Coordinating Ministry of People's Empowerment. Ms. Diah Roro Esti Widya Putri, Deputy Minister of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Hazremi Hamid, Senior Officer of Digital Economy at the ASEAN Secretariat, Mr. Nail Seville, Senior Advisor at Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, Mr. Heru Sutadi, Executive Director of Indonesia ICT Institute, Mr. Ilham Akbar Habibi, President of ICC Indonesia. I would also like to welcome our esteemed moderator, Ms. Rahma Alia, TV anchor of C Today, the representative of the faculty, Mr. Arif Wibisono Lubis, and not to forget Ms. Nur Haya Kinasih, CEO of the 22nd Economix, and all the participants gathered here today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have seen in the first session, we have discussed the theme of reshaping the labor market in the wake of automation, in which we saw how technology has evolved the labor market and the risks involved that we have to take into account. Next up, in the second session, we will focus on how technology can become a bridge for countries to improve global trade and how we can reduce the technological gap between nations to ensure equitable development. Of course, these themes become increasingly important as we see how the growth in global trade has declined in the past few years and how the technological gap is still very much true in many economies. Seeing these challenges, today's discussion becomes increasingly important. In closing, I want to once again thank our esteemed speakers who will lead our discussion, the dedicated committee members, and all the participants for participating in today's discussion. Thank you very much. Please enjoy the seminar.
Thank you, Mr. Ariel, for the inspiring speech.
Next, we have our first keynote speech of this session from Ms. Diah Roro Esti Widyaputri, Bachelor of Arts, Master of Science. This keynote speech will also encompass our second sub-theme, Bridging Technological Collaboration to Improve Global Trade.
Ms. Diah Roro Esti Widyaputri is Indonesia Deputy Minister of Trade, appointed on October 20, 2024. Prior to this, she served as a member of the Indonesian House of Representatives, actively participating in Commission 7 on Energy, Research, Technology, and Industry. She founded the Indonesian Energy and Environmental Institute, focusing on global warming and climate change, and served as its executive director.
Please welcome Ms. Diah Roro Esti Widyaputri.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Om Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, Bapak Arif Wibisono, Lubis, PhD. Yang saya hormati, the Chairman of Kanopi, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, Bapak Ariel Baskara, CEO of the 22nd Economix, Ibu Nur, and the Senior Officer of Digital Economy at the ASEAN Secretariat, Bapak Hazremi, distinguished speakers, the Executive Director of ICT Institute Indonesia, Bapak Heru, President of ICC Indonesia, Bapak Ilham Akbar, and also the Senior Advisor of Tony Blair Institute, Niall Savile, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry if I missed out a lot of names, without intention, of course. It is an honor for me to be here today and to give a little bit of an insight about Indonesia's kind of trade performance, and also with regards to the theme, because there's a lot of emphasis on technology, right? So how technology so far has reshaped the way that we conduct trade activities, and also how this has helped strengthen our bilateral ties between Indonesia and other countries across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, when we look at the global trade, we see that this has grown 44-fold since the inception of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, or GATT, showcasing how economies have become more interconnected. The technology revolution accelerates global trade, and it is not only changing how we trade, they are also redefining the roles of countries and companies within the global economic ecosystem. Technology allows us to build bridges connecting various nations in mutually beneficial value chains. It is shown by the growth of international exports for digitally provided services that has outpaced the growth rates of exports for goods and services. The rise in digitally delivered services within international trade is closely tied to rapid technological developments. The adoption of digital trade provisions in regional trade agreements, RTAs, increased significantly from the year 2000 to 2022, reaching 33% of all RTAs. This share is increasing gradually, reflecting the growing importance of digital-specific agreements. The trend strongly supports the idea that digital trade is becoming a fundamental part of global trade agreements. While not all RTAs include digital provisions, the trend suggests continued expansion, especially as economies become more digitally integrated. Digital trade agreements address numerous areas with a strong focus on privacy, consumer protection, and unsolicited commercial electronic messages. The data underscores how digital trade agreements are not just about economic benefits, but also about protecting consumers and ensuring privacy. Privacy and consumer protection are top priorities globally, signaling a shift towards secure, regulated digital trade ecosystems. This trend supports global growth, business growth, and builds user trust as well as enhancing cross-border e-commerce. We also recognize that with the existence of globalization in a more interconnected world, we become more aware of the importance in which technologies play in connecting us and enhancing the types of bilateral ties in which Indonesia has with countries across the world. And technology is hoped to advance this further and allowing us to better communicate, better regulate, and ensure the ease of doing business going forward. High-income economies are at the forefront of digital infrastructure and human capital, driving higher digital intensity and enhancing their global trade competitiveness. In contrast, Indonesia is still catching up, highlighting the need for more substantial digital investments and policy reforms to strengthen trade readiness. According to the OECD Digital Services Trade Restrictiveness Index, Indonesia remains a moderately restrictive regulatory environment for digitally enabled trade. Its rank of fourth indicates that Indonesia is relatively open compared to many other countries, including in the index, and this position in itself implies a moderate regulatory environment for cross-border digital trade to take place. Ladies and gentlemen, we recognize that technology is crucial in accelerating international trade by reducing costs. So we understand that there are so many different benefits that comes from technology. This includes the reduction of costs and also improving efficiency and as well as productivity. Digitalization, we understand, also facilitates faster transactions, and e-commerce broadens the SME market access. Paperless trade streamlines processes, and artificial intelligence also drives innovation and business transformation. It also enhances trade efficiency by optimizing on supply chains, as well as improving customer experiences, and strengthening risk management, increasing transparency, as well as expanding global connectivity. So these are kind of the positive sides in which we experience and where we see technology being in terms of reaping its benefits and positive impacts. As opposed to the benefits of technology in trade, the penetration of technology in trade may face numerous challenges, including infrastructure gaps, regulatory complexities, financial constraints, and cybersecurity risks. This in itself is very interesting, given my previous role as a member of parliament here in Indonesia, representing the district of Gresik and Lamongan of East Java. And, the more times I was able to experience hand-to-hand, face-to-face interactions with the local communities, the more I understand that there are still some challenges that happen on the ground. We see that there is a huge gap between the rich and the poor. We also see that technology is utilized in certain areas or certain aspects of the population. And we still see a minority of the population still not being able to access technology. Either they don't have access to it or that they cannot afford it. And so the benefits that we reap, that can be reaped from technology is not experienced by these groups, right? So we understand that there is a disparity in this case. And when we look at the data as early of 2024, Indonesia's internet penetration rate stood at 79.5%. with 221.5 million internet users. However, significant disparities, as I experienced or as I conveyed earlier from what I saw and from what I experienced, there is significant disparities which exist between the urban and also rural areas. In 2024, internet penetration or internet users in rural region was and has accounted for around 67.6%, compared to 80% in urban centers. So we see that there's a gap, right? There's this gap that is currently taking place and is currently experienced by the Indonesian people. The digital divide is influenced by various factors, such as income disparity and also the lack of education. And so I personally believe that this gap is something that a lot of us needs to find ways in filling. We see that when we speak of technology, there's a lot of different ministries that are involved in this. And also, I believe that a cross-sectoral effort is needed for us to increase the digital literacy, for us to be able to then see that certain parts or certain areas of our population are able to also experience the positives in which can be experienced within the digital space. And we also understand that from the data that we have captured, around 48% of villages still lack and experiencing a lack of basic transceiver stations. And this is all very essential for internet access and so forth. I've traveled from one village to another during my time also in Parliament, and was able to kind of understand and see the differences, sometimes even from one village to the next. One village experiencing a very incredible, Wi-Fi connection or connection generally, and other areas where there seems to be kind of like a blank space, a space where our phones aren't able to receive calls or text messages and so forth. And so this is happening in various parts of the country. And so in addressing these disparities, it's crucial for us to then foster equitable growth and empowering marginalized groups in Indonesia, especially with the essential goal of achieving 8% economic growth by 2029. Therefore, under the leadership of Bapak Prabowo Subianto, he's also and almost always advocating the importance of collaboration, whether it be cross-ministerial, but also cross-sectoral, in finding solutions to problems in which we are currently facing in Indonesia. Today being, because the case is to do with technology, I personally believe even academic institutions have a role to play, particularly in increasing the quality of human capital to better understand how to reap the benefits from technology, right? Technology can be used for so many different purposes. And when we look at, and when we're talking about economic growth, we also understand that a lot of the small, medium enterprises in several urban, rural areas, lack this, connection or connectivity. And technology can pave a way for their products, for example, to be better disseminated, to be better sold, and to be better advertised through technology. So we want to make sure that these disparities continue to decline, and with the help of academic institutions in socializing, right, and having a target audience of communities which need this kind of education is crucial. And I think academic institutions also have a very important role to play. The Ministry of Trade also, we have a digital platform that bridges Indonesian exporters with potential buyers worldwide. And this platform provides comprehensive access to high quality Indonesian products across various sectors and facilitating seamless business interactions. In every opportunity I'm able to get, I oftentimes always, tell the story of how INA Export has bridged that path between business players and also potential buyers. One of our targets is to increase, there are three main targets in which the Ministry of Trade is trying to push forward. The first one being how we can safeguard our national trade, And secondly is how we can expand our international trade by leveraging on the international trade agreements, including that of, for example, just to name a few, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Indonesia and Canada, countries like Canada, Peru, and even the EU, European Union is also another one. And also lastly is how we can make sure that our MSMEs or local companies, local products is able to then be exported abroad. So leveraging and making the most of that international market. So INA Export, this is a platform under the Ministry of Trade, which is hoped to provide a kind of like a medium for local business players or local entrepreneurs to showcase their products, particularly for those who have the intention of exploring the international market. So we have this platform and we hope that this can be utilized more in the years to come. Indonesia can further strengthen its digital trade landscape by promoting paperless trade, enhancing digital trade policies, and ensuring robust cybersecurity frameworks. I'd like to also touch on the fact that we have a regulation which governs crypto. Crypto is something that is recently been enhanced and has gained a lot of momentum. And this was governed through Permendak 99 year 2018. However, per 10th of January of 2025, this has been handed over to OJK. However, there are a lot of, I think, collaborations that is currently taking place between OJK and also Kementerian Perdagangan. And all in all, I'd like to kind of end with the very importance of, I think, the very spirit of Gotong Royong, collectively working together side by side in achieving this target of better utilizing the technological space, and also understanding that there is a disparity and that there is a place for us to fill in order to decrease that gap going forward. Thank you very much. I do apologize that I cannot stay the entire session as I have another engagement with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uzbekistan, so I do have to head over, but thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very grateful to be here, and I hope that today's message was informative for all of you. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please remain in the stage, and thank you for your wonderful keynote speech, Ms. Dia Roro Esti Widya Putri.
We would like to give an appreciation to our keynote speaker, Ms. Dia Roro Esti Widya Putri.
Therefore, we kindly invite Ms. Haya Nur Kinasi as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economix to give the placards. We would like to express our gratitude once more to Ms. Dia Roro Esti Widya Putri.
Now, we are going to hear the welcoming speech from Mr. Arif Wibisono Lubis as the Vice Dean for Education, Research and Student Affairs of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Arif.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all distinguished speakers and moderator. Mr. Amin Muzakir, representative from the Coordinating Ministry of People's Empowerment. Mr. Hazremi Hamid, Senior Officer of Digital Economy at the ASEAN Secretariat. Mr. Nail Saville, Senior Advisor at Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Mr. Heru Sutadi, Executive Director, Indonesia ICT Institute. Mr. Ilham Akbar Habibi, President of ICC Indonesia. And of course, our moderator, Ibu Rahma Alia from ASEA Today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. And also, of course, to all of the participants of the 22nd Economix. On behalf of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia, please allow me to once again thank all speakers, moderator, and attendees for taking your valuable time to participate in this 22nd Economics International Seminar. And also please allow me to send a deep apology from our Dean, Dr. Teguh Dartanto, because he couldn't be here with us today, but he sends his warm welcome and also regards to all of you. First and foremost, let us thank God for His mercy in allowing us to gather here in this seminar. And I would like to also express my heartfelt gratitude to all of the sponsors. As you can see here, there are many sponsors for this event who have contributed to making this event successful. And of course, I would like to thank all of the committees here, so Haya and team, and also Ariel from Canopy, for putting their efforts endlessly for this event. And please give applause to all of the committees. A little bit of information about Economix FEBUI, which is the largest student-held economic seminar, model United Nations, and competition. In this 22nd year of experience, it is not a short journey, of course. And this year, the 22nd Economix International Seminar carries a grand theme of reimagining the global economic landscape amidst technological transformation. As we all know, the past few years have seen widespread implementation of robots and artificial intelligence, which have automated most industries, making processes such as manufacturing, finance, and commerce efficient beyond human capabilities. And I have also shared with all of the speakers, moderator, earlier this afternoon about the challenges that we face as an educational institution with regards to the use of AI by students. Economies are growing to be heavily reliant on digitalization for rapid growth, and such advancement may have disproportionate effects between developing and developed nations. Therefore, the 22nd Economix strives to simulate an opportunity for participants across all disciplines to communicate, discuss, and uncover suitable solutions to the current global economic concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you can give a great attention to today's speakers. I am sure that this seminar will provide with new insights to make you more knowledgeable and sensitive towards the current trends. I welcome you all once again, and I hope that you have a great time and everyone can make the best of the time in this seminar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Arif, for the remarkable welcoming speech.
Now, let's move on to the second speaker of the session. We will be hearing the opening remarks by the representative of the Coordinating Minister for People's Empowerment in Indonesia, Mr. Amin Muzakir. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Amin Muzakir.
Halo. Tampilkan langsung. Tampilkan langsung.
Okay, good evening. First of all, I would like to apologize that the coordinating minister of people empowerment, Pak Mohammed Iskandar, couldn't join us here because there is a ministerial joint meeting in Ministry of Social Affairs now. So on behalf of Pak Mohammed Iskandar, allow me to deliver some written speech this evening. Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Pak Arif, Pak Teguh, and Pak Arif, Dean of Faculty of Economic Business, Economy and Business, University of Indonesia, Bapak dan Ibu Lecturer of FEB UI, keynote speaker, discussions, esteemed guests, colleagues, and all participants. It is an honor to be here with you today as we discuss the pressing global economic challenges, their impact, and the strategies we must adopt to navigate this evolving landscape. I sincerely appreciate this seminar held by smart and energetic youngsters, students of Faculty of Business, Economic and Business, University of Indonesia, with an important theme, reimagining the global economic landscape amidst technological transformations. Please, the presentation, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into today's discussions, I want to start with some key takeaways from the World Economic Forum, insight that help us understand how the world is changing and the challenges we face. We all know that the world is moving fast, bringing both opportunities and difficulties. One of the biggest challenges today is the growing conflict between nations. Wars, economic tensions, and a lack of trust are dividing the world. But instead of allowing division to define our future, we must focus on cooperation and commitment to build a more stable and peaceful world. At the same time, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It's happening right now. Extreme weather, rising temperatures, and environmental damage are affecting millions of lives. The question is no longer about recognizing the problem. It is about taking action. We must shift to clean energy, protect nature, and commit to sustainability before it's too late. Another pressing issue is economic uncertainty. Many worry about inflation, job security, and the rising cost of living. But history has shown us that confidence, smart investment, and fair trade can drive economic growth and stability. If we make the right choices, we can build a stronger global economy that benefits everyone. As industries evolve, we must also ensure that jobs, healthcare, and social inclusions continue moving forward. No one should be left behind in this time of change. We must equip workers with new skills, strengthen our healthcare systems, and build fairer societies where opportunity is available to all. And finally, technology, especially artificial intelligence, is advancing at an incredible speed. AI has the power to transform industries, improve healthcare, and drive innovation. But if we fail to manage it properly, it could widen inequalities and create new risks. The key is to use technology wisely, ensuring it serves humanity rather than fight it. Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to put more concern on the last issue, which is technological advancement, as our main topic. The world is changing fast. Technologies like artificial intelligence, automatizations, and the Internet of Things are transforming our work and daily life. And the shifts are right here in Indonesia. With the nearly 270 million people and a young, energetic population, our country is leading a digital revolution. Recent data show that about 79.5% of Indonesians are online, making our digital economy one of the fastest growing in Southeast Asia. This rapid growth is influencing everything, from shopping and banking to education and healthcare. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is experiencing a digital transformation like never before. Both the government and private companies are working hand in hand to drive the change, making technology a key part of our future. One of the biggest initiatives leading this shift is Making Indonesia 4.0, a program designed to modernize our industries through technology and innovation. Let me share with you 3 key points about this exciting digital revolutions. The first, our digital economy is growing at an incredible pace. New opportunities are emerging every day, creating jobs, increasing efficiency, and boosting productivity across industries. This rapid growth is helping business, both big and small, to thrive in the digital era. The second, connectivity is expanding across the nations. With 221 million active internet users, Indonesia is becoming more connected than ever before. Investments in broadband and mobile network are ensuring that even remote areas have access to digital opportunities, bridging the gap between urban and rural communities. And the third, Indonesia's startup ecosystem is booming. We are witnessing a surge in local startups driven by young and talented entrepreneurs. These startups are not just about business, they are creating real solutions for real problems, whether it's improving agriculture, transforming education, or enhancing everyday services through technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, as a representative of the Ministry of Community Empowerment, our top priority is making sure every Indonesian benefit from the digital revolutions. Technology should not be a privilege for a few. It must be an opportunity for all. Empowerment means giving people the tools they need to succeed. And that is exactly what we are focused on. Our approach is built on 4 key pillars. The first, digital education and lifelong learning. The future belongs to those who are ready for it. That is why we are integrating digital skills into school curriculums and creating training programs for adults. Whether you are a student, a worker, or business owner, learning never stops. And we are making sure Indonesians have the skill they need for the job of tomorrow. Second, expanding digital access. A connected Indonesia is a stronger Indonesia. We are working hard to improve internet infrastructure across the country, from big city to small villages. No matter where you live, and should have access to digital world and the opportunity it brings. Third, supporting local innovations and entrepreneurship. Indonesia is full of talents and great ideas. Our role is to help turn those ideas into real business. Through training, financial support, and strategic partnership. We are empowering startups and small businesses to create jobs, drive economic growth, and make Indonesia a leader in digital innovation. And finally, the fourth, ensuring inclusive policies and strong social safety nets. It is our focus. Technology is changing the way we work, and some jobs will evolve or even disappear. We are strengthening the training programs and creating support system so that no one is left behind. Every Indonesian deserves a chance to succeed in this digital era. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a future where every Indonesian and all of you from no matter where you are have access to quality online education, where local business thrive using digital tools, and where innovative ideas turn into successful enterprises. This future is within our reach, with a young and dynamic population, rich cultural diversity, and a strong sense of community. But technology alone is not enough. True progress happens when technology empowers people, when it creates opportunities for all, not just for a few. Digital transformation must be inclusive, ensuring that every person from city to villages can benefit from this advancement. However, we can't achieve this vision alone. Real success requires collaborations between the governments, private sector, educational institutions like university, community organizations, and even global citizens. When we work together, share ideas, support innovation, and create opportunities, we build a stronger, more connected, and more prosperous world. And the conclusions, stepping our future together. In conclusions, technology is not just about machines and data. It's about people. The digital age gives us a unique chance to reshape our economy into one that is both prosperous and inclusive. By investing in digital education, expanding access, supporting local innovation, and protecting our workforce space, we ensure that everyone benefits from this exciting transformation. Thank you. Thank you for your attention and dedication to building a brighter future for our world. I truly appreciate this forum, this seminar, and the valuable discussion it fostered. Wishing you all a productive and meaningful discussion. Wallahul muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please remain in the stage, and thank you, Mr. Amin, for the opening remarks. Now, before we continue to the next speaker, we would like to give an appreciation for our opening speaker.
Therefore, we kindly invite Ms. Nurhaya Kinasi, the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economix, to give the placards.
We would like to express our gratitude once more to Mr. Amin. We now move on to the second keynote speech of this session from Mr. Hazremi Hamid. This keynote speech will encompass our second sub-theme, bridging technological collaboration to improve global trade.
Mr. Hazremi Hamid is a technology professional with over 15 years of experience. He currently serves as a senior officer for digital economy at the ASEAN Secretariat in Jakarta, where he leads the implementation of the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025. His work focuses on key areas such as digital infrastructure, cross-border data flows, and artificial intelligence governance. Hazrami plays a central role in the ASEAN AI governance and ethics framework and provides technical input to the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement.
Please welcome Mr. Hazrami Hamid.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. So I don't have any speech with me, so I only have this slide to share with you. So I hope that you can bear with me for another around 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. I will share with you what ASEAN is doing to advance digital transformation in the regions, right? So I think we heard from Budia just now on what Indonesia is doing, and we can see some significant transformation in Indonesia, right? I think Indonesia itself is the biggest digital economy block, right? I mean, the largest digital economy country in the ASEAN regions. Right, so I was asked to share about bridging technological collaboration to improve global trade. And I'll share with you what we are doing at ASEAN to bring together all 10 ASEAN member states to have one single block to discuss, to have a consensus voice on digital transformations, right? Right. Okay, all right. So this will cover 4 key areas: overview, challenges, key initiative, and finally recommendations. Right. First of all, ASEAN consists of 10 member states. We have more than 1,000 spoken language actually, and we have 4.5 million square kilometer. Yes, luckily I still remember that, sorry. Yeah, 4.5 million square kilometer in total land size. And we have more than 676 million people, which is over 8% of the world populations. We have more than 1,000 languages spoken across ASEAN. And interestingly, the value of ASEAN economy is, as of last year, is $3.8 trillion US, which position ASEAN as the 5th largest economy in the world and the 3rd largest in Asia. And we are not going to stop here. We aim to become the 4th largest economy in the world by 2040, right? And as of last year, we have roughly around 880 million internet users, with an increase of 100 million users in the last 3 years, thanks to COVID. Right, I think COVID sparked everything. Right, everyone jumped to in the digital bandwagon. Right, use all the e-commerce app. Right, and yeah, we have more 100 million, and we are now in a good position. Right. So when it comes to resilience, higher digital readiness may be linked to superior resilience in crisis, as seen during COVID-19 pandemic. So based on our study, countries with the highest digital readiness scores were better prepared to respond to pandemic. So if you can see on the slide over here, I think you can see the countries towards on the right side, right? They are much better prepared to face another pandemic, I guess, right? And interestingly, country with higher COVID-19 resiliency also had a better e-government index. So that it is interlinked actually. So it is important to improve our e-government, right? Yeah, our digital transformation, so that we are better prepared for the next pandemic. Finger crossed, right? And similarly, companies with better digital readiness fare better coming into COVID-19 pandemics, right? Yep, okay, next. Next, sorry, okay. Also in general, ASEAN outperforms global average in many categories and can go from good to great by learning from best in class in digital economies. So where ASEAN is doing good? Digital trade, yes. We are in the transition to paperless trade. We have some good initiatives such as the ASEAN single window. Infrastructure and connectivity, high mobile coverage and growing broadband coverage. You can see from the Ibu Diah presentation just now, Indonesia, the connectivity has reached 79%, right? And it's growing, right? And also on investment, although it's relatively not restrictive, but there is abundance of opportunities where ASEAN can push, specifically on digital ID, digital identity. Also understand that Indonesia is pushing for digital identity, I think with support from the World Bank, and which is to strengthen trust and increase use cases for digital ID. Digital payment, I think everyone is over here, I think we can see that it's to improve financial inclusion, especially in rural area. And cybersecurity, which is we need to enhance legal and technical infrastructure, data privacy and consumer protection cooperation on emerging topics. So when we talk about emerging topic, usually refer it to AI. So I'll share with you what ASEAN is doing when it comes to AI. I mean, strengthening our AI resiliency. And we also focus on, needs to focus on talent mobility so that digital talent can move within ASEAN, right? So they are recognized. And to support the growing talent and support facilities. Next. So let's talk about challenges. In terms of macro challenges, AMS stands for ASEAN member state. We have different starting points. And an imperative fact, actually, to consider when aligning common ground and building for the future, explain the wide range within AMS. So as you can see, we have different socio-economic structures, right? All ASEAN member states from Brunei until Vietnam, we have various income level, economic priorities. We have different priorities, different prioritized industries and economic structures. We have very digital infrastructure and institutional readiness. And we also have different level of openness, right? Some are more open economy, some are more restrictive. But I think it depends on the demographic of the ASEAN member states, right? And in terms of infrastructure, high mobile coverage with varied broadband coverage level. When it comes to fixed broadband, uneven penetration across AMS with different quality of service, right? And on mobile broadband, we have good 4G coverage across AMS, mixed coverage, 3G and above, and hence that's why we need to push for 5G across the regions. And challenges on digital trade and cross-border e-commerce. Several ASEAN member state countries stand to derive more value from trade facilitations, So you can see there is an untapped potential to further drive trade contribution by improving trade facilitation measures. And there's a need to adoption of model laws to create legal certainty. I think across ASEAN, as far as we understand that only 6 ASEAN member states have data protection and privacy laws. So there are another 4 who don't have the data protection and privacy law, and this is the gap that we are trying to close it right now. And 3 to 15% reduction in trade costs from trade facilitation measures, which is the potential trade cost reductions impact from trade facilitation measures. Next, sorry. Okay. Okay. On cybersecurity, gaps remain in establishment of legal frameworks and cybersecurity among ASEAN member states. In terms of the costs estimated of impact on cyber attacks, it is estimated that average cost of a data breach could reach up to US dollar 4.4 million. And it will take up to 380 days to identify and contain breach. So this is a huge number actually, right? And within ASEAN member states, there are notable improvement in cybersecurity maturity, especially in Vietnam and Indonesia. And however, gaps remain in establishment of legal frameworks, national strategy, and network partnerships. Several AMS are yet to introduce cybersecurity legislation, and degree of advancement varies significantly. Every AMS, they have a national CERT. CERT stands for Computer Emergency Response Team. But there are gaps in sector-specific certs and limited network partnerships. Some countries are yet to introduce cybersecurity strategy. Opportunity to align better for intra-government coordinations. And on digital divide, this is one of the key issues in ASEAN, where there is a lack of digital interactivities in micro companies and the need to address key concerns to drive inclusions. So when we talk about digital divide, it's not only affected, not only impact at the rural area. In fact, within the MSME, micro, small, medium enterprises, there are also vulnerable groups within MSME who are not exposed to digital transformation. So we are looking at this group, vulnerable group within MSME, on how we can bring them to join the digital bandwagon, right? Next, sorry. Oh, okay. So I'll highlight what ASEAN is doing currently on our key initiative to address all the challenges that I mentioned earlier. Oh, okay. So ASEAN is currently embarking into the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, DIFA, which will further accelerate digital integration initiative. At the current trajectory, ASEAN digital economy will reach $1 trillion by 2030. Yeah, I know, 57. Yep, thank you for that, for the time. All right, okay. And an effective DEFA could double the value of ASEAN digital economy to 2 trillion, right? DEFA will benefit all AMS, especially the emerging ASEAN countries, where the multiplier value can be as high as 6.5 times for lower middle income ASEAN countries. So this will narrow digital divide and digital readiness between all ASEAN member states. Yeah, 25, 24, right? Yeah, I know. I know. Okay, next. So the DEFA recommendation were developed through an 8-month process, including 7 rounds of private sector and public sector consultation. and 9 core DEFA elements were recommended. So we consulted more than 2,000 MSME, 60 large corporate business leaders, and 5 joint business council. So let me share with you the 9 elements of DEFA that we are currently negotiating. So there are 9 areas here: digital trade, cross-border e-commerce, payment, invoicing, digital ID, cross-border flows, data flows and data protections, online safety and cybersecurity, cooperation on emerging topics, talent mobility, and competition policy. So all these 9 areas will be negotiated through a binding commitment. So this is not a voluntary exercise, but will be a binding commitment between all ASEAN member states. Next, sorry. Okay, so we also have this ASEAN Digital Master Plan, which to position ASEAN as a leading digital economy, powered by secure, transformative digital service technologies and ecosystem. I think I want to share this because I noticed that a lot of the interest focus on AI. So I want to share with you on what ASEAN is doing on emerging technologies. So we have launched this ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics, which you can scan the QR code over there. Which establish common principle for trustworthy AI and suggest best practices how to implement trustworthy AI in ASEAN. So this is the ASEAN first concerted effort on AI governance, one of the world's first regional guideline on AI, with a market-driven approach by striking balance between the advantages of AI and its associated risks. And we have outlined 7 guiding principles. So for further readings, you can scan the QR code, and of course you can Google this as well. And finally, recommendations. Then it is estimated that 10 to 20% job displacement across ASEAN up to 2028. And it's expected that job displacement will impact both category of workers, the unemployed, the underskilled, and vulnerable employed. Expected that up to 28.1% of displacement, and which make us recommend you on the next slide. So it's estimated that lack of digital skill we estimate it to be more than 130 million by 2030. There's a growing demand for digital talent, digital professional, and we need to require around 47 million of digital professional by 2030. And however, we do have some advantages here in ASEAN. ASEAN youth constitute 30% of the population, and around 150 million of them are digitally connected. In the final slide, we recommend that all ASEAN member states to leverage on ASEAN DEFA to strengthen regional economy integration through a legally binding framework, to foster a unified digital economy, to unlock up to $2 trillion of economic value by 2030. Then we also recommend to strengthen partnership between ASEAN and tech companies to bridge digital divide, particularly with MSME and key sectors such as education and digital startups. And we do have, we work closely with tech companies in the region such as Google. We also work together with Microsoft to address digital literacy and digital divide. And for the students here, one of our recommendation is to improve skill and knowledge with an emphasis of AI-related know-why, right? Through reskilling and upskilling. Even for myself, although I studied computer science back then, I remember during my degree time, I have one subject on AI. But then whatever I learned during my degree is already outdated. And I had, even myself, I also have to reskill myself to understand what is AI nowadays, right? And I have to emphasize this very importantly to all students here. Please, AI is not only for IT students, not only for computer science students. AI is for everyone, right? Even if you study law, if you study medicine, AI will come to you, right? Even if you study accountancy, right? If you look at the reports that what are the jobs that will that will be most likely affected, accountant is one of them, right? So make sure you will not be replaced by AI, and make sure AI can complement what you do. You will not be replaced by AI, right? If we are replaced by AI, then that's it, all right? But that's why we develop this AI governance, so that we can strike the balance between the advantages and its risks. And finally, harness the transformative power of AI, right? And look at how AI can complement each other, right? I think that's all. If you have any question, please feel free to email me or ask, after this. Thank you so much.
Please remain in the stage, Mr. Hazremi Hamid, and thank you for your wonderful keynote speech.
We would like to give an appreciation to our keynote speaker, Mr. Hazremi Hamid.
Therefore, we kindly invite Ms. Haya Nur Kinasi as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economics to give the placards. We would like to express our gratitude once more to Mr. Hazremi Hamid for making this experience all the more insightful to us all.
Before we move to the next agenda, we would like to thank our media partners, Provoke Youth Club,
Metro TV,
Inilah.com,
Media Indonesia,
Times Indonesia,
Harian Kompas,
KBR Media,
Benz Radio,
Tempo,
and Young Anta. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now enter the moderated part of the seminar titled Promoting Digital Inclusion for Nationwide Development. This session will be moderated by Ms. Rahma Alia.
Ms. Rahma Alia is the main anchor at 3-hour news shows at See Today. Previously, she was a journalist, producer, and news anchor at Antv News Department from 2003 to 2009. She's also a vastly experienced MC and moderator, guiding important occasions such as the ASEAN Investment Summit, the World Water Forum, the ASEAN African Legal Consultative Organization inauguration, and the G20 Trade Investment Industry meeting. Now, we will gladly hand over the next session to our moderator, Ms. Rahma Alia. To Ms. Rahma Alia, we welcome you to the stage.
Thank you very much, dear MCs. And good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, so it's an afternoon time. I guess it's not the best time to actually focus, but what we're going to talk about and discuss in this session will be very beneficial for you and for your future. I believe so. So, as mentioned from the earlier keynote speakers, that digital inclusion is very important. You know, as we speak today, there are about 50%, more than that actually, in this globe, the globe's populations that are not connected, right? As we, on our daily basis, we cannot really live without gadgets and without connectivity. But yeah, think about it. A lot of people out there, they are not connected. And what are the impacts of being excluded digitally? Well, I guess the impacts are very, very big, as mentioned as well. Not only that you might not get, good jobs and all that, but what about access to health? What about access to education? What about access to, businesses? So the impacts are actually very immense and it's very big. So social exclusions and deprived individuals, those are the people who would suffer when they are digitally excluded. And when you talk about pandemic, yes, it is a good time actually that forced us to be digitally connected, and a lot of people might get new jobs during the pandemic. Maybe a lot of you have been aided as well by the aid of technology. Now, maybe you can raise your hands. How many people use AI for your, papers or assignments? Anyone? Yeah, okay. Only this much? Yeah, Pak Ilham, thank you very much for raising your hands. Only that much? Only that? Using AI? No? No more? Okay, yeah, okay, I guess people are just shy. But isn't it true that we need to use the aid of technology, not being able, not that we have our, maybe fear that we are going to be replaced by the technology. So maybe the questions that linger in our minds right now, what will be the long-term effects that might come when digital exclusion have on our economic growth globally? And what specific policies can the government do? And what about private sectors? How can they participate and support the inclusion of people? Because we know the MSMEs are very big in our country, makes up of more than 60% of the economy, but not necessarily that all of them are banked or inside the ecosystem, meaning that they are digitally savvied and connected. And I have speakers for this session, very, very esteemed speakers. First of all, we have Mr. Neil Seville, Senior Advisor to Tony Blair Institute, or TBI. You might join us on the stage. Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Neil. Yeah, I like that support. And also, up next, let's call upon to the stage Mr. Heru Sutadi, Executive Director of ICT Institute Indonesia. Let's give a big round of applause. Please have a seat. And the last but not least, of course, we have Mr. Ilham Akbar Habibi, President of ICC Indonesia. Let's give a big hand. Please, Pak Heru and Pak Ilham, you may be seated. So just to get us a little bit up close and personal with the three gentlemen here, I have their CVs, okay? We have Mr. Neil Seville here. He's a senior advisor at the Tony Blair Institute in Indonesia, where he focuses on supporting communities, sustainable growth and development. He supports teams working with several ministries and other government-linked organizations, particularly focus on the just energy transition, inclusive finance and emerging technologies. And before joining TBI, Neil worked for COVAX in vaccine delivery and was previously an associate partner at Dalberg, where he specialized in financial inclusion and the role of technology for growth and poverty alleviation. So thank you very much for being here, Mr. Neil. I hope we can hear from you. Well, I'm here to listen and learn as well from all of our speakers today. So thank you for being here. And also we have Mr. Heru, Pak Heru, the Executive Director of the Indonesia ICT Institute, with over 20 years of expertise in leadership, digital transformation, and telecommunications office Indonesia, and is the Chairman of the Board of Office Indonesia, and is the Chairman of the Board of Trustees at the Foundation of IULI. He is also a co-founder and chairman of Board of Trustees of the Habibi Center. Currently, he's heading Wantiknas, the National ICT Council of Indonesia, as its chief executive. And his other current organizational activities include heading the International Chamber of Commerce Indonesia. And at the end of 2020 year, Pak Ilham was elected as vice chairman of the Institution of Engineers Indonesia, and also elected as the co-chairman of F20. Welcome once again, gentlemen. So, yes, this is a discussion where it allows us to basically discuss and learn. So if you have questions, please do so. We have a dedicated Q&A session later on after we exert, their insights in this session, right? Okay, let's begin with what Hazremi was talking about within ASEAN, for example. We heard about the Digital Economy Agreement, or Digital Economic Framework Agreement, in fact, that was sort of like endorsed by the economic ministers back in 2023. We're talking about the unlocked potential of $2 trillion US dollars by 2030. This is just within ASEAN region only, if we unlock this digital potential, right? And in ASEAN, we have about 31% of adults that are not connected, even though maybe they have gadgets, but not necessarily that they're connected and literate enough to be in the ecosystem. So perhaps I'd go to Mr. Neil first. How can this digital economic agreements, as you might have seen in countries, maybe other countries, other regions as well, and here in Southeast Asia, can foster stronger international cooperation, particularly in the areas of data governance, digital trade, and cross-border e-commerce?
Thank you. It's such an interesting question from the perspective of technology is global. Nobody is sitting in an island anymore. We cannot decide we will participate in this part of the economy and not that part. At the end of the day, we're all seeing technology moving forward at an inexorable rate. It's hard to keep up. To some extent, it's always been like this, at least for 100, 120 years. Things move faster than we can always keep a handle on. The only answer to that is by pooling our resources. The only answer to that is by saying, we will focus on researching these bits, you focus on researching those bits, we will collaborate. What does collaboration mean? It means an exchange of people, an exchange of ideas, an exchange of technologies, and an exchange of trade. Some technologies are sold, bought and sold. That means we need to make sure that we are developing our own research and development capabilities, that we have a evolving and technologically adept set of industries with a people who are trained effectively in order to deliver that. It means we enter into agreements with other countries, other organizations, use regional blocks like ASEAN, APEC, and so on to help organize academic exchanges, make sure that papers are being read, shared, published, translated. And by the way, the advances in AI have made it incredibly easy to start translating really interesting papers from one language to another, way beyond what we could do with human resources. And so the accessibility is exploding, and we need to be in a position to take advantage of that. We need to enter into these agreements. We need to be open-minded. We need to keep up with what's going on. We need to specialize in the areas that we feel we can excel at, and be humble to listen to others in the areas that they will be better at, and through that, be part of the conversation globally, be open, and be ready for that exchange.
Okay, maybe just a question after that one. We know that this DIFA is trying to open the single window for all of the ASEAN countries, right? But we know that there are gaps that are live there. Among ASEAN countries, we don't have the same capabilities, we don't have the same human resources, infrastructures, and all that. So how do we actually try to embrace, not really embrace, but how to face that reality when we want to have harmonious, sort of like one way forward in terms of digital inclusion and growth?
I mean, facing the reality is exactly what we have to do. The data is out there. We know Indonesia may be above the ASEAN average in terms of connectivity, but still not close to 100% as yet. We know that throughout ASEAN there are peaks and troughs. We know as well there are differences in the wealth of the different countries. As I say, there's a question of identifying where you can excel. Perhaps Indonesia, for example, applying technology to its massive agriculture sector, applying technology within the extractives industry to make it more sustainable, cleaner. And extractives may never be completely clean, but we can improve, we can be better, we can create technologies, we can do the research, we can do things that then we can share with others, including commercially. And so I think it's a lot about identifying where you can be good, where you can excel, where you already have a pool of human resources you can draw on in order to move forward. And you want to identify where there are gaps that you can fill as well. I think it's extremely important when you're thinking about your human resource development. Universities like this are incredibly important in saying, we will develop the next generation, but we will keep them flexible. We will help them have the skills in things like AI, but also in areas like critical thinking, in collaboration, perhaps areas that haven't been so emphasized in academia in the past, but will be an essential part of the new jobs to come. And again, we've always seen these iterations. When I was at university, the type of AI we were doing was identifying if a picture was of an apple. Now, with a few words, we can generate pictures of beautiful orchards. The rate of change is relentless, but that's a good thing because it means that we can continue to move, we can continue to apply the research, continue to apply the development that we are pushing with the very, very smart people that we have, and continue to find these are the areas that will actually enable us to excel in a global market of ideas and technological development. And I think each ASEAN country is beholden on them to say, this is the area we can contribute. This is how we use the human resources we have, and this is how we develop the next generation. And part of that, again, will be working with each other, exchanging of students, exchanging of academicians, and helping them also share their own ideas, be exposed to others, and move forward. And I think that's an incredibly important part. And Indonesia, I think, has a clear leadership role to play in doing that.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Neil. So as we see today, perhaps you realize as well that there are a lot of countries that have done their, elections, new leaders. It means they're more inward looking of some sort, right? Including Indonesia as well, perhaps. I mean, we've seen how the US done it, maybe China and other big countries as well. Now, Indonesia is also having the same problem or having the same thing. So how do we see this perspective of digital inclusion and trying to do the cross-border sharings and facilitate ourselves to get better globally, but also trying to understand that all of us are busy with our own own homework as well. I don't know, maybe anyone can actually answer this. Pak Ilham or Pak Heru also can see how Indonesia is now in position of that as well.
Yes, thank you, Rahma. As we know that digital economy is the new economy. Before we talk about the agriculture and then industrialization economy, even it's not new. I already read the book Don Tapscott about the digital economy in 1998. So that's a long time ago, but now it's happened. We talk everything using economy, using how the technology, especially you know that COVID-19 happened in 2020. That's make digital transformation in Indonesia works. Because before it's too difficult for us to move from the offline activity to the online activity. And at that time, we are think that Indonesia still have a lot of homework. It's like for the infrastructure, even Indonesia is already built the telco infrastructure, but we can compare with the another ASEAN countries. Indonesia for the speed is maybe number 9 or number 9
out of the
from
10
the
countries.
10 countries. Better than Laos, I think, and Timor-Leste. That's the first our homework, and the second is besides the speed, Indonesia also the what we call the digital divide between the eastern part of Indonesia and western part of Indonesia, between the city and also the village. In the western part of Indonesia, I think the infrastructure is better rather than eastern part of Indonesia, especially in Papua. That's the main our homework for the infrastructure. So the other is we talk about the digital economy. Even we have the potential become the leader in the ASEAN digital economy. In 2024, our gross merchandise value for the e-commerce reached 90 billion US dollar. In this year, we are sure that we can reach about the 100 billion US dollar. Even some predictions said that Indonesia can achieve more than 100 billion US dollar, about the 125 billion US dollar. And also in 2030 is around maybe 6,000 or 5,000 or 6,000 trillion rupiah. So to how we can get the benefit from the digital economy. So yeah, we have to care concern about how we can build the digital infrastructure. That the first. The second is we talk about the digital talent. Indonesia still lack of digital talent because some prediction, some calculation said that we need around 9 million talent for the digital. But not many Indonesian can work in the it's like programmer, something like that. Even I think Indonesian people is clever, but yeah, we have to produce more the digital talent in Indonesia. So hope that new government, because I ever hear that Pak Prabowo said that they want to extend, they want to make additional some digital talent starting in this year for the STEM, yeah. Science, technology, and STEM. The other homework in Indonesia, we are facing a lot of the crime regarding cybercrime. Before we talk about the ransomware, because ransomware attacked the Indonesian Digital Center in 2024. That's make the some of the Indonesian application, government application problem at that time. So besides that, it means if we talk about the cyber security, also we have to concern about how Indonesian people aware about the cybercrime, and also how we can protect Indonesian people from the cybercrime that maybe right now it's become complex, especially when we use the the criminal using AI. Because before we think that it's not easy to crack the password, but now with the AI maybe it's just like a peanut, maybe 5 minutes they can crack our password. So that's some of the homework. Even we have the potential become the digital hub in Southeast Asia and also become leader in Southeast Asia. I remember Pak Ilham always said that we have to build meaningful broadband in Indonesia as well.
Meaningful broadband. Okay. Well, at the end of the day, what we want to achieve is equitable access. Not only that it is available, but it is also accessible and affordable for the people. Right. Now, I would like to go to you, Pak Ilham. How can now the collaboration between the government and the private sectors to maximize the benefits of this digital economic agreements within the country and also the region? And is there any roadmap, as you can probably share with us, to ensure that there are a long-term sustainability in terms of global trade?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to continue what Paheo just said, so-called meaningful broadband, yeah? And you mentioned some of the keywords. One is, it's actually 3 parts. One is the connectivity, the other one is the affordability, but the third is the hardest, is to make it really empowering. So the things that we do with the internet, it's not just to have a connection or to be in a position to afford it, but it needs to be something that's really beneficial to us. And that's really hard. I give you, actually, it's easier to understand what it can do to you as well, particularly in Indonesia. We have a major problem in Indonesia with online gambling and online lending or borrowing. Yeah? So it is also a form of digital inclusion, but unfortunately on the wrong side. So basically, it can go both ways. Yeah? I mean, we have to be really careful at one time to protect our citizens from these kind of possibilities, fraud, etc. At the same time, we have to, of course, open up the landscape by enabling them to be connected, to know what to do. So digital literacy is very important. At the same time, we have to also guard them. Yeah, and it's very difficult because once you, I mean, I know that there were a lot of demands on the Ministry for Communication and Informatics, which is now Ministry for Communication and Digital, to go after these many players, particularly in the online gambling field. But once you shut them down, there will be more coming. It's really a race. Yeah? It's not easy. Yeah? I can feel that. Yeah? At the same time, there's another fact that we have to be careful of, and that is we all want that our small and medium-sized enterprises are digitally empowered, and we want to basically let them participate in the platforms, right? There's big platforms that go into Indonesia. Some are one is Indonesian, but most are not Indonesian. What happens in Indonesia because of this digital landscape is actually there's a lot. I mean, Indonesia is at the moment being flooded with products particularly from China, to be frank. Yeah? I mean, because China is in an awkward economic situation right now, they need to ship their goods somewhere. Indonesia is one of the target countries, and guess how they do it? They do it with digital. Right? The goods are sold digitally, and at the same time, they are already here in some cases. They're brought to Indonesia, they're stored here in Indonesia, and so whenever we order those goods, you can get them within a very short time. So actually digital, there's a lot of chances, but you need to be having a competitive industry in order to get to these chances. So meaning to say, it's not enough to just empower our citizens digitally. We need to empower them overall, right? They need to be competitive, they need to be educated, we need to have a strong industry, which we don't have. We need to have good regulations, which can be improved. We have to build strong institutions. All of that is not going away by being better digitally. Digital is like another component of the overall improvement that we have to do, which is important. But it doesn't, to be good digitally, it doesn't solve all the other problems. But it is important. Yeah? So it gets actually more complex. It's just another aspect that we have to consider when we talk about improving our country overall. If I read the question, basically, it seems to me that that the digital exclusion or inclusion is is a key regarding global economic growth. It is an important component, but it's not all. Yeah? I mean, there's other things, and if you look at the original question, I thought digital transformation, it doesn't have to be digital, right? It can be, how about electrifying the transportation system or renewable energy? How about advances in medical technology that makes us more healthy, more productive, have a longer life, etc.? That is also changing the global economic landscape. But I do understand we want to talk very much about digital. And by the way, all of the above are very influenced by digital as well, because digital is a tool that can be used everywhere, right? You can design everything digitally. You can have innovation groups globally empowered by digital tools. You can do this today. So everything can be improved digitally. But anyway, it's not all about digital, what I want to say.
It's not all about digital, but you have to have goodness.
Digital is important, but it's not all.
Right. But
it's important though, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to add more?
No, I think that's maybe enough.
I was just wondering, and triggered by the question, I mean, maybe one day if you want to go to the dentist, you don't really have to go somewhere. The dentist can actually do an operation or procedure from somewhere other part of the globe. You know, it's also can be done in this era. Okay, Mr. Neil, you would like to add something?
No, it's just, I mean, just to draw together what my colleagues have said. I mean, I think the geographical nature of Indonesia makes some things quite difficult. I mean, the cost of a cell tower, for example, in eastern Indonesia can be 4 times that in Java. That's turning it from tens of thousands of dollars to hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of investment required. And, government cannot just do that by itself. It cannot install all that by itself, which means you have to be working with the private sector to make this happen. Now, can government help de-risk? Can it put in place incentive schemes to help communities get connected? Can local government also play a role helping to, for example, run fiber from cities to the villages? Absolutely. These are all things that are possible. They're things that we've seen in East Kalimantan, for example. We've seen fiber being run to villages from bigger centers as part of local government initiatives in order to help empower communities and get them connected. But it's difficult, and we need planning around that. We need good cooperation between national government, local government, and the private sector in order to make this happen.
Okay, I realized Pak Ilham was triggered by your comment. Go ahead.
I had a thought that about the digital again, yeah? Because in some of the presentation, I heard always the word digital divide. It's very important to see the digital divide. The reality is actually that we have a divide in many other sectors. The economic divide, the educational divide, the health divide, the whatever divide there is. All of these divides, if we are not careful, if we don't empower our citizens digitally, they will be amplified by the digital divide. Yeah? So say, we have to imagine like this. Say there's somebody in a country A that has access to digital technology. He or she can learn so much faster than somebody in another country that doesn't have that access. And so the divide between those people, because the countries might be different, is actually amplified by digital. So you can imagine the divide that was existing before digital technology came along is actually bigger. Yeah? So that's why you have to really emphasize because otherwise we're left behind, and even more behind. Can you imagine that, say, certain people have full access and full understanding how to use AI? Others, they don't even know how to read and write. So divide, that happens, even in our country, if you're honest. I mean, we have people that are barely making it to read and write. And the divide gets so much bigger, even. Yeah? We have to be careful about this. So the technology is good, but we have to be careful not to leave the people behind. Otherwise, we'll be even more behind. Yeah.
So, okay, so there's a threat actually posed there.
Yeah, it's an amplification of an existing divide through technology.
Wow.
Can I just say that the same applies to governments? I mean, governments have to be able to keep up with this.
Exactly.
They need to understand, they need to, in our view, commit to digitalization internally in order to make things happen as well. Because, if some of the world is off having a conversation about how AI and many of the new technologies are empowering government to push forward, become massively more efficient, hopefully, and other governments are caught in the old way of doing things, the conversation just diverges, and again, you have that gap that just widens over time.
All right, okay. Okay, so we have talked about how Indonesia is, the threats as well, and of course the opportunities that lie out there. But now I'd like to discuss about the policies. We have to be careful, as mentioned by Pak Ilham as well, about the policies, about how we're actually guarding this growth of technology. So what policies and perhaps financing, because Indonesia is the biggest archipelagic country in the world and would try to connect from Sabang to Merauke, right? What policy and financing models that have successfully driven the digital inclusion in low-income regions, and how can they be replicated at scale? Do we have to make sure that we have more urbanized spots in the country, or how does it go usually? Maybe you can start with experiences out there, maybe if you have.
Sure. So at TBI, we promote what is called the reimagined state. And the idea of that is for government to embrace technology for itself, for its economy, and for its people. So when we think about that, the key drivers we would see is, first of all, for the delivery of government, really embracing technology as delivery mechanisms, as a way of communicating and getting feedback from the people about what programs are working well, what programs are not, how to improve and access better. Secondly, around the investment into technology, so the infrastructure that's required, that can mean putting in place the right policies that drive private sector investment. That can mean making its own investment. It can mean, creating rolling out digital public goods within the economy that are able to be picked up and used. And then thirdly, it's about working with the private sector in very context-specific ways, so finding the right private sector partners that can go and deliver in some of these places. I mean, I hesitate to bring it up because some of you may recoil a little bit, but TBI worked with a small company some of you may know called Starlink, where we were actually able to, both from the Ministry of Health, help them equip some of their village clinics with connectivity far faster than it would have been possible had they relied on cellular service. We also supplied a number of Starlink units to the new capital Nusantara so that those who were building it and those living around it would have immediate access to internet in a way that would not have been possible waiting for more traditional ways of connectivity to be put in place. And I think this is incredibly important. And by the way, we've seen when governments in other places have invested in this digital infrastructure. For example, in India, have an amazing digital ID system, have amazing digital payment system. And their financial inclusion just rocketed as a result. People could access better bank accounts. People could confirm their identity much more easily in order to have access to formal financing. And so, we saw upwards of 80% real financial inclusion, meaning access to useful financial tools for these people. And it was just an incredible rise just because the government was able to put in place this plumbing. And when those taps got turned on, suddenly, the garden could grow. And that is really what government should be thinking about, how it can empower and how it can help lay the groundwork for all of what digital can support with. And by the way, also put in place the protections for where digital can be a danger, because we know and we've seen it really can be as well.
All right, thank you. So we want to also have those plugs on in the country. So I'd like to go to Pak Heru. So how can the telecom companies and regulators, we spoke about, equitable, we spoke about affordable connectivity, for example. So how can these telecom companies and regulators work together to make the internet access truly affordable without discouraging the private investment? Because at the end of the day, they want to make good business as well, right?
Yeah, if we talk about the policy, we must have the e-leadership first. So we know what is the goal for Indonesian when we adopt digital technology, when we provide a good connectivity to all of Indonesian people with the affordable tariff as well, and good quality and secure. That's the first. The second is we still need about the roadmap, because roadmap is the map for us. So we can measure about the development of the government every year, what they build, so what the impact to the Indonesian people. And especially for affordable tariff, I think Indonesia, before when I worked as a regulator in Indonesian Telecommunication Regulatory Authority in 2006, 2012, Indonesia is number 2, very expensive for the price for the telecommunication at the time. So we and government try to reduce that thing, and after that we are become the cheapest tariff for the telecommunication services. Even after that, we are not the cheapest tariff, but India tried to make the cheapest tariff as well. So, but I think for the tariff right now, we can depend on the competition between the operator. So if the competition is not work, so government must interfere the market, I think. But until now, I think it's okay. So we can select with the which the operator then that can offer you with the good quality, and then maybe the tariff is different between the area, something like that, and the connection. In Indonesia right now, mostly government depend on the operator to build the network. Like for cellular, we have Telkomsel, XL, Indosat, Ooredoo, Hutchison, and But you know that the operator do not want to build the network in the rural area. So because we have the Universal Service Obligation Fund that's collected by ComDG right now. So under ComDG there is Bhakti, institution Bhakti, that Bhakti built the network that maybe the operator do not want to build the infrastructure. In Indonesia already adopt some the financing model. Yeah, maybe the first is depend on the telco operator, and the others is PPP, public-private partnership. It's like palaparing. They use the PPP model, but yeah, right now yeah, little bit challenging, yeah, because not many company or many funding they want to put their money in PPP because it takes 15 years. So and also right now I hear that government want to make efficient the budget, so that's become a problem as well because PPP is the commitment to share the money to buy the services to the provider for 15 years. So I think we have to try to find another model for how we can make the Indonesian network become reality, because right now still there is a gap between, like I said before, between the eastern part of Indonesia and western part of Indonesia, city and rural. But as I know that why we have to provide the internet connection to every people, because United Nations by the International Telecommunication Union, they said that internet access is part of the human right. So the government must provide every person in Indonesia with the meaningful internet access.
Okay, so a lot of homework for the meaningful access, because it is their rights to get connectivity as well. Now, to Pak Ilham, you stressed a lot of things about digitalization, digital inclusion, digital transformation, right? And digital divide. And access alone is not enough. Many communications lack the digital literacy. For example, a lot of youngsters, Indonesian, span of focus and engagement on gadgets are quite high, but does they make anything beneficial out of that? Maybe not all of them, right? So how do we make sure that we have digital literacy needed to benefit from the connectivity? And how can educational initiatives ensure that digital inclusion translates into economic and social empowerment?
Okay, I think how we can make sure that the access that we provide to our citizens really helps them in order to develop their lives in a good way. Yeah? Well, education is one key component, health is another, economic empowerment. So I think if the government would be capable to provide, let's say, free access, but they have to connect to those sites, basically, which provide that kind of knowledge and that kind of empowerment. Yeah? If you give them free access for anything and we cannot guard that, I'm afraid that many of our fellow citizens will use it for activities that are not necessarily empowering. I mean, looking at funny websites, like looking at photos of cats, etc., is maybe just one example. But there are, I mean, worse examples like the online gaming that I said, or even online, online lending for online gaming. That happens a lot, yeah? And there's so many millions of Indonesians that fall into this trap. And it's not because they don't know, but they know, but they have no choice. Yeah?
All right.
So basically, but we do want to provide digital access for some empowering activities that the ones I mentioned before, like economic empowerment, or health or education. Yeah, there could be, and I'm quite sure that technology can provide that you have particular, maybe free or subsidized access for certain websites that are supported by government that are seen as basically fulfilling the purpose of the digital technology to bring betterment to our society, basically, yeah. So what can the private sector do? I think that's a major question here. And if I read the new government and our president, I think what the future could look like is that because in that sector, particular sector, the state sector is quite strong. Actually, we have a very strong telecommunication company that is having more than 50% of the market, I think. Yeah, but I think that the involvement of the government will be lessened in the sectors that can be provided by the private sector, which are not seen as absolutely necessary to be government. I think my feel would be that will be lessened, but it doesn't mean that it's going to go overnight. Yeah, but what it means is that what Pak Heru said before, we have this in Indonesian language is KBPU, ya, kerjasama pemerintah badan usaha or PPP, yeah, public-private partnership. That is actually the construct that I've seen so far. Doesn't have a lot of success stories, to be frank. No, and I think it's more about the commitment of the government to provide something for a period of 15 years, actually enormous. It could be like 5 years even, yeah, sometimes, because, you know, the government, as we know, as Indonesians, sometimes changes things, yeah, and sometimes quite unexpectedly. And so, and that is not necessary not too good for people that have committed themselves in the framework of the PPP. And we need to be more disciplined in that, I think. Yeah? So with the private sector, and that's not only from outside Indonesia, even Indonesian companies suffer from that, yeah, because we have to face, unreliable decision making. Yeah. So I think that needs to be improved, basically.
Right. Okay. Well, I just mentioned by one of the keynote speakers. He said AI before and AI today is different. So this fast-changing and fast-growing technology is, you know, inevitable, right? So how can policies actually be adaptable and that agile to basically umbrellaing everything?
Okay, I have to say this. I'm sorry. Because now I speak as the head of One Tiknas, Dewan TIK Nasional, which is the National ICT Council. Yeah. My major complaint about digital policies in Indonesia, it's way too slow being decided. It takes ages to make a decision, and when a decision has been made, something is wrong because it has changed already. Yeah? And that is because we have no chief digital officer. In other countries, like in the UK, you're from the UK, right? There's somebody who makes a final decision on behalf of the Prime Minister. And that could be either somebody in the office of the Prime Minister or President, could be a minister, could be a head of a non-ministerial government body. It doesn't really matter. Somebody makes the final decision. But in Indonesia, it goes like round and round and round. Everybody has to say something, and everybody has to agree. And then when the decision is made after years, it's too late. Or it's not made at all. And that is because we're talking about government policy. Yeah? Let's take you took AI. Do you think we have a national strategy on AI? We don't. But there's a draft. The draft has been there since 5 years. Not decided yet. So that's a prominent example how fast or not fast we are in making those very important decisions. Yeah.
Would you like to add?
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we see a lot and you know, my background is in technology industry originally, right? We call it eating our own dog food. If government is not digital, its incentive set to be careful and thoughtful about the digital policies it's putting out are all kind of over there and not part of, you know, what government needs to succeed. Once you start kind of forcing government, and this has to be a government thing to do, but forcing government to be digital, to take digital seriously, to make service provision a digital thing, not just a face-to-face thing, then suddenly, you know, they're confronted with the difficulties of their own policy making and their own slowness, right? If you, as a government in a particular ministry, have to deliver this digital thing, and another policy from over there in the government is getting in your way, your incentive to go and say, look, speed this up and make it faster, is raised enormously. And I think, you know, to bring it back to Indonesia, because I was not a comment on Indonesia before I say it, you know, we saw, was it Presidential Regulation 82 from 2023, which said every ministry has to be online. Every ministry has to be digital now. And we've got now the efficiency drive that you've seen. Well, efficiency through digital is a real thing. Many countries have said, do I need to provide face-to-face provision if my people can go online and access forms to get a new driving license or to get a new passport or to understand what their social assistance situation is, right? And so being able to infuse digital has so many wins, not just from the perspective of accelerating policymaking for everybody, but also from the perspective of providing a more efficient and more effective government. And I think having champions within government is extremely important to achieve that, absolutely. I think Indonesia has been asking the right questions around this. And I think the acceleration of that will be absolutely key, I believe, for President Prabowo to meet his key targets for his administration. And so, I'm optimistic that we will see a kind of drive towards more digital just because it'll be the way, it'll be the only way in some respects that it's able to achieve these efficiency gains, able to better connect with the people, and able to better deliver on the promises that have been made. So, I don't know, I'm optimistic.
Yeah, and in some ways it's more transparent as well. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think AI is like another technology. That's just tools. If we use it for something good, it's good.
Yeah.
But if we use it for something bad, it's bad.
Okay.
Based on the International Telecommunication Union, they have program that AI for good. So I think we can adopt that thing. It's like fighting poverty, or maybe right now we can use AI for fulfill the sustainable development goal or something like that.
Right, yeah.
Making city become smarter,
Mhm.
efficient government services, something like that. Making Indonesian people, Indonesian citizen become smarter, healthier, something like that, I think.
Right, okay.
So depend on us.
So we need to make sure that we don't get outsmarted by AI, but it's the other way around, right? Okay, so let's go to the phase 3. We agree that we need equipped digital skills and workforce for this era. Many communities, though, lack access to proper training and resources, and collaboration between educational institutions, local organizations, and technology providers basically is very crucial in building inclusive, supportive ecosystem for digital literacy. And there's a study as well on Indonesia's digital skill acceleration that could contribute around $300 billion to Indonesia's GDP by 2030. So I'd like to go to Mr. Neil first. What are the key policy interventions that can accelerate digital literacy adoption in countries with limited infrastructure and funding, especially the limited funding and budget as we face today, to note into this action our effective capacity building strategy that incorporates key action areas with targets, activities, clear timeline, and benchmarking milestones, as well as funding as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think when we look at what digital skills mean, it's actually a fairly wide scope, right? I mean, on the one hand, we have the advanced digital economy people, the programmers, the data scientists, and so on, who are going to be extremely important for this kind of digital hub that Indonesia aspires to be. On the other hand, most people in most jobs are going to find digital kind of creeping in to their workplace at some point, whether that's better control systems, whether that's understanding better, how to effectively achieve better yields in agriculture, whatever it may be. We're going to see digital literacy at a baseline just become essential for people. And that, as I said before, if government is starting to use digital as a mechanism to reach the people need Indonesia has a great talent pool to draw on. But then you also need mechanisms for the people at large to organize, to understand. And that requires very localized, very targeted interventions. There's a great example in the UK, which is essentially a network of training centers. Each one of those is kind of individually organized, individually set up, and individually focused on the needs of that particular population. Is it rural? Is it urban? Is it in an area of relative economic deprivation? Is it in an area of relative economic wealth? And therefore give the digital skills that are required to navigate everything from using online banking through to using AI in order to better write reports for their job. So, it has to be something that at the local level is being defined in terms of, well, this is what we really need. And obviously some of that advice has to come from central in terms of, these are the skills you need to put in place, these are the skills you need to build. And then again, for government, you need, we've seen quite often what we call the missing middle, where you have these high-level strategies, which are great, digitally enabled and so on, and then there's nobody in government who's able to implement them because that level just hasn't had the digital training. And so, TBI actually has something called the TBI Digital Academy.
Right.
We've been running in a couple of African countries in order to help fill that, help those civil servants who actually got to implement this digital agenda understand, this is what the terms mean, this is the choices you're making, this is the infrastructure you need in order to make it happen.
All right, Mr. Neil, thank you very much. Would you like to add something?
Yeah, I think I'd like to add another viewpoint on this. I think in a country like UK, it's a different challenge like in Indonesia. And that's a generational thing. Because Indonesia's demography is so different. Indonesia has more than 50% of our people are less than 40 years old. Now look at other countries, they look very different. So I see that generation, they say millennial or Gen Z, they get digital things intuitively. We don't have to tell them much to basically be in a position to use the tools. However, this is just scratching the surface. If we want our country, our citizens to be not only understanding how to use, but to consumptively, but also productively, that's a different matter altogether. Meaning to say you have to go deeper. And we don't have a natural propensity to, as Indonesians, to go deep into technology. STEM is not so popular in Indonesia naturally. We have to make it more popular. That means how to do this is actually a matter how to teach things in university or at school. And for me, being a technologist, being an engineer, I know from my own experience that things become more interesting if you do hands-on. You have to really know what do you use the key for. If it's just a theory, and the teacher sometimes doesn't really know what he or she is teaching because they are not from that, just do it normatively, then it becomes very boring. And so people are not enthused about that, not motivated, and so, well, no. And we don't have the strong industry in Indonesia where people just get it because they live in this environment which is very technical by nature. Indonesia is not like that. So we have to think very hard how to basically, so again, our people get it. They can use digital tools, but I think many are just using it as with consumptive things in their mind. They're consumers, digital consumers, but not producers. These are two different things, right? And so how to do this, I think that is the real question here. So it's not digital literacy at large, but it's a particular kind of digital literacy to go deep.
Good point.
And it doesn't mean that's digital literacy is something still to be more defined in detail. If you learn about digital matters as an educated person, it doesn't mean that we become a programmer, right? It doesn't also mean we become a computer scientist. It's like you learn reading and writing, but you don't have to become a journalist. But you just know how to read and write. So, it's, that is still, I think, to be defined. So, but again, the challenge of digital literacy is, I think, a major question. It's, I think, very important to understand how to do this as a nation, and every country is different. Because of demography, because of the state of the economy, the state of development, the educational system. So we have to really tailor-made it to our needs in Indonesia.
Yeah, it's
You're more eloquent than I am, I think. But you're right, you're absolutely right. Digital literacy is a means to an end, essentially, right? It's a way that people are able to then use digital tools in order to achieve something meaningful. So we shouldn't see it as ticking a box. We should see it as what do these people need to achieve and how can we help them do that?
All right. Okay, would you like to add to this very interesting discussion, Pak Heru?
I just want to highlight about the collaboration. Collaboration is easy to say, but it's difficult to implement in Indonesia.
Right. We are we're not very good in implementing and executing, I would say.
Yeah, that's right. But right now we have to develop what we call a pentahelix collaboration, that consists of the Indonesian citizen, government, industry, media, and also from the campus, university. Because that if we collaborate each other, I think we can get maximum benefit from the digital inclusiveness in Indonesia. But the challenge is before we talk only about for the industry, we talk about the vertical industry. So if we talk about digital, only telco operator, ISP, internet service provider, something like that. But right now, we cannot do that because from a vertical integration, we talk right now horizontal integration. Okay. So for the digital application, we have to collaborate also with the education sector, health sector, agriculture, finance, something like that. So yeah, little bit different, but the collaboration is the key, I think.
Yes. Okay, so very interesting discussion we have. I would like to also invite everyone here in the room to participate in this very interesting discussion. So here's the rule. Just raise your hands and then you can direct your question to any of our esteemed speaker on the stage today. Okay, let's start with the first sort of like Q&A session. Who would like to ask? I see a gentleman over there. Okay, maybe we can start with you. Also, don't forget to tell who you are and who the question is for. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Irfan. I'm from College Sikatanam Desa Murni in Malaysia. So my question would be directly to Mr. Neil Saville. Okay. Does the TBI have any initiative or policies to expand the use of blockchains for digital goods, particularly in enhancing transparency, trade, and financial inclusion in developing nations, especially within the Asian region?
All right, thank you very much for the question. It's for Mr. Neil, TBI
Sure.
and blockchain.
Yeah, so I mean, the way TBI operates is as a catalyst of what the governments we're working with are trying to achieve. Many governments are extremely interested in blockchain. We've seen that in a number of different countries. So far, hand on heart, I don't think anyone has found that killer use case that is enabling blockchain to really take off in the way that's been talked about for a number of years now. I think fundamentally, blockchain has exerted itself in the presence of crypto coins, cryptocurrency, and so on. You know, people have different views on that. I think some countries have embraced it. Some countries have been more reticent to let it in. So I think our key question is, where is it useful? So far, we've seen other things around digital ID, around other kind of infrastructure that government can put in place that, frankly, has been a higher priority and has been more useful. That's not to say we wouldn't recommend it if someone came up with that use case that worked very well. But so far, I don't think that's been put on the table.
All right, thank you. I hope that answers. Okay, let me just see over there. I think, yes, silakan Mbak. Who you are and what the question is and who is it for, please.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Faith. I'm from the Philippines. And my question is directed towards Mr. Habibi. Okay. So for context, status quo is on its fourth industrial revolution, right? And on digital inclusion and digital transformation, how do we impose a world where we do not put into the trajectory of a new formation of technological neocolonialism or technological dependency? That would be all.
Technological independence. Did you get the question?
Not completely.
Okay, could you restate your question again and maybe a little bit slower?
All right. So how do we impose a world where we do not fall into the trajectory of technological neocolonialism or technological dependency?
Okay.
Okay.
Technological dependence.
Yeah, I get what you mean. You were referring to the fourth industrial revolution, right? So the fourth industrial revolution, I think everybody knows, it's talking about data. Yeah, so we have an aggregation of data through the accumulation of those very data in many parts of our country and industry and economy, but they are all connected to one another. So we actually create something very big that can be only analyzed if we use technology, right? Because it's just so much. So that brings us immediately to the topic of AI, actually, right? Because I think the fourth industrial revolution without AI is much less powerful. Yeah. So if you think about AI, do we have our own AI, actually. We have to think about that. Maybe we should think about that. Yeah? We are users of the AI, but do we have our own AI? Not yet. Yeah? So if we were, let's assume we connect our country everywhere with sensors and we collect this data and have a lot of things and we use somebody else's AI. Is it safe? Are we dependent on that? Yes, we are. But is it safe? Well, it depends. Yeah. I mean, I think the promise of the AI provider is they will not make misuse of the data that we store on the servers, but it depends. Yeah. It depends what you want to do with the data. Some companies and governments are nervous about this, of course, yeah, because there is something that propriety, and as you said very correctly, we don't want to be dependent. What happens if we suddenly don't have access to that technology anymore? We see it in front of our eyes right now. I mean, we have basically something coming from a particular country across the Pacific, and something is more north from here, and they don't talk to one another, and or they talk, but they are very not interconnected, they're disconnected, yeah, particularly in the AI world. So I think in the future global economy, we should not be surprised to see those kind of situations again and again and again and again. Our world is not so harmonious as we think. Yeah? And technology, in the end, can be used as a weapon. Yeah? And it doesn't have to be a full-fledged military war. It can be an economic war or just a dispute. And suddenly you shut something off. Yes, and we are basically dependent on we have a problem. So I would strongly urge our country to create something like a strategic backup. Yeah? We need to have that, and I think every country needs that. You cannot be completely dependent on something, yeah? Because if it becomes so important to the livelihood of many people, and suddenly it's not there anymore, what do you do? Yeah? Like, can you imagine we don't have Google suddenly anymore? And we have to basically provide a lot of solutions without having it at hand. It's so comfortable, everybody relies on it, and suddenly it's not there anymore. What do you do? So actually, I think this is something that we don't have a final solution for that, but we ought to think about it very deeply, because it's like an insurance. We cannot be naively saying, oh, this is for free and it's going to be there forever. We don't know. I mean, Indonesia is now part of, to be very political, a part of BRICS. Yeah, BRICS, Brazil, Russia, China, South Africa. And there's other countries joining there, and not all of them are good with other countries. Are we getting punished for that or not? We don't know. Yeah? So we have to be, we have to be a bit careful about that. Yeah? So I agree. I think what you want to raise here is certain awareness about the risks of overly dependency regarding technology when it comes to certain things that matter to our economy and to our citizens. Yeah?
So
I agree with that, actually.
We have to have a backup.
We have
I
to
agree
have
with Pak Ilham, yeah, that in the future maybe the dependency as to the technology is become higher. But you know, even right now we hear that many people getting headache using technology every day and stress. So I think we have to be careful with this situation. So we have to make it a balance between online and offline activity. Because it's like, okay, everything right now is easy using AI. You can ask to ChatGPT what kind of homework you have. But sometimes we have use our brain. If we don't use our brain, so it will be difficult if our computer is problem. Or maybe the internet connection crash. So even that's good tools for us. So, but we still have must use our ability that's God give it to us, I think.
Right, okay. Yeah, we just have to put in mind that who makes AI, it is the human, and what data are inserted into AI that makes the models, right? That's what makes AI is actually, growing. So thank you very much for reminding us that we cannot be fully depending on only, the technology, but also having a backup. Especially if you look at the dollars every day through Google, and sometimes it just gone error, like last week, right? You have to have a backup on where you look at the currency. Okay, interesting. Thank you very much. Maybe from other side of the room. Yes, I see the gentleman over there. Please stand up and deliver the mic. Thank you very much, the committee.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ahmad Faris Darmawan from Yogyakarta. My question is open to the floor and could be just answered by anyone. And that is the fact that in recent years, there's been a lot of talks about whether or not governments should embrace cryptocurrency and blockchain and to just accept the evolution of basically Bitcoin and other digital currencies and stuff. However, there are people that warn that maybe relying on a currency that is not based on real world values or real world assets is probably not a very good investment. For example, like Bitcoin is entirely up to the faith of the internet and could collapse or raise at any moment. So what is your any of the floor's opinion about this? Thank you.
Good question. This is again, having the actual world, offline world, and the online world. I don't know. So, what do you think, Pak Ilham?
Okay, I think this is beyond technology, the question, because Bitcoin actually, the point of a currency that is valid in a particular country is sort of like expressing the means of transaction in the country, within the country, and with other countries. Yeah? So there needs to be certain control about the money available on the market. It's like M1 or M2. Yeah, so that's a macroeconomic term. You don't have that if you are using something which is not controlled by you at all. So if there's one country in the world that uses Bitcoin already as a currency, which is El Salvador. I don't know what the experience is of El Salvador. Yeah, right. But the point is that if you would imagine it. You're using a currency in the country and you don't have control over the money supply. What does it do to inflation? Yeah? What does it do to your foreign reserves? What does it do to so many things? I don't say it's bad or good, but it's just unexplored. Yeah? It's something, it's new territory, but I would be nervous if I don't have control. And I've been talking about the livelihood of millions of people. Yeah? So I agree with the notion that a currency should reflect a real value, not just people complain about Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. It's actually more about speculation. It's more like almost like a casino. Yeah? But I think you can say this actually about some currencies as well, because the times where the currency had to be based on, say, the value of gold is already over. I mean, the currencies right now are already detached from something which is a real asset. Yeah, since 70 or so, since President Nixon basically did away with the Bretton Woods. Yeah? So before, the currency of a country had to be, you had to put a certain amount of gold into the central bank, but that's not anymore the case anywhere. So the question is actually in general, are currencies reflecting the true value or not? But anyway, I think the main point is we need to be in control of the currency in terms of money, the money that's available on the market. If you don't control it, somebody else, I think it's difficult. Actually, there's another interesting comparison. Let's say if ASEAN, like the euro, would have the same currency. It can be good and bad too, right? Because we don't have control, because it's controlled by a group of countries, but sometimes the need for country A is different than country B. Country A needs higher inflation, the other one needs low inflation. It's different. You cannot do one for all. Yeah? So basically, you still need tailor-made macroeconomic policies per country, and that you lose if you go by something global. I think that's maybe the underlying problem using a cryptocurrency, because it's not tailor-made by country, but it's for the world, basically. Right? So you don't have the capability anymore, but you need macroeconomic policy power.
Thank you for enlightening us. Anyone would like to add, Pak Heru maybe, or Mr. Neil? Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I just want to add that cryptocurrency is part of the blockchain actually. But sometimes many people said blockchain only cryptocurrency. It's not true, I think. Yeah. The other is if we talk about the crypto, I think that's in Indonesia, the official currency is rupiah, not crypto. So we have to be careful that crypto is only for investment in Indonesia. And I saw from the Netflix, many bad experience happen in the crypto. Even my kids said, "Oh, maybe you are a boomer, so you are against crypto." Yeah, but we have to be careful. But I want to explain about the digital currency, yeah. Because for the digital currency, actually, the central bank Indonesia must be transformed for the become central bank digital currency. But as we know that the central bank in Indonesia is like a little bit conservative, so I don't think so that we will implement in the short time digital currency, I think.
All right. Okay.
Maybe
Mr.
just
Neil.
2 quick points. The first is that there are 2 proven use cases for cryptocurrency. That is gambling and crime, right? Beyond that, I think the jury is very much still out. You know, maybe it comes of age, as you've said, there's a country that's embraced it already. Maybe not. But, you know, I think on the crime side, obviously there's the buying and selling of illegal goods. There's also the overcoming of capital controls within countries that could do serious damage to countries' economies if this is something that is not properly looked after. And so, you know, there are real risks here for country economies should crypto be embraced beyond what the kind of quote-unquote real economy can handle. I forgot what the other point was now, so I'll leave it there.
There's one thing I'd like to add.
Okay.
There is a rupiah crypto version to be coming. Yeah? So the Central Bank in Indonesia is thinking about a crypto version of the rupiah. So it is controlled, but it's not the same like Bitcoin.
Right.
Yeah? So Bitcoin is something very different because it's not really linked to any particular country, right? But there will be, I think, I'm not sure whether the decision is final, but there is something in work as a digital rupiah. Yeah? So what that does, I don't know, we will see, but I think that's maybe more interesting. Yeah? There's still a sovereignty regarding the currency control, but it's digital. Don't know, we'll see.
Just to say on, that's my other point actually. You say it's not linked to any country. Crypto, and particular Bitcoin, relies on a blockchain as a source of truth about transactions. That source of truth is controlled by the miners who are mining the Bitcoin. And at least last time I checked, the majority of miners, and there's not very many of them when you look at the very big ones, are located in China. Now, is that a problem? Is that not a problem? I think that's something every government has to answer for themselves. But nevertheless, that is how Bitcoin has evolved and where the control, quote unquote, of Bitcoin currently sits, to the extent that maybe it hasn't been utilized so far, maybe it never will be, but nevertheless, that is something that governments have to think about.
All right, good point. So if you have wealth, you have money, you have to make sure you have control on it.
Not just because Neil said they're in China. You know why they're in China, right? Because you need computing power to mine Bitcoin, a lot. And there's a lot of computing power in China. So we couldn't do it technically. We don't have the computing power in Indonesia. Not like them, yeah? So that's why they do the mining. They have the equipment, basically.
A lot of miners in China. All right, we perhaps can allow 1 or 2 more questions. Anyone would like to add more to this discussion? Yes, I see from finally that side. Silakan. If there's no mic, you can actually just scream out loud. Okay, just be patient a little bit. Okay, go ahead.
Check. Okay. Introducing myself, I'm Afnan, majoring in Economics. I would like to ask Mr. Ilham Akbar Habibi. Okay, if we talk about the role of ICT in sustaining connectivity and productivity, I think indeed improving digital literacy is one of our common challenges. Talking about digital literacy, I think it is closely related to financial literacy, especially in the aspect of digital finance. As we all know, Indonesia today has various problems related to financial literacy and difficult access to funding sources, such as the rise of online gambling, the number of illegal online loans, the existence of unbanked MSMEs, and so on. So, what do you think Indonesia should implement to create access to banking or other financial resources that are more inclusive to the community based on ICT development? Maybe that's all.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I think just immediately give you a quick view on things. We know that in the startup scene, we know there's a sector called fintech. Yeah, fintech. I think everybody knows there's a lot of very successful companies in Indonesia that do provide financing for customers that before in the traditional banking system cannot get that. They are not bankable, but actually they're quite capable of being financed, but simply because of the rules in banking that are basically global these days. It's very restrictive. You have to have a positive, you have to have a profit for a certain number of years, you have to have this and that, your balance sheet have to have a certain quality. Some companies just can't do this, yeah? And so basically particularly for the small, medium-sized enterprise, the advent of fintech or providing access to finance through digital means has a lot of benefit. On the consumer side, yeah, we have to differentiate, but if you talk about financing, you finance corporates, you finance small, medium enterprise or consumers. For consumers, I think that it is a bit different, yeah? Because what we see, the pitfalls of digital technology in terms of finance is basically you see the traps are more on the online, not gambling, but the financing, right, for the consumers. Yeah? It's so easy, and it's not only the fintech, but it's now something called pay later. I think everybody, it's so easy. You get the approval within seconds. Yeah? And so it is more, it's more up to the discipline of the user to basically restrict themselves not to take too much loan. So it's not difficult to get a loan for the consumers because there's small loans. You talk about like $1 million, $2 million, $5 million, or less than that even. But if they do the math, they see, oh, I cannot actually afford that. But in today's society, where you have FOMO and YOLO and whatever, then sometimes the need for finance is just there, and they say, oh, it doesn't matter, it's just a small thing, but it adds up. So basically, the access, the immediate and easy access for online financing for the consumers, I think, is more dangerous. We have to educate them, basically, but it's not about educate them to use or not to, how to use digital tools, but educate them about financial literacy. Can I actually afford that? Yeah. So it's not so much about technology, but about the current state of our people. Yeah. They need money, and the economy at the moment is not too good. So we have to basically finance even very basic needs through lending, by financing, right? So it's not. That's, I think, the problem behind it. So I would say the challenge is different, yeah? So, and because of the needs, sometimes they think they can basically return the money easier if they do some gambling. And some people, there are some success stories, but most of them are not. So I think that's, again, another trap that people fall into. So I think on the consumer side is maybe more to be watched. On the company side, particularly when it comes to small and medium-sized companies, because they usually don't have the balance sheet, they don't qualify, it's actually a good story. Yeah. So it depends on what side of the economy we look at, I think. Yeah. That would be my answer. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Well, I guess the time does not allow us to receive more questions, but we truly appreciate your enthusiasm and also, be participative in this discussion. And finally, digital inclusion is imminent, and we are in it, we are part of it, but in the meantime, we have to make sure that we need a high-skilled workforce. Wherever you're working, in whatever sector that you are, make sure that you know that AI is there, and you need to make use of AI as well. And as students, I guess this is a good thing that you are going to be the actors of the future. So take good part in it. Hopefully what we discussed in this discussion can be a meaningful foundation for you to have actions in the future. So I would like to thank all of these team speakers. Pak Ilham Habibie, thank you very much. Mr. Neil Saville, thank you very much. And Pak Heru also, thank you for the insights. It's very valuable for all of us here. And let's give a big round of applause to all of our speakers. And finally, I'll return the floor now to our beloved MCs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rahma Alia, for guiding the moderated session. Now, we would like to give an appreciation to our main session speakers and moderator.
Therefore, we kindly invite Ms. Nurhaya Kinasi as the Chief Executive Officer of the 22nd Economics to give the placards. For our first moderated session speaker, we invite Mr. Niall Saville to receive the placard.
Once again, for our first moderated session speaker, we invite Mr. Niall Saville to receive the placard. We would like to express our gratitude once more to Mr. Niall Saville.
On to our next moderated speaker, we invite Mr. Heru Sutadi to receive the placard.
Once again, thank you to Mr. Heru Sutadi.
On to our third moderated speaker, we invite Mr. Ilham Habibi to receive the placard.
Once again, thank you to Mr. Ilham Habibi. And finally, to our moderator, Ms. Rahma Alia.
Once again, we would like to express our most sincere appreciation to our exceptional moderator and main session speakers. Before leaving the stage, we would like to commemorate this moment with a documentation session with all moderated session speakers.
We invite all of the main speaker session and moderator to come up to the middle of the stage. I'll help to give an instructions by countdown in 3, 2, 1. Once again, countdown in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you to our moderated speakers. You may return to your seats. Thank you to our moderated speakers. You may return to your seats. We will now continue with our brand session from our sponsor, MPM Group, one of the leading automotive-based companies in Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Arifan Rahman, Chief HR MPM Group.
Tes, 1, 2, 3. Selamat sore. Selamat sore teman-teman. Oke. Ini nggak harus di belakang lectern kayak gini kan ya, boleh ke depan ya. Panitia boleh ya? Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. First of all, thank you for having us here on stage. Jadi MPM rupanya satu-satunya brand sponsor yang present hari ini. Jadi mungkin yang lain di hari yang lain kali ya Bapak dan Ibu ya. I know that it's getting late. Thank you Bu Rahma. Mungkin kalian udah nggak sabar gitu ya untuk segera selesai untuk acara hari ini. We have about 15 minutes. Out of respect buat audience yang katanya banyak yang bukan orang Indonesia ya hari ini ya. Ada yang dari Malaysia, dari Filipina gitu ya. Oke, nggak ngerti bahasa Indonesia. Saya ngomong Tagalog aja kalau gitu. Oke, jadi saya campur-campur ya Bapak dan Ibu boleh ya. Oke, kita sebenarnya sudah sering kerjasama dengan UI, udah lama. In terms of recruitment, in terms of brand ambassadorship, in terms of guest lecture, kita sudah berkali-kali di sini. Cuman baru sekarang nih, kita ngomong sama panitia, boleh nggak kami hadir untuk kenalan, untuk present. I understand that mungkin nama MPM banyak yang nggak kenal. I will tell a little bit about our company, dan mungkin it may surprise you and you may see it as kelihatannya seru deh perusahaan MPM. Boleh ya teman-teman? Oke. Quick intro, my name is Arifan Rahman. I've been at MPM for the past 10 years now, and I'm the Chief HR Officer right now at MPM. I've been around in HR for quite a while. Ada kali lebih dari 20 tahun saya di HR. Even though my background was not in psychology, not in legal, not in HR, I was actually an engineer. And then I went into management, and now I'm in HR. All right? So, we are a Jakarta-based company. Our head office is in Kuningan. It's smack dab in the middle of Jakarta's Golden Triangle. Oke, jadi kita bukan perusahaan dari daerah. Even though our offices, even though our subsidiaries, our branches are scattered throughout the nation. Ada film, I will keep this till later because it's about 4 minutes long. I would like to talk a bit, and then nanti kalau ada waktu kita nonton videonya boleh ya? Oke, MPM is actually part of a larger group. Our biggest shareholders, we are a public company. Our largest shareholders is actually Saratoga. Saratoga itself, some of you may know, is more synonymous with some prominent names in Indonesia kayak Pak Sandiaga Uno, and then the Surajaya family as the founder of Astra. We are actually owned by Saratoga in majority. Our sister companies include other leading companies in their own respective ecosystem, such as Adaro Mining, Merdeka Mining, Brawijaya Hospitals, and apalagi ya, Tower Bersama, some MGM Bosco, and all the others. Us as a company, we have quite a lot of businesses in our portfolio, which I will get into later. Okay. Very quickly, we are not a young company at all. We are not a startup. Kita bukan fintech, kita bukan perusahaan yang baru jadi sebelum COVID. No, we've been around for a long time. We were founded in 1987, so that's about 38 years ago. Benar ya, 38 tahun yang lalu ya. And then we are not, and this is one of the biggest mistaken identity that people usually perceive about us. Oh, MPM pendirinya Pak Surajaya, berarti bagian dari Astra ya. No, we're not. We're not part of Astra. However, we share a lot of similar DNA with Astra, obviously. And we were founded as the distributor company for Astra products. In this case, their Honda motorcycles. All right. In our journey, we've been around for a long time. We've seen businesses rise and fall. We've founded new companies. We've gone bankrupt in some other businesses. We went public. We became a public company in 2013. Sejak saat itu, all the other ecosystems in the automotive industry, such as distribution, parts, services. We're all in it. Okay, and these are our vision and mission. Our vision is simple: to become a positive force to impact our society positively. Oke, simple ya, nggak usah gede-gede. Pokoknya kita pengen membawa perubahan, membawa manfaat yang positif buat sekitar kita. Oke, our mission. Aduh, ini kok kayak gini ya tulisannya ya? Oh, oke. Alright, our mission, I remember it. Okay, generate best ideas, which is innovation. Okay, delivered through the most innovative products and services. Okay, in the most optimal way, through the most professional of people. Jelas ya? Jadi kita pengen bisa inovatif, kita bisa deliver products and services yang leading compared to market, and then delivered by the most talented people. Okay. Ini adalah beberapa dari values kita. Values kita simple, Bapak dan Ibu, teman-teman semua. First of all, it's progressive thinking. Itu simply finding new ways. Finding new ways to do your job. Finding new ways to expand our business. Second is active ownership, which is be responsible. Be responsible, be accountable to what you do. And then collaboration, kerja bersama in a humble, in a respectful way. Okay, these are our values. Okay, I will go very quickly into our businesses. There are 3 segments in our business. Okay, first one is distribution of two-wheelers. We have the distribution rights for Honda motorcycles in East Java and Nusa Tenggara. Okay, and we are the biggest Honda distributor in the country. Okay, our market share in Surabaya in East Java is about 90%. Teman-teman ada yang berasal dari Jawa Timur di sini? Banyak lah ya. Kalau lagi di Surabaya, lagi Jawa Timur, kalau lagi macet gara-gara motor itu gara-gara MPM. Oke, kurang lebih seperti itu kalau kita mau analogikan. 9 out of 10 motorcycles sold, distributed in the province is from us. And then one of our most, I guess, recently proud moments adalah our warehouse. Okay, our warehouse is fully robotics. Jadi kalau kita mikirin nih warehouse yang seperti Amazon tuh gitu kan, yang semuanya serba robot, it's all robotics. You press enter, it goes, the arms goes all the way, pick up the stuff and then bring it back to you. Kita pikirnya cuma ada di luar negeri ya, atau di Amazon, atau di Amerika lah gitu. No, we do have it in Surabaya and it belongs to MPM. We are the first to have such a warehouse in Indonesia, and kapanpun ada Honda representatives from Japan visiting our country, they always visit our warehouse because it's the standard bearer, it's the benchmark. Okay. Segmen kedua adalah transportation through our MPM Rent. MPM Rent is I think the 3rd biggest rental companies in Indonesia. Okay, and we cater all the rental needs of any corporations. Dari mobilnya orang Indonesia, mobil orang Indonesia apa sih teman-teman? Innova, Avanza, Xenia, itu mobil orang Indonesia ya. We provide all those, 70% of our businesses are from mobilnya orang Indonesia, all the way to specific peculiar vehicles. Korporatnya butuh Lexus kita sediakan, korporatnya butuh EV yang paling canggih kita sediakan. Waktu itu ada klien dari Bandung, mereka butuh mobil pariwisata yang peculiar banget, kita sediakan. Okay, so we provide whatever the corporate needs. And then lastly, our last business is in the financial industry. We serve general insurance as well as multi-finance. Okay. Our offices and our branches are spread throughout the nations. There are hundreds of them. As you may see from the picture, kok nggak ada di Papua gitu ya, kok nggak ada di Maluku gitu ya. Well, that's an entirely new discussion. Nanti kalau teman-teman ada kesempatan buat main ke MPM, kita bisa discuss ya about business opportunities, challenges, and projections ke depannya seperti apa. Okay? And these are you guys are economic students, right? So you understand all about revenue, all about bottom line, top line, NPAT, and all that should be clear to you. We are very healthy financially. for the last, even though we went through COVID times, we grew out of it very, very strongly. And as a result, we are actually recognized one of the Fortune 500 biggest companies in Southeast Asia. Oke, itu intro mengenai perusahaan kita. Now I would like to talk a bit about our program that we usually offer to our fresh graduates. Kalau sekarang di UI ya, kita biasa di UI, di ITB, all the big universities. Usually fresh graduates, they apply for MT program. And I think we are in the 9th iteration of the MT program in our company. Satu hal yang bikin kita senang mengenai MT program kita adalah we actually develop our trainees. Too many programs call themselves trainee program, MT program, and gak dibekalin apa-apa, gak dikasih apa-apa. We are very proud in making sure that we have consistently been running the programs. Teman-teman yang jadi MT kita kasih training. Mulai dari communication, sampai design thinking, sampai dengan project management. Oke, sorry ya about tulisannya, fontnya kelihatannya agak-agak rusak. Oke, my point is adalah, ya rusak semua. Oke, saya masih hafal kok ini. Oke, programnya itu, ini kelihatannya bukan bahasa Tagalog ya mas ya? Bukan ya? Oke. Programnya itu 12 bulan teman-teman. And all throughout the program, kalian akan dirotasi. And rotasinya itu corporate level. Rotasinya itu bukan, oh sales trainee, oh marketing trainee, finance trainee, HR trainee, no. Corporate level. So it's possible, 3 bulan pertama kamu akan berada di finance, 3 bulan kedua kamu akan berada di Kupang untuk lihat operations, 3 bulan ketiga balik lagi ke HO. Untuk ngelihat corporate strategy dan seterusnya. That's a big opportunity. Gak banyak yang bisa provide sampai seperti itu. We are able to do that and we have been doing that consistently. Oke, ini mengenai career path. Career path sangat cepat buat anak MT yang berprestasi. Harus di underline ya. Kadang-kadang anak MT ngerasa, kok gak sesuai? Ya pertanyaannya, kamu berprestasi gak? Buat MT yang berprestasi, it's only a matter of time before you become assistant managers, and so on. And we do already have managers from MTs yang ada di tim kita saat ini, di grup kita. Okay, these are the journeys. I already told you about that. Aduh, sayang banget sih. Okay, and then kita nanti set deh. We are gonna start the recruitment process after Lebaran. Kalau teman-teman yang tertarik, watch out. The information should be all around you. Okay. Very quickly aja, jadi we do have, ini nggak rusak. One of our flagship programs, it's our leadership program, and our latest one for our high level, kita kerjasama sama Harvard University. Banyak yang nanya, waktu kita pertama kali roll out, Van, itu Harvard beneran? Bukan Harvard kursus bahasa Inggris? No, bukan. Ini kita kerjasama sama Harvard Business School. So we collaborated with them to provide like high class leadership programs for our top level employees. Kemudian untuk our supervisors, managers, GMs, we provide them with our leadership and development program as well. Cowok-cowok nggak ikut waktu itu. And then we have MPM Talks. It's our own version, our in-house version of TED Talks. Kita invite prominent speakers to talk about values. In terms of engaging our employees. Karena kalau kerja aja takutnya ntar burnout. Kerja aja, yes kerja tapi then nggak ngerasa belonging to the place. So we try to engage them. Second part is we try to care for them. Kita untuk caring kita pakai wellness dimensions teman-teman semua. Jadi physical wellness, kita sports clubs kita selalu di-provide. Yang pasti ada itu futsal dan badminton ya Pak Roy ya, selalu ada ya. And then yoga biasanya kalau untuk karyawati. And then kita sediakan untuk our medical check-up. Every employee is provided with annual medical check-up with our partner. And then for mental health, lagi big thing sekarang ya mental health. We also work with a third-party provider for our mental health solution. In terms of intellectual dimension, we actually have a monthly sharing session to share about intellectual knowledge, intellectual skills yang bisa kita address terhadap rekan-rekan kita tempat kerja seperti data mining, machine learning, kemudian mengenai lateral thinking. Kita lakukan almost on a monthly basis. In terms of emotional, kita sediakan, ini grogi nih gara-gara dibilang times up. Okay. Kita sediakan juga all the facilitations buat managing our mental health, about managing toxic workplace to prevent it, and then also to prevent any sexual misconduct in our offices. In terms of spiritual dimension, this is very easy. Kesempatan untuk yang Muslim maupun non-Muslim untuk bisa expressing themselves during their holidays, holy remembrances, and all that. Oke. Dan terakhir, financial dimensions, kita provide classes on how to manage their financial matters. Okay. I promise this is the last part. I would like to touch a bit about our CSR. We are very responsible in terms of our CSR activities, which are divided into 4 parts: education, economic empowerment, environment, and philanthropy. For education, we provide beasiswa untuk mereka yang membutuhkan. Untuk kita bekerja sama, we work with social bodies to provide this. And then for economic empowerment, we provide skills and then capitals to those who are in the program. And then in terms of environment, kita udah sering banget melakukan yang namanya tanam pepohonan di alur sungai, di coastal. And then last one, philanthropy. Ini melalui donation and melalui volunteering program, employee volunteering program. Terima kasih teman-teman atas waktunya. Time's up. Gak ada, yaudah. Thank you. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arifan, for the engaging session.
And with that, we have reached the end of the second part of the international seminar. We are very pleased to guide you through the opening ceremony and today's inspiring seminar sessions.
But before we close this seminar, don't forget to fill out the presence form by scanning the QR showed on the screen. Also, for the student attending the seminar for the guest lecture session, don't forget to fill out the presence form in our registration table. Once again, before we close the seminar, don't forget to fill out the presence form by scanning the QR showed on the screen. Also, for the students attending the seminar for the guest lecture session, don't forget to fill out the presence form in our registration table. The 22nd Economix was able to be held because of the support from our sponsors, PT Perkebunan Nusantara 4,
Ascot Indonesia,
Grab,
Real Food,
Aqua.
We would also like to thank our media partners, Metro TV,
Tagar News,
Inilah.com,
Warta Ekonomi,
Media Indonesia,
Kata Data,
Times Indonesia,
See Today,
Valid News,
Harian Kompas,
KBR Media,
Young on Top,
and Benz Radio.
We really hope that today's discussion will give you beneficial knowledge resulting in new ideas to overcome the global economic challenges.
Thank you for the audience, especially our distinguished guests, speakers, and participants of the 22nd Economix International Seminar.
Do not forget that for the first 500 attendees, may receive goodie bag provided at the same registration area as before.
Thank you everyone for your attendance in this year's 22nd Economix International Seminar.
We would like to bid a farewell. I'm Dafir.
And I'm Sheila.
See you on the 23rd Economix.
The 22nd Economix
Spirit.
Menyongsong kebangkitan era informasi digital, Times Indonesia Network sebagai media online berjejaring terbesar di Indonesia hadir menjawab kebutuhan zaman. Data Dewan Pers menyebutkan terdapat ratusan perusahaan pers, puluhan organisasi pers, dan lebih dari 50.000 wartawan di Indonesia, dengan ratusan juta masyarakat yang menjadi konsumen pers. Namun, Times Indonesia Network memiliki misi yang kuat untuk tetap menjadi media yang membangun dan menegakkan jurnalisme positif. Perkembangan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi terjadi detik per detik, dan perubahan cepat tersebut menciptakan perubahan pola pikir masyarakat. Dari sinilah Times Indonesia Network yakin mampu membangun optimisme Indonesia mampu melewati darurat informasi. Dengan semangat kuat dan mengusung dasar trilogi Times Indonesia Network, Building, Inspiring, and Positive Thinking, Times Indonesia Network hadir tidak hanya dengan konsep berita regional dan lokal, tetapi juga informasi global. Konsep berita regional dan lokal tetap kami hadirkan melalui portal independen regional Times di seluruh provinsi dan kota di Indonesia, serta didukung jaringan citizen reporter di seluruh Nusantara dan dunia untuk menuju era ketahanan informasi nasional.
Menapaki era digital, Indonesia telah mendapat ancaman yang luar biasa. Proxy war lewat cyber war telah benar-benar nyata kita rasakan. Informasi di segala lini telah benar-benar membanjiri kita. Dengan banyaknya informasi yang memiliki kecenderungan negatif seperti yang dicatat oleh Google, maka saat ini perlu penyeimbang, yakni informasi-informasi yang positif. Tentu kami dari Time Indonesia mengajak bagaimana terus menyeimbangkan informasi-informasi yang negatif itu dengan informasi-informasi yang positif. Satu informasi negatif harus kita lawan dengan 100 informasi positif. Dan Time Indonesia bersama dengan segala komponen bangsa dan semua pihak ingin mewujudkan bagaimana informasi positif lewat jurnalisme positif yang kami bangun untuk menciptakan cita-cita ketahanan informasi.
TV merupakan salah satu komunitas televisi yang dipersembahkan oleh Universitas Multimedia Nusantara dan terdiri dari berbagai macam mahasiswa yang bergerak di bidang multimedia serta memberikan pengalaman dan pengetahuan terhadap anak muda tentang dunia pertelevisian. Mulai dari proses brainstorming, praproduksi, produksi, postproduksi, hingga tayang dan dapat dinikmati oleh masyarakat.
Di tengah tsunami informasi, hoax merajalela menjadi kanker bagi demokrasi Indonesia. Publik butuh informasi yang imparsial dan membuka perspektif. KBR Prime hadir sebagai ekosistem kolaboratif yang sehat. KBR Prime, podcast for curious mind.
Memiliki karakter yang kuat, karakter yang baik,
itu bisa membuat Anda lebih luas wawasannya.
Tapi juga berimpact pada fungsi-fungsi yang lain.
Problem solving yang paling gampang adalah
Youth LP merupakan program dari Young on Top yang diselenggarakan secara gratis untuk membantu anak muda di Indonesia membangun leadership skills yang berkualitas di masa mendatang.
Di era yang terus maju, kita harus terus berkembang. Informasi berperan penting untuk mencerahkan diri. Informasi yang akurat membuat kita menjadi lebih bijak, tanggap, dan siap menghadapi tantangan. Bersama Kompas, jadilah versi diri Anda yang lebih tercerahkan. Mari arungi lautan informasi dengan penunjuk arah yang tepat. Kompas.id, multimedia mencerahkan.
Punya pacar, asoy-asoy, enjoy-enjoy, boy-boy, asik-asik, nyentrik-nyentrik, berduaan, soy-asoy.
106,2 FM
Benz Radio
Betawi
Bunyi Gaye.
Mediaindonesia.com bertransformasi dengan wajah baru, membawa semangat baru. Dalam upaya untuk tampil lebih segar, menjadi referensi semua kalangan, kami menjunjung komitmen tinggi, menampilkan konten terbaik dengan visual menarik. Media Indonesia, suarakan Indonesia.
Hah? Viral? Yakin viral?
Udah cross-check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting
dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live jam 2 siang. Mediaindonesia.com bertransformasi dengan wajah baru, membawa semangat baru. Dalam upaya untuk tampil lebih segar, menjadi referensi semua kalangan, kami menjunjung komitmen tinggi, menampilkan konten terbaik dengan visual menarik. Media Indonesia, suarakan Indonesia.
Hah?
Viral? Yakin viral?
Udah cross-check belum? Hati-hati, salah informasi.
Berita viral memang selalu bikin gempar. Di Newsline kami kasih lebih. Jadi Anda tidak hanya jadi si paling tahu, tapi juga yang paling paham.
Makin lengkap dengan pembahasan penting
dan penuh inspirasi lainnya.
Newsline, setiap hari live jam 2 siang.
Menyongsong kebangkitan era informasi digital, Times Indonesia Network sebagai media online berjejaring terbesar di Indonesia hadir menjawab kebutuhan zaman. Data Dewan Pers menyebutkan terdapat ratusan perusahaan pers, puluhan organisasi pers, dan lebih dari 50.000 wartawan di Indonesia, dengan ratusan juta masyarakat yang menjadi konsumen pers. Namun, Times Indonesia Network memiliki misi yang kuat untuk tetap menjadi media yang membangun dan menegakkan jurnalisme positif. Perkembangan teknologi informasi dan komunikasi terjadi detik per detik, dan perubahan cepat tersebut menciptakan perubahan pola pikir masyarakat. Dari sinilah Times Indonesia Network yakin mampu membangun optimisme Indonesia mampu melewati darurat informasi. Dengan semangat kuat dan mengusung dasar trilogi Times Indonesia Network, Building, Inspiring, and Positive Thinking, Times Indonesia Network hadir tidak hanya dengan konsep berita regional dan lokal, tetapi juga informasi global. Konsep berita regional dan lokal tetap kami hadirkan melalui portal independen regional Times di seluruh provinsi dan kota di Indonesia, serta didukung jaringan citizen reporter di seluruh Nusantara dan dunia untuk menuju era ketahanan informasi nasional.
Menapaki era digital, Indonesia telah mendapat ancaman yang luar biasa. Proxy war lewat cyber war telah benar-benar nyata kita rasakan. Informasi di segala lini telah benar-benar membanjiri kita. Dengan banyaknya informasi yang memiliki kecenderungan negatif seperti yang dicatat oleh Google, maka saat ini perlu penyeimbang, yakni informasi-informasi yang positif. Tentu kami dari Time Indonesia mengajak bagaimana terus menyeimbangkan informasi-informasi yang negatif itu dengan informasi-informasi yang positif. Satu informasi negatif harus kita lawan dengan 100 informasi positif. Dan Time Indonesia bersama dengan segala komponen bangsa dan semua pihak ingin mewujudkan bagaimana informasi positif lewat jurnalisme positif yang kami bangun untuk menciptakan cita-cita ketahanan informasi.
Di era yang terus maju, kita harus terus berkembang. Informasi berperan penting untuk mencerahkan diri. Informasi yang akurat membuat kita menjadi lebih bijak, tanggap, dan siap menghadapi tantangan. Bersama Kompas, jadilah versi diri Anda yang lebih tercerahkan. Mari arungi lautan informasi dengan penunjuk arah yang tepat. Kompas.id, multimedia mencerahkan.
Memiliki karakter yang kuat, karakter yang baik,
itu bisa membuat Anda lebih luas wawasannya.
Tapi juga berimpact pada fungsi-fungsi yang lain.
Problem solving yang paling gampang adalah
Yacht LP merupakan program dari Young on Top yang diselenggarakan secara gratis untuk membantu anak muda di Indonesia membangun leadership skills yang berkualitas di masa mendatang.
Di tengah tsunami informasi, hoax merajalela menjadi kanker bagi demokrasi Indonesia. Publik butuh informasi yang imparsial dan membuka perspektif. KBR Prime hadir sebagai ekosistem kolaboratif yang sehat. KBR Prime, podcast for curious mind.
Di bawah langit yang luas dan di antara hamparan yang hidup, kami memulai perjalanan kami. Bagi kami, setiap tetes minyak kelapa sawit yang dihasilkan mengandung masa depan. Masa depan yang kami genggam erat, masa depan yang menjanjikan keberlanjutan, inovasi, dan kemajuan. Komitmen kami tidak hanya sekedar kata. Dari para petani yang menanam dan merawat, hingga para teknisi dan ilmuwan yang menemukan teknologi baru. Setiap tangan yang terlibat mewujudkan komitmen kami pada keberlanjutan dan inovasi. Dengan teknologi terkini, kami memimpin masa depan kelapa sawit yang lebih baik. Setiap langkah yang kami ambil didukung oleh inovasi. Mulai dari pemantauan pertumbuhan dengan drone hingga riset berkelanjutan di laboratorium kami memastikan proses yang lebih efisien, lebih aman, dan ramah lingkungan. Bagi kami, keberlanjutan adalah prioritas utama. PAMCO terus berupaya mengurangi dampak lingkungan. Kami menjaga hutan, mengolah limbah, dan bekerja bersama komunitas untuk melindungi keanekaragaman hayati yang ada di sekitar kita. Kami percaya bahwa keberhasilan kami adalah keberhasilan bersama. PAMCO berperan aktif dalam pemberdayaan ekonomi, pendidikan, dan kesehatan. Karena masa depan yang lebih baik adalah masa depan yang kita bangun bersama. The future in our palm, bersama PAMCO, kita akan terus merajut mimpi masa depan yang penuh harapan. Karena masa depan ada di genggaman kita.
Ini semangat Indonesia, semangat pantang mundur. Menembus badai sudah biasa. Asal berat sama dipikul, ringan sama dijinjing, dan sambung menyambung menjadi satu. Itu semangat yang memacu Telkomsel untuk selalu berinovasi, membuka ruang, dan lebih peduli, dan membantu gerak roda ekonomi untuk kemajuan bangsa ini. Telkomsel, semangat Indonesia.
Life is a journey, and discovery is the heartbeat. It begins the moment we take our first breath, and from that point forward, we embark on a quest filled with countless unknowns. Here in Indonesia, it's about infinite possibilities and finding harmony within ourselves, with the people we love, and in everything around us. From the comfort of personal space and place, to the meaningful connections that we bridge with our communities. Understanding unique heritage stories and embracing the culture and traditions, we discover the world around us. And most importantly, ourselves. As we navigate the intricate web of existence, may we find joy in the journey and revel in the beauty of discovery. Here at Ascot, Indonesia, we believe that life's true magic lies in the exploration of the unknown.
Di tengah rutinitas yang monoton, setiap hari kita hanya fokus pada peran kita masing-masing.
Kadang kita sering melupakan hal-hal yang penting karena kesibukan kita.
하지만 오늘이 아무리 바빠도 난 힘찬 마음으로 내일을 준비해.
만디리가 늘 함께하거든.
만디리처럼 늘 함께해줄 그런 사람. 서준 씨, 저번엔 감사했습니다.
Sepertinya aku bertemu dengan dia.
만디리, always with you.
Selamat datang di dunia real food, dunia yang penuh dengan bahan alami, sehat, dan diproduksi lokal. Yang penuh dengan kebaikan untuk tubuh, melewati 1210 percobaan untuk menemukan formulasi terbaik, dan diproduksi secara steril. Yang paling penting, formula rahasia dari real food. Proses packaging khusus yang membuat setiap produk bisa bertahan 1 tahun tanpa bahan pengawet. Konsumsi selama 12 hari setiap bulannya untuk manfaat maksimal dari Fit with Real Food. Menjaga semua Real Food fam agar tubuh tetap fit. Ayo konsumsi setiap pagi dan menjadi fit dengan Real Food.
Forever yang kemasan baru, warnai harimu. Diperkaya 500 mg kolagen. Jaga cantikmu luar dalam.
Tapi, apa jadinya kalau aku tidak ada di antara mereka?
Yang namanya keluarga harus saling jaga. Gimana ya pas ketemu adiknya nanti?
Untuk menemani aktivitas anak,
bantu jaga daya tahan tubuhnya dengan Real Food Stay Fit.
Untuk jadi spesial, harus konsisten. Seperti kopi kapal api Special Mix. Paduan 100% biji kopi pilihan dan gula, jelas lebih enak. Harum.
Ini spesial buat kamu.
Rasa khas kopi kapal api.
Aromanya harum.
Barang kopi kapal api Special Mix. Jalanin hari jadi lebih spesial.
Tunggu sayang, ingat.
Cuma kopi kapal api Special Mix jelas lebih enak. Kopi kapal api Special Mix bikin semua momen jadi lebih spesial. Ini kata mereka.
Tiap break kelas, kita selalu ngopi kapal api Special Mix. Jadi mood booster buat tugas, lembur, kita gas.
Bener kan? Cuma kopi kapal api Special Mix jelas lebih enak. Kopi kapal api Special Mix bikin semua momen jadi lebih spesial. Ini kata mereka.
Selesai makan siang, wajib ngopi kapal api Special Mix. Balikin semangat lagi dan fokus saat meeting.
Bener kan? Cuma kopi kapal api Special Mix jelas lebih enak.
Tidak semua air itu aqua. Aqua berasal dari 19 gunung terpilih, bukan tempat yang mudah tercemar. Sehingga terasa dingin tanpa didinginkan. Aqua 100% murni.
Jadi lebih sehat dengan Ito-En. Lebih dari 50 tahun, Ito-En konsisten membuat minuman teh tawar sehat berkualitas. Teh Ito-En aman diminum rutin setiap hari.
Amazing, authentic green tea. Oi! お茶、伊藤園